A dead warrior lies on the ground, as in the end everyone died. In the man's hand is a red mineral. A red stone disappears from MC's hand. Aang's face is all bloody and he says that although he is called the strongest warrior, he will soon die, so he is not worthy of this title. The soldier lies around the monsters and only now realizes that he killed all the demons of the 7th rank. Scratching the ground with his fingers, he thinks why he did this. The hero rises from the ground and does not understand why in the Goan obelisk there were also demons of the 8th rank. The monster steps on the bodies of people and humanity did not even have a clue about the power of demons. Aang opens his mouth in pain and says that it is his fault, since he betrayed his title of the strongest. The demon looks at him angrily. With a wounded face, the warrior thinks that he is planning something. The demon flies at him. MC sees the monster bringing its claws to him and thinks that they want to tear him to pieces because he killed many of them. The monster stretches its paw towards him. The man's eyes close and he thinks that this darkness is death. A small flash becomes larger and he sees light. It becomes very bright. The soldier's feet are on the iron floor and they are ordered to line up. MC opened his eyes in fear. Aang holds his hands behind his back and does not understand what is happening. He looks around and asks where he is and why he did not die. MC looks at his hand in disbelief and says that this is not like a dream and everything seems very real. A small copy of the hero thinks. Aang, clutching his face with his hands, screams that it is not his and does not know where his face and pumped up body are. MC screams in despair, asking who he is. In the whole room, he asked even louder where he is. The scream is heard throughout the building. Daytime city of Helios. The commander stands in front of the soldiers and asks if they know. Captain Jia Yao Tang sternly asks if they know what it means to pass the test of war, and what it means to be a warrior, because they are the embodiment of protection and hope. Smoke rises from the ruins of the city when 6 huge Goan obelisks fell from the sky in 3069, and from that day on their world came to an end. Various monsters attacked people and from these obelisks fell creatures called demons, because they mercilessly killed everyone around them. The monster lies among the scientists, because humanity, after a fierce battle that almost led to their extinction, developed a way to fight demons. A ruby is soldered onto the circuit board and this is called the crossbreeding technique. The silhouette of a man stands with a glowing core in his chest, due to the fact that in this technique the core is extracted from the body of demons, and it allows people to undergo crossbreeding, which temporarily gives the same power as a demon. The silhouette of MC is standing with his back turned and 60 years ago he was called the greatest and strongest warrior of humanity. The soldiers, led by the protagonist, are running towards the monsters because this warrior was revered by everyone as if he was a king, and he led the others in an attack against the strongest wave of demons. The warriors are fighting the demons and their offensive lasted for several weeks, so that even the sky turned black. The monsters are lying dead because in the end the warriors repelled their onslaught, and only weak demons remained, thus a 60-year lull began. Aang opened his eyes in surprise and does not believe that he was transported into the future 60 years. Tang says with annoyance that they have lost many great and brave warriors forever. MC is standing on the bodies of the monsters and they lost Aang, who was called the strongest warrior of humanity when he fought the 7th rank demons. A man stands on the piles of monsters and this great battle between humans and demons showed that humanity will fight to the death to see a new dawn, so it became known as the Battle at Dawn. In MC's eyes, demons are fighting and he hears that the highest rank of demons is not the 7th but the 8th, so he begins to understand that until now, humanity does not know the true power of demons. The captain angrily shouts that if it were not for those warriors, then they would not have this familiar life at home. Tang explains to the warriors that this means their desire to protect people and give hope. The guys shout yes when he asks if they now understand what it means to be a warrior. He sharply glances at the one who says no. MC mutters under his breath about rank and demons. The commander walks past the people to the hero. Looking down on him, he says that apparently MC does not understand what it means to be a warrior. Tang bows his head and asks for his name. The protagonist is tense and can't say his name, as he is thinking whether to reveal that he is Aang, since no one will believe that he was transported here 60 years in the future. The captain looks away in confusion and doesn't know who would have thought that it would be so easy to insult a great name. MC is dumbfounded by the fact that his commander calls him the namesake of the great warrior Aang. He puts his hand on the hero's shoulder, calling him a complete idiot, since he is not wearing a warrior's clothes. Continuing to keep his hand on his shoulder, he tells him not to allow himself to insult such a great name. Tang hits MC in the face, screaming that this is outrageous. Aang flies with a blow to his face and realizes that he is still in this weak body, and the others say that he can't even dodge the attack and that he just has the same name. He flies into the man. The captain leaves him and says that during the next warrior test, he will keep a closer eye on him. The warriors stand still as the commander asks if they heard him, after which they answer yes and he orders them to go to the test site. Tang leaves the room, saying that the physical test is starting. The guy sits down next to Aang and asks if he is okay, to which Aang replies that he is still alive. He looks awkwardly and realizes that MC is indeed called Aang, and that he introduces himself as Cadet Lan Sinuo. The girl from the darkness asks how dare he take the name on. Cadet Lu turns and says that he is a stupid boy, asking if he has the same name, does he think he will be as strong? The girl throws her hair back and calls him naive. Gritting his teeth in anger, MC asks why the girl is so arrogant, and what does she care about his name? Lan watches her go and says that she may be the most promising cadet in their group. The girl heads for the exit and is also called the princess who never laughs, and she also belongs to the most famous martial arts clan in Helios. The hero frowned and wondered why the last name Sita seemed very familiar to him. The cadet helps MC up and he thanks him. A flash of light illuminated the guys. Suijio approaches them with a camera and calls it an adorable display of male friendship. The girls shyly ask them to ignore her and to continue. Ang frowns at her. The protagonist's nose started bleeding and he asks her name. Lan points at her camera and asks if he took pictures of them, to which he receives an affirmative answer, and MC says that he was focusing on the wrong thing. The girl introduces herself as Seijio Yui with a smile. She imagines Lan holding Ang in her arms and says that she was smitten by their male friendship, finding it attractive. Suijio looks at the camera and laughs, adding that the photos turned out well, and the hero calls her a fool. The soldiers stand at the site of the physical test. Ang clenches his fist and thinks that despite this body, he is still the strongest warrior, thinking that after seeing his excellent results, his opponents will be struck dead. The cadets are getting ready to run, and the judge raises his hand, announcing the first test, which will be an endurance race. The gun goes off and the command to march sounds. The hero runs forward at a rapid pace, thinking that now he will take first place and also set a record. MC runs to the finish line, when the judge calls him the record holder, adding that he took the last place, breaking the record for the worst performance in history. The hero collapses exhausted and cannot believe how he came in last, blaming his body. The judge announced to the soldiers that the second test will test their arm muscle strength, but Ang takes the last place and says that he sprained his wrist. MC jumped twice less than Lu in the third long jump test. The blonde, folding her arms, calls him an idiot. The hero holds his head in horror when he hears that he is last overall, and believes that this is the worst result. MC goes forward when the tower asks everyone to go to the test site, and he thinks that he has a chance to win this test. An in the warrior's body remembers how 60 years ago he had the best synchronization level, about 96%. A fire lights up in the protagonist's eyes and he says that physically this body is not very good, but synchronization depends on willpower. With an angry face, he approaches the soldiers and thinks that now they will not laugh at him, and he will show them what the synchronization level of the strongest warrior looks like. The cadets are standing inside the room. An looks at his hands in confusion and asks if this is how the crossing is done in the future, thinking that it will be easier. The screen shows that Lu passed the test with a synchronization level of 39%, which surprises MC. Tubes are attached to the girl's body and this is considered the best result of the year, because the martial arts clans have completely different results. Sweat runs down Lu's face, and she is called the princess who does not laugh. An looks down on those who say they want to win her over and that she is glowing, calling them horny idiots. A green crystal lights up on Lu's body. She arrogantly throws her hair back and walks away. Her feet walk down the stairs and the others say that this is worthy of the strongest recruit this year. After all, she is from a martial arts clan and has trained hard since she was a child. The blonde walks towards the exit and the others discuss her, thinking that it is just talent, what hairstyle suits her better and that she has great potential, and they are just here for the numbers. A knock is heard in the restroom and this is called an unattainable skill level. Steam comes out of Lu's mouth. The girl props up the door with her body as the guys behind her say that this is a good result and that one of them definitely impressed her. The blonde waves her hands at herself and says to herself that although she does not care about so many fans, it is exciting and she tries to calm herself down. Ang holds his face with his hand and says that he is impressed by how she managed to achieve 39% synchronization during the test. Lan looks at MC and says that if she is strong in body, then she is also strong in spirit. The cadet adds that he can feel this power in her miniature body and Ang also felt that she is strong. The guy turns to the hero and says that for some reason he is not worried at all, but receives the answer that he is already used to it. The cadet asks confusedly, in what sense is used to it? The guy cringed in pain, since during the test, many cadets who encountered the crossing technique for the first time often experienced pain. The soldier fell to the floor and the man next to him says that his result is 12%, since when you go through crossing for the first time, the body is very tense, and you need to withstand the force emanating from the demon's core. The girl threw her head back and screams that she gives up, since some cannot withstand such pain. Lan stands connected to the wires and is told that he passed the test with a result of 24%, and the required synchronization result is 10%. Suijio holds the phone and the results of some were unexpected. Behind the girl's back, they say that her result is 30% and she passed the test. Tang stands with anticipation, saying that this time among the cadets there are some promising ones. The girl professor confirms his words, saying that Soijo succeeded, and this time there are already 6 cadets whose synchronization level has reached 30% or more, compared to other C-class cities. Looking at the commander, the girl says that their cadets are quite good. The captain frowned thoughtfully. They look at the cadets from above, and Tang says that there are also some who are not so good. An goes to the stairs. He holds his shoulder, showing his muscles. As MC gets up, the other cadets laugh at him and say that with his physiology he will vomit blood from the strain, because he was in last place in all the previous tests. Getting up, the hero ignores their laughter and says that they have never seen anything like this before. With an evil grin, An tells them to hold on, because it is his turn. The man stood near the workers, examining the device and choosing a red core. The hard worker reached out with his hands to the chosen core and said that the cores that they receive on the battlefield are divided into 6 types. Cores of different colors represented different things, and the most valuable cores were purple. It was responsible for the skill of managing illusions, and black, which controlled time and space. It was the rarest. Ein stood in a special area, preparing to receive the chosen artifact. He put the stone into the cavity in his chest and synchronization began. The guy looked down and thought that the most important thing is willpower. The stone was in the nest. The guy's body was covered with nerves, and the scientist said that the artifact determines how much stress from the demon's core he can endure and how much he can subjugate it. The guy's chest was burning and the crossing began. A man in a white uniform held a hose in his hands and asked if he was ready, to which he received a positive answer. The guys were sitting in the restroom and a red color was visible from the window. The white-haired girl looked out the glass and thought about the very strong recall. The guys watched how An uses the core, and she did not understand where such energy was coming from. The hero frowned and thought that everyone should look at him, and he will show them the level of synchronization of the strongest warrior. The guys watched the process and admired. The workers were wary, and one of them asked if the synchronization was continuing and asked about the fact that he reached 40% too quickly. The protagonist smiled and remembered how he once reached 96%. He looked ahead and the hose connected to his chest was shining with a bright light. He leaned over and could give out more. The wires were hanging. They were enveloped in energy. Energy began to appear around the guy, gaining percentages, and everyone in the room became wary. The blonde touched the wall with his hand. He was in a stupor and assumed that this was some kind of mistake, because such a high level of synchronization cannot be, and the girl behind him said that it was still increasing and the level rose to 80%. One of the guys was a table in the crowd and did not understand what tricks he was doing. An looked ahead with his arms spread out and thought that he should be revered like a king, because he is the strongest warrior, and if not for this lousy core and weak body, he could bring everyone to their knees. His gaze froze. He began to fall down, and energy was reaching for him. He grinned and did not understand where all the energy went. The machine began to emit discharges. A black substance began to come out of his mouth. The hero was kneeling and saying that this body could not withstand such a load, and the scientist did not understand what was happening and assumed that there was a failure in the equipment. The hand reached for the guy with the tablet, who was saying that the synchronization level had dropped to 10%. The captain was standing next to the girl, who was saying that they had found a broken core and assumed that it was defective, and that this was the reason for the error. The blonde man exhaled and said nothing meaningfully. He looked to the side and asked about the fact that the final result was 10%, to which she replied that yes, and the guy had passed the test. The man watched as 2 workers circled over the victim. The people watched as they pumped out Ang and discussed how it could not have been more than 10%. The guy sat next to the hero and asked about his condition. The gray-haired girl looked through the glass and thought about it. She closed her eyes and, waving the sign of the cross, shouted that everyone was worrying in vain, and she had already decided that there was at least someone better than her in this city. He was carried in their arms, and he thought that he could not believe that now he would have to argue with those brats, and fortunately, he passed the test. The hero sat in the restroom and tried to understand what it was. He remembered the moment when his energy was instantly pumped out of him. He grinned and reasoned that he could reach 80% by willpower, and even the most damaged cores should not break. The dark-haired man looked at the opening door. The man entered the room and ordered everyone to stand at attention. The captain stood in the doorway with his assistants. He folded his hands behind his back and congratulated everyone who had passed the final tests. He frowned and said that the final test would be practical. The guy stood in front of the creature, and the fair-haired man said that they would appear before a demon for the first time in their lives. The guys were excited, and he hoped that everyone would get through this safely. The squad leader ordered them to line up and go. The captain stood on, who said that he felt very bad. The bearded man was silent and looked at the victim. He saw something red near the bench. The man came up and picked up the object. There was a red stone in his palm, and he was silently meaningful. The fair-haired man turned to the guy and said that he was becoming more and more interested in what he could show. The protagonist ran forward. The captain looked in his direction and impatiently awaited the next stage of the blind hunt. The bird flew over the crowd of people. She flew over the entrance that they ordered to open. The feather fell to the floor. A bright light was visible from under the door. People watched the door open. An looked at the sun, and the man next to him said that this was the first time he went outside the city walls, and so 60 years later everyone lives in such closed cities. Light fell on people, and the person in charge of the test said that there was silence outside the city walls and they can go out, and if there is time, they need to check the equipment so that they at least know how the guys died. The hero touched the core and thought about the fact that he was given a new one, but he does not think that the problem is in it, because at the moment when the energy disappeared, there was a feeling that something inside him rejected it. He stepped on the ground. The protagonist tensed up and froze. The wave from his step began to spread. It went forward. The vibration spread to the nearby territories. It reached the monsters. The creatures ran to the side. The wave was approaching the cave. It rushed inward. There was nothing visible in the cave, and the consequences of the step rushed there. Among the bones and skulls sat a creature. The monster was wary. It opened its mouth wide and felt that there was someone stronger than it. An looked scared and thought that he had just seen a demon, and for a second it seemed as if something inside responded. He looked down and was asked if he was coming. The white-haired girl was standing behind him. The guy scratched his head and, asking again, apologized. The brunette stood next to him and asked what was going on with him. The man called out to the team and said that these four would work from behind and in a group. The leader stood next to the crowd and said that everyone was ready. The pink-haired girl looked at MC and asked if this was the strategy for working in a team, to which she received a negative answer. The white-haired girl walked in front and told them not to get in her way. Blue-eyed looked ahead and thought that she was very afraid that no one would want to work with her in the team. A comrade stood next to Ang and offered him to go, because he would have to give it his all. The girl held a camera in her hands and took a photo, wishing that everything would work out for them. In the wasteland there was an obelisk built from a single stone, which consists of a substance that disperses the fog. The leader stood in front of the team and spoke about the third test and hoped that everyone understood the goal, because it was a blind hunt. He stood near the assistants and ordered everyone to split into groups and said that everyone would be given a dagger and a mini device made of the same stone as the obelisk. The man held a flask with a black core in his hands and said that their task was extremely simple. At the entrance there was a bright red object, and the leader said that they would enter the area with fog and then go to the designated place to install the device to disperse the fog. The battle sign was next to the point, and it said that then the hunt for lower-ranked demons would begin and the performance of each of them would be assessed according to individual skills and teamwork. The demons were looking ahead, and hunting blindly was the fear of any newbie, which everyone had to overcome in this already fog-shrouded world. The guys went to the designated point, and they had to fight with unknown dangers that were hidden in the fog. The team ran forward and monsters were looking at them, and to become a warrior, you need something more than just physical training and experience. The dark-haired man held a flask in his hands, and it was unknown how they would behave when faced with danger, but working as a team, they would be able to overcome fear. The creatures surrounded the guys. Demons opened their mouths, and the students had to hunt and destroy everyone who stood in their way. People stood by the body of a monster, and after the first kill of the monster, they became warriors. The students stood at the door. The test began, while the leader called a new group. The girl looked at the students and noticed that there were many more of them. Jiao stood and said that she was pursuing her own personal goals and was only interested in Lu. The red-haired girl looked ahead. She turned to the people standing next to her and asked their opinion. Joel put his hand on his jaw and said that she was from a martial arts clan, and also with good training, and that she had good potential. Tang folded his hands in front of him and offered to watch one more person. Ang spread his hands in front of the guys. The dark-haired man smiled. The fair-haired man looked down, remembering how he saw the broken crystal, and thought that he checked the core and everything was fine with it, and did not understand what could have happened then. The girl knocked on his head. The blue-eyed woman looked at the man and asked about his thoughts. The captain looked at the girl and said that she can't call him there, and the dark-haired man said that only she can make him blush. Jiao looked away and said that they know that demons are divided into ranks and that only low-ranking demons prepared by them should be on the testing grounds, to which the interlocutor asked her not to worry. The city was located on a wasteland with an adjacent forest, and the captain said that for the safety of today's test, they had been watching for several days so that there were no first-rank demons near the city. Joel looked ahead and said that even if they did appear, they would do everything to protect their future warriors. A battle was taking place in the distance. The bright daytime sky, someone's voice shouted that the test for this group was over. The master stands in front of the fighters and exclaims that the site is prepared and the next group needs to get ready. They are discussing that this is Lu's group and Ang is also in it. Lan stands next to the main character, Suijio, a blonde, while warming up his fists, while the brunette declares that it is their turn. He passes the capsule to another fighter. Someone snatches it from Ang's hands. He looks at his empty palm in surprise. Lu moves away from them and shouts to run after her, because they can only gape at her. Ang clenches his teeth and says that she is a little show-off. The heroes run forward, shouting to keep up. Lu prepares to jump. She is not visible on the ground. She jumps above the heroes and flips in the air. She flies towards the target with the capsule and knife in her hands. The heroine hits the red button. She presses it with her whole body, lowering her head down. Jiao says with a smile that even with a green health core, he moves no worse than with a blue agility core, adding surprise about the offspring of martial arts clans. The toothy red monsters look furiously at the heroes. 3 mutants run towards Lu, who is holding a sword. An furiously shouts at Lan that it's time to start. He replies that he understands. The hero gets into a stance and prepares to run quickly. They quickly head to help the heroine, to whom the monsters are running up. Lan lands right in front of her and punches the ground. Large cracks appear in it. His hand holds a knife and he is ready to fight the red mutants. He hits them and they fly apart in different directions. Tang grins and says that it was good and he has already gotten used to the core. A combat knife is spinning in the fighter's hand. An sees monsters flying from above and shouts for Seijio and Lu to kill them one by one. The pink-haired girl answers with a smile that she understands. The white-haired girl is also confident in this order. They prepare to jump, pushing off from the ground. Lan holds an energy barrier, while Ang, Lu, Seijio fly with knives towards the enemies. A window pops up with a notification that the first round between the pink-haired girl and the demons has begun. She confidently heads towards them. The girl with a smile delivers a blow, after which the monster flies to the side. She hits the mutant several times with a knife and cuts his flesh. Seijio stands with his feet on his body. She pushes off and the mutant flies to the side. He quickly falls down to the ground. Lan punches the monster in the stomach with his fists. He flies to the side. The enemy slides along the ground, leaving a long fro of earth. Joel, looking down from above, is surprised that the two work well together. He stands next to Tang and Zhao with a smirk, stating that the girl moves more smoothly using the agility core, while the blonde is indignant, asking where he is looking. A window pops up, which announces the second round between Lu and the monsters. The enemy is reflected in the girl's eyes. She jumps, raises her sword above herself and prepares a strike. She forcefully pierces the flesh of the monster. The mutant's body is covered in green light and he screams in pain, while the heroine continues to inflict damage. She jumps off the defeated monster and slides along the ground. The heroine wishes for the killed enemy to burn. She pompously walks forward, while a strong explosion of green is heard behind her. The third round between the protagonist and the monster is announced. He quickly flies forward with a knife in his hands, stabbing the enemy. An confidently looks in front of himself, and thinks that he will first deal with the 3 most vulnerable places. He makes a cut across the throat, and the monster screams in pain. He stabs the heart with his knife. Then his weapon quickly cuts through the enemy's belly. An flies towards the ground, while his defeated opponent falls in front of him. The hero rolls, while the monster slides on the stones. An breaks his knife on the ground and thinks that the explosive power of this frail body is meager, and he should take advantage of this chance, and check what it is capable of. He gets into a fighting stance, preparing to run. Red light flows from the hero's eyes and he flies very quickly towards the enemy. The red monster raises a powerful fist above itself and prepares to hit the hero. An dodges his hand in rage. The protagonist counterattacks and pierces his flesh with a knife. He seriously thinks that he is moving too slowly. The monster counterattacks and tries to damage with its leg, but the protagonist dodges in time. In flight, he picks up a combat knife. An enraged prepares another blow to the enemy. He pierces the monster's flesh and thinks that he is moving too incoherently. The mutant's long fangs are clenched in pain. The red monster wants to hit back with its clawed hand. Aang's knife flies towards the enemy. They try to damage each other at the same time. The protagonist confidently hits him, cutting through the flesh and thinks that he lacks explosive power. An flies off and slides along the ground while the large monster falls. The protagonist twirls his combat knife in his hands while the others watch his actions. Seijio holds a smartphone in his hands, standing next to Lu and a surprised Lan. The guy says that An seems to be playing with the enemy. The pink-haired girl claims that she filmed everything, and the white-haired girl thinks he is a braggart, because he is deliberately showing off. Joel and the others watch what is happening from above. The girl says that the skinny boy has great power. The master replies that it is not about strength, but about how he moves. Tang looks down with a stern expression. The red monster is lying on the ground, bleeding, while the protagonist is breathing tiredly. Beads of sweat are dripping off him, and he says that this is the end. An sadly realizes that in this body he cannot use any of the skills from the past, and there is also shortness of breath at the slightest movement. He moves his leg and says that he has completed his trial. The protagonist quickly runs towards the bleeding monster and declares that it is time to finish him off. A red crystal begins to fly out. A red spike pierces the monster's body, and An flies to the side. The heroes look around and do not understand why they are surrounded by tree vines. Someone's hand rises from below. 2 palms with claws appear from the back of the red monster. The creature harshly tears him apart and flies out. An watches in shock what is happening, green blood flying around. A head of another creature emerges from the mutant's flesh. It roars furiously, opening its mouth full of sharp teeth. The red mist spreads towards the castle. Tang and the red-haired heroine see it in front of them. The bearded master realizes what is happening in shock. He closes his eyes in fear and lowers his gaze. Tang, watching what is happening from above, screams at the top of his lungs that this is a first-rank demon. All the fighters run back in fear, hearing the order to return behind the city walls. Joel and Zhao quickly head towards them, jumping off the castle wall. They land hard, fragments and dust fly around. A large dust cloud rises. Zhao, with a confident and calm look, hurries to help the heroes. She screams, demanding that they not panic, because it is safe near Captain Tang, and he will help them get to the city walls. The heroes look at the creature in horror, while he asks about people and demons. An watches in panic, asking if any of them have the power of a demon, and what they are talking about. The monster asks with a terrifying grin if it is him. He walks towards the heroes, emitting red dust that is scattered to the sides. Lu stands next to the frightened Lan and Zhao, and says that he is not at all like the lower-ranked demons. The girl imagines herself completely immobilized by branches and understands that they will be finished off in a few moments. The monster bends over the frightened protagonist, who understands that this body will definitely not stand up to a first-ranked demon. He looks at the enemy in fear and understands that he feels this for the first time, and ordinary warriors often say that they feel a sense of hopelessness when faced with a demon. The monster extends its claws and says that he will take a look now. Red balls appear on his hand and he orders the heroes to be shackled. The beams hit each character. A mark smokes on their foreheads and they begin to fall. The first-ranked demon holds his hand in front of him, and the heroes have fallen to the ground. The monster hears the ground crack and sees deformations forming below. Joel and Zhao break through the rocks and fly into the battlefield. The master furiously shouts, demanding that they not touch them. The monster looks at them with a smirk, and says like this. Huge branches form around him while the heroes try to get to him in time, but he says goodbye. His face is pulled by the trunks of the tree. He falls into the ground and says see you later. The red-haired girl looks down with Joel and asks him if he really took the 4 cadets with him. The trunks of the tree are visible from under a huge hole in the ground. The silhouettes of the masters are visible near it. Joel furiously orders them to follow him. Green grass in the middle of the wasteland. The tired heroes stand near the dug-up earth and the girl says that the tracks end here. Zhao sadly says that they checked everything recently, but why didn't they notice the presence of a first-ranked demon then, since Tang was usually thorough in this matter? The dug-up earth cools while the hero states that this has never happened before. A stranger flies from above and calls their name. Tang lands next to them and asks if they found the boys. He excitedly learns why they stopped, since the masters must continue the pursuit. Joel points down and asks him to calm down, since the tracks stop here. Tang touches the stones while Zhao explains that the demon went deeper underground and they do not know what lies ahead, so it is dangerous to go there. The master touches the earth with his fingers. A memory appears in which the demon steals a child, who calls for his brother. Tang hits the ground with all his might, exclaiming and insulting the villain. He looks down tiredly and declares that it is his fault because he did not notice the threat. Joel and Zhao stand next to a devastated Tang, who is certain that this is all his fault. The blue-haired master looks down with regret, hinting that they should go back, as there is probably panic in the city. Zhao sadly hears that without the 3 of them, things will be even worse, and after all, they will send a reconnaissance team to inspect the areas around the city to make sure that there are no other first-rank demons there. The girl places her hand on his shoulder and addresses Tang, reassuring him that none of them wanted this to happen, but that they need to remain calm, noting that she understands how hard it is for him. His fingers touch her hand. He gets up and orders them to go back, and he will take a look. Joel exclaims with displeasure, not believing that he is serious. Zhao stops his colleague with his hand and tells Tang to come back before sunset. He turns around and says with a serious expression that he understands. Tang hurries away from the heroes into the fog. The girl stands next to Joel, who scratches his head, explaining that they can't stop him. He in turn answers that he knows, because when his younger brother was dragged away by demons, he blamed himself a lot. She looks down with regret and says that if his brother had survived then, he would now be the same age as the cadets. The beautiful daytime sky, the girl says that they remind Tang of his brother. The action takes place in a dark cave. Tied up An looks around and does not understand where they are. He looks at all the heroes tied to the poles and understands that they are still alive. The first-ranked demon puts his claws near him and asks if the main character has woken up. The guy, frightened, quickly turns his head in his direction. The monster stands nearby and looks at the frightened An, who thinks that this is a first-ranked demon. The main character tries to break free, while he is told that he quickly woke up and most likely he is different. The demon stands right in front of them and finds him very interesting. An is shocked to see a hand coming towards him. The demon hits him on the head so hard that the pillar breaks into pieces. He approaches the protagonist and asks why he is giving off his power, since he is only a human and cannot be more powerful than the demon. An, covered in blood, asks him with a smirk what he is talking about, insulting the monster along the way. Suddenly, the protagonist breaks free from the shackles and the first-ranked demon flies to the side. An lands on his feet on the ground. He grabs a combat knife. The protagonist deals a powerful blow to the demon. The monster gains strength and calls the enemy nimble. The demon hits with his hand, but the protagonist quickly runs towards the first-rank demon. He examines the monster and realizes that it is a demon with a red core, agile, flexible with high reaction and attack speed, and at the same time its joints are not protected by a strong shell, and it seems that this is its weak point. The monster stretches its terrible hand towards him, declaring that it is not worth doing this. The protagonist tries to dodge its claws. The demon grabs An, who in turn clenches his teeth in anger. The monster pierced the guy's shoulder with its claws, and he thought about finding the moment. An swung and thought about the weak point. He hit the demon in the joint with his blade. The hero grinned and grabbed him by the limb. The protagonist tore off his opponent's hand. The white-haired one opened his mouth wide and groaned in pain. MC smiled and said that he should not be underestimated, and in his time he destroyed many first-rank demons. Fang looked down and muttered something. In one movement he hit the guy with his knee. The warrior's face changed, and he spat out blood. The monster looked forward and the fighter flew in that direction. The smoke dissipated and a crack in the wall was visible. An was lying near the crater. The enemy's hand was growing back, and he said that he knew the weak points. But he was like a tree, and his core was a hybrid of red and wood. The hand grew back and the demon said that he was already fine. The hero was bleeding and thought about how he was healing his wounds. Although only demons with a green healing core can do this, they can restore his damage, and thought about what was said. The protagonist looked down, in shock, and thought about how demons have evolved over these half a century. The enemy was stretching his wrist and said that in the end he had been underestimated. He extended his hand and beckoned to him with a claw. The bayonets pierced MC. The teenager's body was pulled towards the monster. He caught the man by the head. The guy looked at the demon through his fingers. An looked down and the monster said that he could not understand what was wrong with him. The fighter had poor vision and assumed that he had touched his organs and felt terrible pain even from a sigh and did not want to die just having got here. The hero's friends were tied behind the enemy, and he understood that this meant that they would die too. The man lay among the bodies and the hero said that they would die just like his comrades from his past life who fought side by side with him. The protagonist looked down and apologized. He looked down and said that it was unfair and was unhappy with the ending. An woke up and looked ahead. The monster looked at the guy who was asking about his plans. Energy began to be absorbed into the hero, and the enemy was watching. The dark-haired one looked down and said that he could not die yet, otherwise the whole plan would go down the drain. The stone was cracked. Crystal fragments fell, and he said that he would never have thought that he would have to use his last strength for this, and in such a place. The fanged one looked away and did not understand what it was and felt the oppressive atmosphere. Energy was gathering around the protagonist, and the enemy was wondering what rank he was. The core glowed and the guy groaned. The stone was absorbing mana and he assumed that it was rank 6. His hands turned red and claws formed. The legs transformed into demonic ones. The hero became a demon and completely healed his wounds. There was a click. The magic beam hit the ground and the demon covered his head with his hands. The beam pierced the ground. The creatures watched what was happening. The shock wave dissolved the flesh of all living things. The dome left nothing alive. The blows spread throughout the area and the beam rushed into the sky. In the crater, a demon was visible, which was absorbing power. The white-haired one looked at his opponent and said that he was the only one of his kind, the 8th rank and the strongest demon with a red core, and said that he was their king. The gray-haired one looked up and repeated what he said. An looked to the side and ordered him to kneel. The creature fell to the floor. The hero spread his wings and flew down, ordering his name to be spoken. The demon trembled and spoke the demon's name. The crimson-finned king looked ahead. Broken houses stood on the wasteland. The man jumped over obstacles. The captain looked ahead and prepared to pounce. The creature watched as Tang rushed forward. The blond man was behind the lizard. He kicked it in the torso and the shockwave spread out to the sides while another beast approached them. The commander braced himself for the blow. The warrior raised his leg up. The man kicked the beast back with all his might. He held his hand and, looking at the corpses, said that there were only 2 low-ranking demons in this area and the guys were nowhere to be seen. The man looked up and he had to continue searching and find them before sunset. He looked at the pinkening sky. The captain became wary and a beam formed behind him. The shockwave spread out across the area. Tang covered his eyes with his hand and asked about the energy wave. He looked at the smoke and assumed that the students were there. Smoke was pouring out of a huge hole. The crimson-finned king was approaching his subordinate, and claws were visible on his leg. He landed next to him. The king stood in front of the demon, and he spoke to him. The white-haired one scratched his head and said that he did not know that he would have to transform in such a hole. The fanged one looked up and was asked to answer. An narrowed his eyes and asked if there were 5 more demon kings left after he disappeared. The figures of the rulers were visible behind him. The demon lowered his head and said that now there were only 5 demons and nothing had changed. The hero smiled and said that it seemed that they had found a common language. He smiled and laughed. His hand began to gain strength, and he asked if everyone had forgotten what they had done 60 years ago. The protagonist looked at the hands and said that they had chosen the body of the strongest warrior of humanity, but he did not think that at this time it would be so worthless. The light fell on him, and he said that because of this he had to spend the last of his strength to figure out this nonsense, and the next time he would be able to transform would be when he was completely strong. His hand was shaking, and he raised his head up. He held his jaw and said that this was testing his patience, and he would have to wait until the strongest warrior learned to control demonic memories. The servant looked at the floor and said that these memories gave them the opportunity to evolve. The king stood under the open sky and said that demonic fins serve as an indicator of power. He walked away from the subordinate and said that when a creature grows a fin, then this is the result of evolution, because this is a feature of their subspecies and the reason why they always surpass other creatures, and this human warrior Ang is very similar to those. Fang looked ahead and imagined how he gnawed his brother, and this was necessary for evolution. The dark-haired man closed his eyes and needed to absorb higher-ranked demons and learn demonic memories. The ruler was illuminated by light and said that he would evolve. He turned back and said that it would be a gift. The subordinate looked up and said that he admired the plan and asked to help him by becoming a loyal assistant. He extended his hand and asked to help awaken the power. Crimson Finned King dealt a powerful blow. There was slime on his face, and he said that he was not worthy. He beckoned to him with his finger and said that the only thing he was good for was to become the one who would awaken the memories in a person. The body stood in front of him without the upper part. Cells were floating near the DNA, and the white-haired man, turning to the man, said that he took the first steps for him. The red-bodied man looked at the gene code and asked not to disappoint him. He smiled and said that he needed him to gradually reach the 8th rank. Ang fell out of the demon's body. The cell with the genes was placed in the core compartment. The guy sat in front of the tied-up guys, and the demon said that only then would he wake up from sleep. The stone began to gain energy. The cells moved through the blood and were in the guy's body. Crimson Finned King covered his wings and was immersed in sleep. The hero was touched by hands. They absorbed him. The warrior was lying on the floor and calling out to the commander. He looked away and did not want to die. The man extended his hand and said that he would not die and that they would be able to get out. They took each other's hands. The facial expression froze and they all died. The man with the red eye looked towards him and they asked him why he survived. The guy stood up and stretched his hand forward. He put his palm on his head and calmed down, realizing that it was a dream. The sun was shining through the window, and he realized that it was a memory. The man opened the curtain and they called out to Ang. The team stood in front of him and were glad that he woke up. The pink-haired girl approached him and he got scared. She looked at the hero and asked what happened to the guy's hair. The protagonist was in an awkward position and asked what she was talking about and thought that it was too close. He looked at his comrades and asked if everything was okay, to which they said that everything was fine. The captain stood behind the curtain and said that he still remembered something. He pulled the fabric to the side. Tang put his hands on his hips and said that they should tell about the situation in the cave. The blonde man stood in front of the protagonist, who asked why he was here and thought about the other commanders who were at the walls. The red-haired girl pointed at the bearded man and said that he was the one who brought everyone here. The man was angry and asked not to call him that. The trio overheard and repeated. Joel sat next to him and said that he had found them in a cave, lying on the ground at the entrance to the cave, and everyone was unconscious. The guys were lying in front of the commander-in-chief, and they were lucky that the demon was not nearby, otherwise it is unlikely that they would have been able to return safely. Jiao pointed to Ang and said that the other three had already woken up, but did not remember anything, and that he was the only one who had lain there for so long, and had also changed. She held a mirror up to him, and the guy saw a white strand, and the woman said that he had just mentioned the cave and asked him to remember what had happened there. The guy looked at the hair and understood what she was talking about, and did not know how this had happened, and did not feel reality. The monster was hitting him in the body, and he only remembered how he was attacked, but what happened next was already vague. He was pierced by branches. He put his hand to his eye and thought about whether to tell them everything, including the transfer, and decided that it would be better to be in Aang's personality. He looked ahead and said that he only remembers a few seconds when he woke up and saw that they were dragged into the cave, then he passed out, and then everything was in a fog, until he woke up. The bearded man looked and was silent, thinking about what he was thinking. He remembered seeing huge blood stains on the wall. Gio rolled up to the guy on a chair and clarified his name. He leaned against the wall and said that he was named after their greatest warrior, and that despite his bad shape, he fought in cold blood. He looked at the student and asked if he had fought demons before. The hero was scared and said that he had always been interested in this and independently collected and analyzed the weaknesses of demons. The redhead stood next to the captain and said that such a diligent warrior needs to be well developed, and the guy thought about it. He began to worry and asked about the results of the tests. The pink-haired girl smiled and said that he passed and they were on the same team. The brunette scratched his head and said that the captain united them, because the test united the team and they will work together. The white-haired girl looked away and said that they were far behind the others. The protagonist looked away and asked that they were behind the other teams. Tang looked at him and said that teams should earn points by completing tasks, and while he was in a coma, their team's point balance remained at 0. The hospital was in the city and the whole area could hear the question about the duration of the coma. The white-haired girl adjusted her curls, the brunette touched his collar, the pink-haired girl tightened her laces, and An put on his gloves. People were surprised. The team walked down the street and people were whispering about them. The captain looked at the guys and said that he would explain everything briefly and, to begin with, congratulate them on joining the ranks of warriors. The students looked at him and listened. They looked ahead and he said that they survived the encounter with the demon, which he also congratulated them on. He looked ahead and said that, as was said earlier, now the 4 of them were one whole under his leadership and he had 9 groups in total and hoped that they would show themselves. MC raised his hand and asked again, thinking that the current order among warriors was much more troublesome than in his time, when they got into the ranks of warriors through battle and experience. The brunette turned to the side and asked if he had heard about the ranking of junior squads, to which Ang asked again. The white-haired girl put her hands behind her back and apparently the newbie didn't understand anything and at the moment their team was at the very bottom of the rating and the guy thought that it shouldn't be like that. Tang looked ahead and presented the group table and said that showing yourself means moving up the rating and as a captain responsible for those, he is obliged to make sure that they score as many points as possible and there are 9 teams in his group, which means that those have as many as 8 opponents. The commanders stood over the table and the fair-haired guy said that the rating is raised due to tasks and every month, and 3 captains, including him, choose 2 best teams and a total of 6 best are chosen and for participating in duels you can get rewards for first place. The sun illuminated the street, and in the same way the last team of each captain had to be punished. The guys cleaned up and it was a temporary demotion to cleaners, until the next month, until it is updated. The hero looked around and said that it was tiring, but at least it was clear why it was so clean, to which the leader said that people developed better this way, and since demons evolved, they should not lag behind. The white-haired girl held her hands behind her back, while the bearded man said that in their team, Lu would be the commander, because she scored the most points in the crossbreeding test. The guys looked at her and agreed, and the guy thought about why not him, because he was the strongest warrior and a revered king. The man took a step. The girl stood forward and said that it was imperative to complete the task. The sun was shining over the houses. Tang turned around, saying that they needed to pay attention to others and that they could look at what tasks were on the board. He looked down and said that their new suits needed to be tested in a real fight, and said that they could contact him if necessary. The man left, saying freely. The girl went to the side and said that they needed to look at the tasks, because they had already lost 3 days. The pink-haired girl ran after her, and said that they had forgotten something important. The blue-eyed girl looked back and asked about it, going over the options in her head. The girl took out a camera and said that they forgot to take the first official photo of the team. The commander looked at her, and was silently meaningful. An grinned and the team was together. He smiled and it was not bad. There was a group of guys in the photo. The captains were standing on the roof and after asking why they were looking at him like that, the red-haired girl said that he said that there was not a single demon near the cave. Only traces of an explosion, and inside the cave there were only pools of blood from an unknown force. Gio held a lighter in his hands and lit a cigarette. He looked to the side and asked if this was really the work of 4 children. The bearded man paused meaningfully, and then said that An was very strange and suspicious of him. Tang looked down, introducing the hero and said that his intuition told him that something was wrong with him, and that he seemed to smell a bad smell. Jiao hugged him and said that he was thinking too much, and that the main thing was that the children had returned home. He was angry and said that he was speaking seriously, to which she said that the team was promising and asked them to train them well and try not to lose. The blue-haired man exhaled, holding his hand in front of him. He stood next to him and said that they needed to observe and if he noticed anything unusual, then let him tell them. The guys were standing at the task board. The protagonist looked and said that there were 3 A-level tasks and for completing each level you can get 10 points. The guys stood next to him and told him that these were the most difficult tasks. The white-haired girl looked away and was meaningfully silent. The brunette stood in front of the scales with a difficult high task and said that when performing the most difficult tasks, emergency situations often arise. An closed his eyes and understood everything. He stood in front of the girl and thought. The girl tore off all 3 sheets of paper. They both said that they would take everything. The hero's team ran through the forest. The guy touched the red stone on his chest. After that, it began to glow, and golden lines stretched from it. The young man turned around, noticing something similar to nanowings on his suit. He abruptly broke forward. An turned around and leaned his back against a boulder on the road. Electricity ran through his hand, and the hero mentally noted that when the nanowings disappear, they turn into a weapon. A blade materialized in his hand. The brunette looked at it in surprise and was glad that great progress had been made in technology in 60 years. The guys hid behind a stone, and the blonde asked if everyone was ready, to which she received an affirmative answer. There were 2 low-ranking demons in front of them, and Lu declared that they needed to be finished off with one blow. The girl frowned and ordered them to move according to plan. The warriors suddenly jumped out from behind cover. The monsters noticed the ambush and ran towards the heroes. They bared their teeth and growled, getting closer and closer. The blonde frowned and thought that she couldn't mess around here because she still had 3 more A-class quests to complete. Lan stepped hard on the ground in front of the enemies, preparing to block their line of sight. He swung his leg, creating a stone wall that protected them from the attack. The monsters looked at the obstacle that had appeared in surprise. Lu, imagining herself above the chessboard, thought that now Ang and Seiju should immobilize the monsters. The partners were approaching the demons from both sides. They swung in unison. The protagonist and Seiju delivered several cutting blows and ended up behind the monsters. The brunette narrowed his eyes and chuckled to himself that it wouldn't be easy for the enemies now that their joints had been cut. The demons fell to their knees with a roar. Lan, standing in front of them, clenched his fist to test his blow. He forcefully attacked the monsters from below, right in the jaws. He attacked through the opponent's back, and Lu was already waiting there. The girl swung her arm, intending to finish this fight quickly and gracefully. Her precise movements left a greenish trail in the air. The blonde landed behind, stabbing the dagger into the ground. The demons' bodies filled with green light, overloaded with toxins. Lu straightened up, and the enemies exploded next to her, marking another brilliant victory. Seiju leaned over to the stone and noted that the fog was dissipating, and the device was working stably. Lan wiped the sweat from his forehead and breathed a sigh of relief that they finally succeeded, because the task of dissipating the fog in the wasteland was much more difficult than the test, and it took a long time, so the difficulty was suitable for a Class A task. The girl poked the branch into the demon's flesh and, finding a crystal, exclaimed that they left a red core. She picked it up and happily twirled it in her hand. The blonde closed her eyes, thanking the others for their cooperation in getting 10 points, and the protagonist looked at the papers and noted that the completed tasks were automatically destroyed. Seiju presented the diagram and explained that currently, points are awarded for destroying demons, and the tablet's system is directly linked to the point ranking table, so when a task is completed, the table in the tablet automatically calculates. She walked up to the boy, reaching out for the leaflets, and muttered that they had just completed the task of dispersing the fog on the outskirts of the city, and they could look at the remaining ones. The girl looked in surprise at the tasks where you either need to capture 3 lower-ranked demons alive or collect 10 lower-ranked demon cores, and noted that everything difficult remains. Seiju dropped to the ground and muttered in despair that they still had 7 cores left, but capturing demons alive was even more difficult, to which Lan laughed, agreeing that it was not that easy this time, because while they were completing their mission, the other teams were also busy. Lu came closer and suggested that they talk about the next course of action. She looked at her comrades decisively, and said that they needed to finish 2 A-class missions, and then continue to complete the others of the same level to get ahead. Lan and Seiju looked at the leader with admiration, motivated by her speech. The guy looked at the protagonist and respectfully asked him what he thought, to which the young man asked to address him informally as a comrade. Aang stretched his muscles and agreed that they needed to hurry up and get the required number of points, otherwise the other teams might overtake them. He sighed and thought that he thought his hardened heart could not be touched by anything. The guy smiled, introducing his team, and noted that despite their age, their determination and perseverance were inspiring. The brunette adjusted his glove and suggested finishing 1 more task before sunset. The silhouettes of the guys stood out against the sunset, and everyone happily supported the idea. Only Lu was unhappy that her idea with an inspiring speech was stolen. Birds fluttered, and the leaves of the trees rustled in the wind. Lan tightened the canvas on the monster, exclaiming that he was done tying this one up. He looked at the rest of the demons that his comrades were working on, and was glad that they caught 3, as needed. The blonde squeezed her weapon and mentally noted that the tranquilizer darts for catching lower-ranked demons were also almost gone, and in general, each team did not have much special ammunition. She noticed that the main character was looking at her intently. The girl sighed, guessing that he needed to have everything explained to him, and told him that this was also a product of nanotechnology, a tranquilizer gun and a bayonet for destroying demons in one bottle, so it was suitable for beginners and was located next to nanowings, although the functions of synthesis and use were more complicated. The brunette sat down next to the monsters and noticed that they were already unconscious. He remembered himself in the past and that back then, demons could only be immobilized by giving them a beating, and researchers always complained about the deplorable state of the monsters. Lan put his hands on his belt and with a smile suggested starting the transportation, because the task was successfully completed. The guys were standing next to a mountain of corpses, and the guy added that he had to destroy such a group of demons in order to capture 3. Seiju stretched and remembered that all the warriors needed to return to the city before sunset, otherwise there would be a reprimand. She winked and suggested hurrying home for dinner. The protagonist looked at her in surprise, realizing that he didn't know if his current body had a home in this world. The blonde gathered her weapons and agreed that she needed to return early as well, so it was time to set up beacons for the research staff to take these demons, and then the mission would be over. Something red flashed past the guys as the protagonist was about to say something about the strange feeling. A bullet pierced several demons that the team had caught. Ang and Lu froze in shock. Blood was flowing from the monster's mouth. The weapons were smoking, and an unfamiliar voice said that they shouldn't have taken this mission. The guys turned around, asking who it was. A group of people were sitting on a rock, and the shooter recognized the heroes as a rookie squad that had taken all the Class A missions. The guy raised an eyebrow and was indignant that they were supposed to do this, and the guys took someone else's. Ang frowned and asked who they were. The shooter raised his weapon and replied that they were the Black Gun squad that Captain Tang had taken over during the previous trial. He looked at the heroes and added that they were, simply put, their predecessors, one of the 9 other squads. The sniper turned to his partner and asked how many teams Tang had taken under his command this time, and she replied that it was 3. The hero and his comrades looked at them with displeasure when the boy stated that they had not shown them due respect. The intruders jumped to the ground. The warriors approached menacingly, until their leader added that they could not take all the A-class missions for themselves without consulting their elders. The opponents lined up, and the red-haired man noted that they were brazenly taking advantage of their kindness. Lu looked at the monster's bullet-riddled body. She froze, not making a sound. The girl gritted her teeth, realizing that they had worked hard to catch these demons. The shooter raised his eyebrows and asked who their leader was. Instead of answering, the blonde jumped up from her place and rushed towards him. That the reason was competition, calling the guys simple-minded. Lu trembled in rage and clenched her fists, outraged by such a word, and in her soul she was angry that the bastards had ruined their mission, and also doubted her leadership. Lan turned to the hero and asked to talk to them, because time and effort was spent on catching 3 demons, and then thought that he had never heard of such a rule in his life. His comrades looked at him in shock, and only the blonde grinned approvingly. The red-haired man grabbed his face and muttered discontentedly that you can't treat your elders like that. He looked furiously at the hero, and ordered the squad to prepare for battle. His comrades armed themselves and moved to attack. Lu swung her blade and said that they would fight to the end. The 2 squads rushed towards each other. Suddenly, a man appeared between them and asked what they were doing here. Tang caught the hero and his opponent before they could strike. The commander crossed his arms, and his eyes sparkled. The man scattered the boys in different directions. The red-haired man turned in the air and skidded to his feet and thought that there probably wouldn't be a battle and he wouldn't be able to see the level of the current generation of warriors. Captain Tang straightened up, engulfed in scarlet energy. He turned around with displeasure and asked if the guys really wanted to become a snack for demons, since they were riding here at sunset. The red-haired man pointed at the rivals and shouted that they started it first, and they even took his mask. The blonde looked at him with disdain and smirked that he was behaving like a child, complaining to the captain. Sueju took out a camera and said that she had proof that they were the first to kill the 3 demons that the team captured alive, and now they were just slandering. The man looked at her and asked if they were really carrying out an A-class mission. Lu took a stance and reported that the mission was almost completed, but at the last moment the Black Gun squad sabotaged it. The other man closed his eyes and said he understood. He turned around and said that the heroes might feel like they'd gone too far, but they'd gone through the same thing when they were new. The blonde frowned when the commander added that it was up to them to decide how to handle this. Tang narrowed his eyes and explained that, after all, squads were judged by their points, and other than intentional harm and endangerment, anything was allowed, since every city had its own rules. Lu, Sueju, and Lan tensed when the man said that as warriors, they would face more dangerous situations, and then he wouldn't be there to separate them. The sun was setting, and the commander added that he was only intervening because of the sunset, and the boys still had to get back to the city. Tang looked at the red-haired man and muttered that he was ashamed of those who had Class A missions taken away by the rookies and even won in battle, so they should change their attitude towards service. The shooter passed by, accepting the advice. The red-haired man put his hands in his pockets and promised that they would not give up a single point. He gritted his teeth in displeasure and added that this month the heroes' squad would be the worst. The shooter approached the mask and stopped. The guy turned around and, pointing to his cheek, said that he would repay him twice later. Then the warrior picked up the mask from the ground. He secured it on his face and ordered the squad to move out. The protagonist watched as the rivals left. Tang frowned and said that Black Gun wasn't the strongest squad, but they were known for their skill, so they would definitely do their best to put a spoke in the wheels of the guys when they did the back. He remembered the red-haired man and added that their captain specialized in firearms. The blonde frowned when she heard that they were good for beginners, but there were other talented warriors, and they might not have enough strength to fight them. The man turned around and said that it was time to return to the city. Lu closed her eyes, mentally annoyed by the current situation, and ordered the team to move out. She approached the brunette and asked if he really decided to show off with that trick. The blonde turned away and added that it looked cool. An looked at her in surprise. Everyone headed towards the setting sun, and Lan asked if the hero was going to dinner, to which he heard that he already had plans. The brunette cracked his knuckles and thought that he would get 3 demons for them tonight. A huge moon was shining over the city. A red light flashed inside the base, and a loudspeaker announced that for safety reasons they should not leave the city. The protagonist crouched down behind the container and thought that on the way to the gates from the city there were only electric sirens, and almost no people, because at such a time you should stay at home, and he would like to go home when he finished. The guy carefully looked out and noticed that the gates were not so well guarded. He stopped in front of a sign that said, "Temporary emergency exit, exit prohibited." The brunette crouched down and thought about why it never occurred to anyone to leave the city at night, because before they did not care about the time of day, and sometimes they even organized special night sorties, because it was easier to find demons. An thoughtfully touched his chin and decided that he would use an old trick, and then catching 3 demons would not be difficult. The young man remembered the rival team and thought that he just needed to unexpectedly finish the task, since the red-haired one was determined to interfere with their team. The brunette shuddered when he heard a voice nearby. Lu leaned against the wall, surprising the hero, but mentally she was excited by the night walk and freedom after becoming a warrior, because the girl immediately understood that her comrade was up to something. An lowered his head and muttered that she scared him, and the interlocutor clarified whether he was really going to go out the gate. The hero looked away and assured that he just went for a walk after a hearty dinner, demonstrating that for the strongest warrior he was slow-witted. The blonde looked at him with disappointment, and noted that he did not know how to lie. He ruffled his hair and admitted that he wanted to surprise his comrades and complete the task that they sabotaged. An turned around and added that there was nothing to be done now and asked not to report it to the captain. The guy's eyes widened when the woman said she would go with him. She smiled and asked about the plan, mentally admiring her own intelligence and anticipating the sour faces of her rivals. The young man turned around and asked if she was joking, but received a negative answer. Someone was on the wall behind her. 2 men dangled their legs down, and one of them was actually having dinner. The warrior leaned on his arm and muttered that it was deadly boring at the post, because there were no crazy people who would want to go out. His partner put his finger to his lips and advised him not to say such a thing in front of the captain of the 3rd squad, because the doors were left open in case of emergency. He remembered how several deserters ran to the fortress several years ago for help, but were torn to pieces by demons because the gates were slow to open. The man vividly revived the memory of monsters devouring people. Now the gate was slightly open, leaving an emergency exit, because in their world, the most important thing is to survive. The interlocutor lowered his head and apologized, and the second reassured him that he would get used to it with time. He took a magazine with a half-naked girl on the cover from his pocket and bragged. The young man looked at it greedily and exclaimed that it was a fresh issue about warriors from other cities, and his partner said that he paid well to get it, and was even ready to share for today. The guard sat, looking at the pages and drooling, admiring the female curves. At that moment, Lu and Ang ran out of the city. The guy rushed forward, noting that they had been tested here, but the fog was even thicker at night than during the day. The brunette pointed to the side and called his partner. They stopped in a vacant lot, and the girl noted that they needed to position themselves far from the city walls to remain unnoticed, and the dead forest would provide good cover. The protagonist looked at her and asked her to wait until he lured the demons out, and then strike them in the head. That should be enough to knock them out. He stepped into the fog, adding that his partner should wait for him here. The blonde's hands trembled when she thought that An looked confident, but going alone into the forest shrouded in fog was dangerous. The warrior sat down and thought that she had also found something to do in the middle of the night, and now it seemed as if the fog and darkness were about to swallow her up. Lu sighed, realizing that she needed to distract herself from her fear and anxiety. The blonde determinedly drew her eyebrows together, preparing to help the hero at any moment. An deftly lured one monster out of the forest, surprising his partner, and the fact that he caught them one by one made the capture easier. The brunette jumped up and pushed off the tree, and the girl noted that the method of catching demons with live bait turned out to be original and interesting, so you quickly got involved in the process. The guy turned around and called her. Lu ran to the monster at the signal. They both pushed off at the same time to attack. The young man struck from above, and his partner from below in the jaw. The blonde jumped and turned in the air, and in general, under the command of the hero, their fight looked like a game with lower-ranking demons. The guy sat on top of the monster and gave the girl a thumbs up, pleased that the trick forgotten half a century ago worked. Ang and Lu pinned down another enemy from both sides. They rewound the demons, realizing that this method of catching still requires a lot of physical strength. The brunette wiped the sweat from his face and noted that this body still needed a lot of training, because in the past he could catch such creatures in no time. The blonde dragged another demon and said that they had finally caught the third one, and the young man asked to leave it here, and the girl thought that this was much more difficult than the usual physical training at home. She looked at her partner in bewilderment and asked again, was it really just to leave it here? The warrior sat down next to the monster in front of her and explained that lower-ranked demons were stupid enough to not understand how to help their kin, and they also didn't like to go near the city walls, so it was fine to leave the three of them here. The hero patted the monster on the face and added that they wouldn't wake up for a long time after such a head injury, and the guys would just come here tomorrow morning and finish the task. Lu looked at him closely and asked how he knew so much. The interlocutor sweated and realized that he had said too much. The partners raised their heads when a voice from above said that he had found it. Ang and Lu froze at what they saw. There were two demons sitting on the tree, one of whom giggled that he had found a human. The second one bowed his head and agreed that he could smell him. The blonde sweated, mentally noting that these were first-ranked demons. The protagonist frowned, trying to understand where they had even come from, and now was not the time. Beams appeared above the city. 3 commanders landed on the wall where the guards were sitting. Joel looked at them and ordered the searchlights to be turned on, because a report of a first-ranked demon had been received. Jiao looked at the blonde man and asked if it was the same one from the test, but the man said that the monster was already dead in the cave. The beam illuminated 2 creatures on the edge of the forest. They were sitting on a tree. The woman raised an eyebrow and asked what they were doing outside the city. The commanders looked in the direction where the rays were falling. 3 low-ranking demons were tied up on the ground. Tang closed his eyes and guessed that the guys wanted to finish the failed mission to catch monsters at night. Joel frowned and replied that, with slightly above-average skills, it was easy to lose your head in an attempt to distinguish yourself, and this was a standard problem for rookies. The blonde crouched down, engulfed in red energy, and muttered that he would tear the students' heads off when this was all over. He jumped up from his place and headed to help. Jiao turned to the brunette and said that she would go too, and command remained on him. She hurried to catch up with her colleague in the air. Joel tiredly looked down where the cannons were firing and muttered that a wonderful night for drinking had been ruined for him. The demon hid behind a tree and noted that they had been found. The main character shielded the girl and asked her to hide behind him, and for now they needed to stall for time. The guy gritted his teeth, assuming that they had come for him, and were similar to the first rank that was then. The young man remembered the cave, wondering if this was all because of his reincarnation at this time. The blonde squeezed the blade and objected that they needed to fight together. The monster opened its mouth and asked if they were really going to resist. The demons jumped down from the tree. One landed on the ground, and the second suddenly disappeared. He appeared behind the guys, stretching out his clawed paws. The enemy swung, shouting that they needed to kill the unnecessary one first. Ang pushed his girlfriend away and shouted at her to be careful. The blow hit the ground, splitting it into pieces. The blonde landed nearby, and the demon noted the quick reaction. The warrior swung her leg and ordered him to roll away from here. She raised an eyebrow in surprise when she saw the water. Her leg was tied with blue threads, and Lu realized that she had missed. The blue demon held the girl's body with thin lines, like a puppet. The blonde screamed when she was tied tightly. The protagonist frowned and shouted her name. The second monster appeared in front of him, advising him not to get distracted and to be on guard. A fist hit him in the face. Tang sent the demon flying, ordering him not to touch the boys. 2 commanders stood in front of the young man, reassuring him that help had arrived. The woman turned and muttered that there was a hybrid of the blue core with water and the red with earth, and she thought that she should save Lu first. 2 demons held the girl to themselves. The red one bared his teeth and muttered that the defense was good, but his head almost exploded. Joel frowned, trying to figure out what to do, and shouted that his colleagues were too close. The guns froze as he ordered to cease fire so as not to hit his own. A girl ran up to him and reported that the radar had detected many low-ranking demons approaching here. She bent down, trying to catch her breath, and the man asked how many there were approximately. The brunette trembled and muttered that they could not be counted, it was a whole wave. The earth shook, and a red moon hung in the sky. Monsters rushed between dry trees. They ran towards the city with a roar. Joel looked at the dark approaching wave. He clenched his teeth and sweated. A red shield lit up above the city, and the commander ordered an alarm to be sounded and all warriors put on combat alert. The military base was illuminated by the light of lanterns. The fighters donned suits, hearing the alarm signal about a wave of monsters. All squads headed towards the city walls. Tang and the protagonist turned to look at the crowd of enemies that passed them by, and the woman frowned and assumed that they had been summoned by those 2, so they needed to act quickly. Lu flinched and asked to leave her and go help the city, thinking that she had set them up by ending up in such a situation. The demon taped her mouth and ordered her to shut up. The commander rushed forward, demanding that the girl be returned. The red demon slammed his paws into the ground and laughed. Sharp stones appeared in front of the warriors. The man frowned and advised his colleague to be careful. They jumped, dodging the attack. The commanders knocked down the stones, and the hero ran forward in surprise. He frowned, not understanding why he was not being attacked. The demon approached him and asked him to wait for now. The enemy rushed past straight to Tang and Zhao. The man narrowed his eyes, noticing that the enemy ignored the young man. The demon exchanged blows with the commanders, screaming that he would beat them to death. The blue monster held the girl and, beckoning with his finger, declared that she would go with them. The blonde was suddenly pulled back. The enemy carried her deeper into the forest, and the hero called out to her. An froze, thinking that this was a trap to separate him from the captains, and he needed to remain calm, because now he could not cope alone. Tang and Zhao looked at the guy and demanded that he not follow the enemy, who was too tough for him. The brunette clenched his teeth until he trembled, restraining himself. He remembered the girl's gaze, which was familiar to him, reminding him of people from the past. The hero clenched his fist and realized that he could not help but go after them. The guy rushed forward, deciding that he would not leave her alone. Fog enveloped the trees. The demon stood in front of the tied-up Lu. The blonde frowned when the enemy said that they were interested in what emotions people felt. He bowed his head and added that he had heard that they could scream loudly in despair. The monster bared his teeth and demanded that the girl beg for mercy. The blonde frowned, looking at him. The demon freed her mouth, assuming that this was why she was silent. The creature loomed over her, asking to show how to beg for mercy. The girl frowned. The demon jumped up and exclaimed that the hero smelled like one of them, and that was curious. He advanced on the youth, asking why, and An thought that in the last half-century, demons had developed a lot of new abilities, such as water bonds. The brunette narrowed his eyes and cuts appeared on his face, and said that the rude and impolite boy should be punished. The hero grimaced as the enemy twisted his arms, breaking bones. Fog swirled around the trees, and the forest was deafened by the boy's scream. The demon waved his hand, lifting the body of the young man, and called him a liar. The monster hit him in the stomach, saying that such people should be killed. He kicked the brunette, sending him far forward. The enemy looked in that direction and demanded to reveal his secret. The protagonist lay on the ground, realizing that the pain was as if all his internal organs were affected. It was even offensive to have to end up being mocked by a first-rank demon. Lu hastily tried to cut the fetters with a stone to help the young man faster. The demon came closer to him, dissatisfied that he would not confess, so she would just have to kill and eat him. He licked his lips and added that An would help him evolve. The monster bent down and extended his hand to the guy. A blade appeared near his neck. The blonde swung the blade sharply, squeezing the enemy's hand. She turned around and struck with her foot. Then the girl pushed off the enemy's body. Having made a somersault in the air, she sent him to the side. Lu landed, plunging her dagger into the ground. The girl assumed a fighting stance and declared that she would not let her comrade be harmed. She sweated and frowned, while the demon was surprised that she managed to get out. The guy opened his eyes slightly, hearing his partner. He noticed the wounds on the wrists and ankles of the girl, who forcibly tore off the bonds, and admired her strength. The blonde narrowed her eyes and said that first they should deal with her, since he was so eager to kill a member of her squad. The demon grinned and agreed. Water spikes appeared from his body. Dozens of blades froze in the air, and the monster declared that she would not be able to escape now. The blades flew towards the blonde. She quickly began to parry them with her blade. An looked at her and muttered that she should dodge. The girl frowned and objected that in that case she would hit him, and mentally she was horrified by the number of needles. The demon raised his hand and advised her to be careful with her legs. The blades were near her ankles. The spikes pierced the warrior from behind. Her body was lifted into the air, and the monster ordered her to come here. He grabbed the girl by the neck and reminded her that she wanted to die in battle. The demon lifted the enemy and assured that he would not just kill her, but tear her apart. Shark teeth stood out in the darkness, and the enemy promised that he would definitely make Lu scream. The monster opens its mouth in surprise and says that the opponent has a strong aura and this is his secret. An, burning red, walks towards the demon and says that he does not really understand what happened. He holds his head with his hand and thinks about how he feels his strength increasing from within. He covers his red eyes and is overcome by a premonition, as if something is about to tear him apart. An explodes in a bright red flame and everything around him flies apart. His core burns with a bright fire, depicting some kind of black sign. The surprised monster looks at it, and says that this is the core and it is like the Demon King. Lu, almost losing consciousness, looks towards the protagonist and says his name. An burns red while the demon points at him with his hand, stating that he knows. The protagonist approaches the enemy in rage, while the enemy says that he needs to die, and a message appears that An in the form with one fin, awakening. Tang and Zhao are fighting another demon in a cave. Something damages the monster, and it cries out without understanding. The demon turns to the other battle and notices a strong aura that gives him a headache, assuming that one of them is there. Tang frantically flies towards the enemy and prepares his fist to strike, demanding to look at him. With one blow, he puts the demon on his back on the ground. The monster flies away from such damage. The red-haired girl jumps above the fighting Tang. She hits the monster on the head with all her might, while green blood flies in all directions. The demon falls with a crash, while the heroes nearby land on their feet. Jia frantically rushes towards the enemy, preparing a blow. The demon gets up with difficulty and stutters that they are strong and such blows cannot be parried. Tang and Zhao fly towards the enemy with fury and burning eyes. They kick him twice in the stomach, sending him flying. A bright red light appears on the demon's back as Tang and Zhao continue to kick him. A blast of energy pierces the monster's stomach. The red-haired girl expertly kicks him so hard that the demon flies high into the air. As he flies, the monster looks at the hole in his chest and can't believe how dare they just rip the core out of him. Red energy forms where the hole was, and the monster declares that he's going to do something. Jia yells at Tang, who is standing next to him, that the demon is about to explode, and he replies that she's suggesting they do something. The monster flies high above them, glowing with red energy, declaring that they're all going to die together. A yellow lightning bolt pierces the demon, and he screams in pain. He plummets down from the damage he's dealt. The monster sees the spear underneath him that pierced him through and realizes that it was the damn humans who did it. The two heroes turn around in surprise, seeing the yellow weapon that killed the demon. They see a castle with people fighting monsters, and the red-haired girl shouts that these are defense weapons. Joel, in armor, skillfully cuts through his enemies with swords. He slides along the ground holding a stance and sees monsters attacking him. He clenches his teeth and looks ahead, realizing that there are too many of them, and they never end. He raises his head, then loudly shouts for everyone to return to the city until the wave of demons passes. Tang and Zhao turn around at the scream that comes from the battlefield near the city and realize that they need to go back, because they are needed there more. The bearded master turns and wonders what to do with Ang and Lu then. The red-haired girl looks at the sad Tang and says that she also wants to help, but they are not just squad captains. Jiao watches him with a serious expression and states that they are warriors first. Tang closes his eyes in regret and clenches his teeth. They turn and start running towards the city gates, with the bearded man saying that help is needed there. Something dark glows with red lights and asks the man if he is the same as them. Lu lies bloody and unconscious. Ang, burning furiously, approaches the blue monster while he stands in front of him and asks if the opponent is a first-rank demon, clarifying that he is probably even stronger, because a person cannot grow a fin. The protagonist grows horns from his head and looks with rectangular pupils, while the enemy does not understand how this is possible. Ang glows with red fire and, raising his finger up, declares that perhaps this was the purpose of his reincarnation, namely, to gain demonic power. He snaps his fingers and a green light flies off, while he declares that he perhaps wants to change everything later. Ang stands in front of the demon, and the release light flies towards the lying Lu. She lies unconscious and light and particles begin to form around her. Lu opens her eyes as she is healed. The demon opens its mouth and does not believe that he is healing her, asking again if he really has a green health core. Ang with one horn recalls the past events and states that he does not remember well what happened earlier, while suggesting that it is possible that this is due to him absorbing a first-rank demon. Brown trunks appear around the protagonist, and he stands in front of the enemy and says that after he absorbs him, he will become the owner of the power of water bonds. The demon looks in fear at Ang rising up, not understanding where he got such power from, because he has never seen such a thing before. The protagonist stands on a pedestal high above his opponent and spreads his arms out to the sides. The transformed Ang holds his red hand and smirks, stating that he can't wait to see demonic power in action. The protagonist stands on a wooden throne with the moon in the background, while the monster standing below suggests that the opponent absorbed the core of a first-rank demon and became one of them. Ang looks at him with a smirk and thinks that this is the first time he sees a demon so scared. He looks up at the monster. The color of his hair has changed slightly. His legs begin to glow with red fire. He quickly descends, preparing to hit the blue demon. The protagonist flies up to his face and asks him to hit him with all his strength. He looks at him in confusion. The demon gets angry after Ang stated that he needs to test how strong he is in this form. The monster exclaims who he is after all, a human or not. The protagonist jumps away from him, hearing that he may be a demon. The fighter lands and asks about elemental control. He points his hand towards the blue demon and says that he remembers that the monster he absorbed had such an ability. His red hand shrinks and smokes with green light. Wooden trunks suddenly burst out of the ground and surround the monster. They wrap around his face. He does not understand what is happening. The demon deals a series of blows to Ang, stating that he will not wait. He punches him, screaming that the guy will not kill him for nothing. The monster grabs his hands with its claws, exclaiming about tree vines. The demon tears off his arm, mockingly stating that they can't bind him out of the same color. Tired Ang holds his hands, but there is no one in them anymore. Particles fly around. Blue Ang, against the backdrop of the red moon, raises his hand high up, holding the crystal. He squeezes it with force and breaks it into small pieces. With red eyes and a demonic look, he mockingly drinks the water from the crystal, saying that this is how he becomes stronger, and the demon's thoughts fill his mind. Ang wipes his mouth, saying that the taste is not bad at all. He turns to see Lu lying on the ground, surrounded by a green healing barrier. She is still unconscious. The protagonist turns into water and heads towards the girl. He materializes right in front of her. He looks at her with regret, half in human form. He smiles slightly and says that he dealt with the demon, and now it's time to take on Lu. The protagonist bares his teeth and declares that he absorbed the demon, and now he should think about the girl. He raises his hand high and declares that he wants to kill her. With one blow, he breaks the green barrier over the lying heroine. Red light fills everything around. He stretches his claws towards the defenseless girl. Aang bites his lips until they bleed and curses. He stops his transformed demonic hand with his normal palm and clenches his teeth, demanding that this stop. He looks at her furiously and wonders how he can kill a member of his own squad, because he can't even raise his hand to do this, and she needs to be delivered back to the city, noticing that the cursed voices are pushing him. He raises his head up and very loudly orders them to get out of his head. The Demon King appears in his thoughts and confidently states that he can still resist him. He adds with a smirk that it is interesting. The heroes fight monsters at the city walls. Lan and Seijio are back-to-back surrounded by enemies, and the boy states that the lower-ranked demons do not stop climbing. He picks up speed and swings his fist, then powerfully hits the ground and the shockwave sends the monsters flying apart. Lan turns and angrily asks why Aang and Lu are not with them, since their party is the only one that is not full. Seijio twirls a knife in her fingers and states that she heard from others about 2 warriors who sneaked out of the walls and were then dragged away by 2 first-ranked demons. The pink-haired girl widens her eyes as the monster approaches her and states that it seems to be Lu and Aang, noting that she is now worried about them. Lan angrily asks again, not believing that they got out of the walls. The girl stabs the monster with a knife and grabs her head, telling the guy not to ask anything, because she knows they were dragged away and she doesn't even want to think about it. Lan continues the fight and wonders why 2 first-ranked demons suddenly appeared here. He and the pink-haired heroine quickly head towards the monster, and he states that they need to deal with this wave of demons first. Jiao quickly walks towards the enemies. Tang turns towards her. They deal swift and hard blows to the monsters, which fly away from them. Joel calls out to Tang and Jiao while fighting enemies, asking how their core charges are. The bearded fighter jumps high into the air and raises his fist above the demons. He lands and they fly apart. Tang turns around and shouts that the charge level is normal, and is on the same level as Jiao. The red-haired heroine runs across the battlefield and thinks that the cores they use can wear out, and the stronger the core explosion, the more energy is spent, and at the same time the attack power is less. But it's good that she and Tang only fought 1 rank 1 demon and the charge state is normal, otherwise they wouldn't have been able to help with this wave. She kicks a group of multicolored monsters and they fly off to the side. The 3 heroes stand next to each other and Jiao asks Joel what he's up to. He excitedly shouts that they have already killed 1 first-rank demon, and these low-ranking ones are much calmer, and there are no higher ranks left, which means that this pack is not organized and attacks without any strategy. The frame shows monsters attacking them, while Joel explains that although they cannot think. The demons surround the captains, while one of them continues to explain that they feel the fear of death, and that this is what makes them more afraid. The heroes stand back to back and Joel loudly declares that it is necessary to undermine their desire to attack and buy time for the soldiers on the walls, so they need to use the maximum charge of the cores, concluding with a call to make fireworks from demons. Tang and Jiao with a smirk indicate that they have accepted the order. They sharply soar upward, leaving the monsters only to watch their flight. Tang and Jiao are in the air at a great height and look down. They are glowing red. The man points at the herd of demons. The heroes instantly descend, leaving fiery trails, wanting to roast the villains. They descend, connecting their beams together with each other, while the demons fiercely watch their movements. Tang and Jiao land, calling out red lightning, then the shockwave scatters the monsters in different directions. Near the city, a large crater was left after the impact. The heroes shine with their cores among the dust clouds. Jiao tells Tang that this is the second time they had to use the core explosion. The bearded one replies that if it were not for the limitations of the core and body, he would constantly exterminate them in this way. The fighters prepare to run, blazing with red smoke. They instantly turn into a bright red fire that flies in the direction of the enemies. The hero goes to the monsters, declaring that the red core explosion is still the most powerful. He quickly moves towards them. Joel cuts their flesh with a knife. Seijio is filming next to Lan and says that this is the first time he has seen the captains fight so powerfully. Lan looks down with envy and thinks that this is the power of a warrior with a rank 1 core, while promising himself that he will become just as powerful. Joel exhales. He stands with his back to his partners and asks if they are okay. Tang replies that the load on the body is bearable. Jiao notes that they finish them off quickly. The heroes stand near an empty portal. Joel points out with a smile that it worked on the herd of demons, and it is time to cheer up the soldiers. The captain, standing next to his comrades, raises his head up and loudly addresses the warriors, ordering them to catch their breath and continue fighting, because the wave of demons will definitely retreat. The fighters standing on the wall begin to rejoice loudly, exclaiming that the 3rd captain can be trusted. Joel looks down and says with a smile, "Great, and now them." He suddenly opens his eyes wide and looks ahead, not believing his eyes. Someone at this time shouts cautiously, "Something is approaching." Joel, Tang, Jiao look in horror at the explosion behind the huge approaching wave of monsters. The girl asks if the second first-rank demon has come. The bearded man remains silent. A stranger walks towards them in the smoke, whose core is glowing red. Tang, Joel and Xiao look ahead in surprise. The bearded man recognizes the mysterious fighter. Among the hungry monsters, An walks calmly, carrying Lu in his arms. The demons part. A shadow hides the protagonist's face, and he hears his name being exclaimed. An walks towards the city walls. The monsters watch them from behind, without attacking. Xiao looks in surprise at the heroes walking towards them and declares that it is the protagonist and Lu, but then wonders where the first-rank demon is. Joel looks ahead excitedly and says that even though they drove them away, it is still not safe for An to be around the first-rank demons, and he walks past them so carelessly, considering that they could pounce on him at any moment. The monsters scream and howl at the heroes passing by. The three captains rush to their aid when they see the demons rushing to attack. An holds Lu in his arms and feels the claws of his enemies approaching. They pull them closer and closer to the heroes. An looked up and with his demonic eyes commanded them to go away. The monsters stopped and looked at the hero in surprise. They quickly backed away, seeing the strength of the main character. The red demon knelt down. It lowered its head and began to scratch the ground. The monster abruptly turned around and began to run away from them. The other demons turned around and began to move. An, holding Lu in his arms, sees the monsters running back in a herd. They jump loudly as the protagonist carries his girlfriend to the city walls. Tang and Xiao look at them in shock, stopping and asking why the demon wave retreated. The monster portal began to fade near the city walls. The surprised fighters look down and realize that the demon wave is retreating. They raise their hands up and joyfully exclaim their victory. One of the warriors asks another why they retreated so suddenly, noting that the powerful maneuver of the three captains scared these monsters. He replies that this is most likely what happened. Tang looks up at the wall and hears enthusiastic words about how the explosion caused by the captains was a cool deterrent maneuver. The others say that they have everything and not to worry. The villain runs his claw across the protagonist's chest and says that his body is still his, but due to certain circumstances, he will be in a dormant state for some time. He squeezes An with his red hands and says with a smile that for their safety, he will need to work hard and evolve. Another crimson clone stands in front of the protagonist. He raises his red hand in front of him. The villain says with a smirk that he will then become completely untouchable. An kneels in front of him and declares that demons are down, insulting him and asking how he has so much nerve. The heroine happily turns around after someone complains about the noise. A man in a white suit walks up to them along with three captains and asks if this is the right way to greet saviors. The man holds his hands behind his back while the others bow to him, calling him master, and the girl says dad. An looked thanking him for his bravery on behalf of the entire Gong clan. The master turned to Tang and the others, saying that today they can all rest and recharge their batteries at their mansion, and then they will celebrate the victory over Xiao stand in front of An, who is sitting on a chair, with their arms crossed, and call him by name. The bearded captain lowers his gaze and regretfully states that a rank 1 demon appeared during his warrior exam, then adding about the recent wave of demons, suddenly asks the protagonist if he knows anything about it. A shadow hides the faces of Joel and Tang. The fighter with the blue core addresses him, saying that they can no longer delay this, even if it is his squad. He in turn remains silent. Joel looks up and confidently states that it is him now. An opens his mouth in surprise and hears how he wants to ask directly. The three captains stand in front of the protagonist with their arms crossed, and a question is heard: is he a demon? An was sitting on the couch in front of his comrades. His eyes widened in surprise. The heroes looked at the guy carefully. A question was heard: is he a demon? Putting his hand on his head, An asked if they were making fun of him. He and Lu had just escaped from the clutches of a first-rank demon. Putting his hands in his pockets, Joel said that another first-rank demon, Tang and Xiao, had to destroy together. Looking ahead, the blue-haired man asked if he had really dealt with that demon alone. Leaning closer, he demanded to know how he had managed to escape with Lu. An thought about what he should do. This time they really suspected something. What excuse should he come up with now? Joel's eyes glowed purple. He asked if that was why he always remained unharmed after encountering demons. Could he be in league with them? The boy gritted his teeth, thinking that he really needed to tell them his secret. Could he trust them? What would happen to him if he told them about it? Imagining the bright rays of attacks, he wondered if they would kill him on the spot. A shadow fell on Aang's face, thinking that they would not miss this opportunity. They would not believe that he was a human. They would think that he was a demon, after all. He imagined the body of the Demon King, continuing the thought that the strongest was hidden within it. A shining weapon appeared in Joel's palm. He said that enough chatter, it was time to end this. An looked at him fearfully, thinking what to do. They wanted to start right here. He would have to fight them. Xiao touched her comrade's hand, calming him down. Tucking her hair behind her ear, she imagined a demon and said that only demons of the 4th rank and above could take human form. And so far it did not seem that An was a 4th rank demon. But even if he was, why would he infiltrate their C-rank city? A shadow hid Tang's face, who said that there was one more thing: demons do not save comrades, they do not know friendship. They are selfish and cruel creatures. Crossing his arms, he continued that risked his life to save Lu. He doesn't believe that he is a demon. Joel clapped the guy on the shoulder with a cute smile and said that he knows. He only wanted to scare him. Why are they all so serious? Looking at his friend, he said that they can consider themselves back from the dead. Good job. Looking down, Tang said that Lu told them that she lost consciousness while fighting the demon and does not remember what happened next. Aang sat opposite the man, who asked what happened when he finally saved her from the first-rank demon. Putting her hand on her hip, Jiao asked if he really defeated that demon himself. The guy's yellow eye widened. Staring forward, Aang realized that he really defeated it himself. He focused on the demon inside him and completely forgot about other troubles. With a cute wink, the hero pointed to himself and said that he was actually a genius. He coughed into his fist in embarrassment, thinking that he had exaggerated a bit, and said that he could quickly absorb a large amount of core energy, and for a time his explosive power would become super powerful. This was his secret weapon. Imagining the images, the red-haired girl asked, the energy absorption he was talking about, is it the same effect as their core explosion? Looking at her, Aang confirmed and wondered if they would believe such an explanation. The comrades were thoughtfully silent. Standing in front of him, Joel laughed and said that if this was really the case, then he was a genius. Tang asked, does he mean that both this time and the last time, he used this skill to fight first-rank demons? Sitting on the bench, the hero confirmed, explaining that the first time he realized he could do this, his body absorbed all the core energy for the next attack against the demon, who was in a stupor due to the fact that it was the first time he lost consciousness. This time, he used such a trick to defeat the demon that had captured Lu. His body couldn't withstand the sudden surge of energy, and he could only bring it here and then fainted himself. Tang looked at him carefully, thinking that this explained why he saw his core being destroyed, because the energy in it was becoming too much and it couldn't withstand it. Standing behind his comrades, he thought that it was really like this. Did An really have talent? Jiao spread her hands, saying that if it was as he said, then this trick was still within the realm of possibility. In fact, it was the same core explosion that they used. They, the captains, through years of training, had learned to minimize the strain on their bodies during the release of energy because they knew how to control it. Therefore, he should try not to use this ability until he learned to control it, and should be more careful. The blonde crossed his arms and said that she was right, so they would test his trick on him. If he was really that talented, let him prove it. Emitting a red aura, Tang pointed his finger and called for them to come out to the battlefield. The two boys stood opposite each other on the field. Aang adjusted his glove, mentally asking, prove it. He still didn't believe him. His hand touched the ground. Crouching down, touching the ground, Tang said that they were starting. Aang smiled sweetly and thanked him for the opportunity. He looked at the man's figure surrounded by red flashes, thinking that he had gotten into trouble. How should he fight him? And although for him in his past life, such a level of skill as theirs was basic, in this life, his body is completely useless. The boy touched the red ball, thinking what should he do? Maybe he can use the power of a demon. A bright beam rushed forward along with a scream. The man surrounded by flames approached. His foot hit the ground. The swing left a bright red mark. Aang's eyes widened in shock. He looked at the furrow left by the attack and thought that he was really giving it his all. Putting her hand to her mouth, Jiao shouted that she would take it upon herself. Looking at the enemy who had dodged, Tang said that his reflexes were good. Looking ahead, Aang thought that he was completely guided by the combat experience he had gained in his past life, but this kind of test was too much. Swinging his fist, the blonde said that he would give it his all. Rays of attack shot up. A crack was visible in the smoke. Aang covered his face with his hand, thinking that to just destroy the battlefield like that, they were really acting like they belonged here. The enemy appeared behind the surprised hero. Fingers squeezed his neck. Holding the hero, Tang asked if that was all, and the boy thought that he was too slow to dodge. A large foot struck the enemy's leg. With a sharp movement, Tang threw the boy aside. The comrades ran up to them. Looking forward, Joel said that this was too much. They needed to intervene. Jiao demanded to wait because he knew what he was doing. The blonde man slammed his fists together, asking if this was all he could do. He didn't even have a trace of talent. Aang raised his hand to the side, thinking that he really didn't like where this was going. He stood up, thinking that in his previous life, he was still a warrior who was revered like a king. The Tang generation were like flies to him. The hero surrounded by smoke thought that if he said that this was talent, but did not show the proper power, they would not believe him. Since he was reborn, he could sacrifice his old principle, spreading from the hero into the distance. Aang smiled confidently, thinking that after using the demon's power, synchronization even with such a weak core like his is going fast. It seems that this has opened up new powers in him, and now he will be able to squeeze more out of this body. Joel looked surprised, asking, she also sees how his synchronization level is increasing non-stop. Jiao asked, is it possible that such a talented fighter appeared in their ordinary city? Frowning, Tang thought, is this his aura? The synchronization level just increased to 40% and is still continuing to increase? He pictured the girl, thinking that he remembered Lu's stat was 39%, and had now crossed that threshold. The captain's eyes widened as, how did he even have such combat experience? The heroes turned to the man who said that he was doing the right thing. They shouldn't let Tang, whose brute strength was much greater ankle, then there was no way to escape. It seemed like Ong would have a hard time. Tang swung. He countered that he was the one who caught the captain. The guy jumped, surprising the man. And gritting his teeth, he hit his head on the forehead. His comrades watched in shock. Tang fell back. He grabbed his forehead, wincing in pain. Ong jumped back, hearing the question, what is he doing? Landing, the hero said that the human skull may be strong, but the brow ridge is fragile. Rushing forward, he ordered the captain to get ready. Tang closed one eye in pain. Then, taking a fighting stance, he ordered to attack. Looking at him, Joel exclaimed that it seems he is not going to hold back. The platform shattered, disintegrating into stones. Looking forward on with a red eye thought, this move combines both defense and offense? Extending his hand, he thought that he should try a little of this demonic power. The red demonic palm stretched forward. The red image behind him clenched his fist. Tang looked up in surprise. A red spark was visible in the rising dust. Ong bent down behind him. The red-haired girl looked forward, saying that he took advantage of the enemy's blindness due to the smoke around him, and used Tang's move to strike back. The boy added that he was vindictive. With a serious look, Gong replied that no, it would be better to say that he has an amazing ability to learn. Tang opened his mouth, shouting that he should not forget that this was his move. He was more familiar with it than anyone. His body became as if in the negative. A shadow hid Gong's face, who said that he had just lost. Smoke rose from the blow behind the man's back. The fist was next to the blonde's body, who wondered if he had missed that blow on purpose. Standing next to him, Ong told the captain that he was using this technique to attack, and if they were to fight for real, he would have a hard time. He seemed upset, stretching out his fist, and said that when he was hit in the head, his vision would blur for a moment and phantom visions could appear, which were easy to confuse. He took advantage of this. Winking, the hero asked, did he believe him now? Tang closed his eyes silently. Standing on the broken platform, he thought, is it true? Gong's eyes were wide open. He thought that he was so young, could he really? The heroes looked at the exit of the platform, hearing a knock. Suiju came in with her comrades, asking what they were so busy with that they didn't come to dinner. The Liu family prepared a wonderful meal and very comfortable rooms for them. Her expression became very surprised. She asked what happened here? Scratching his cheek, awkwardly replied that it was all Tang. The white-haired girl looked at the sight, wondering if they were sparring. There were bruises on the man's face. He heard that he got hit hard. The guy said that because the captain was constantly fighting demons, the sudden change of opponent was hard for him. Gong opened his mouth, laughing. Winking, he told him not to be modest, and suggested that they finish their sparring and go to dinner. Stepping forward, the hero said that he was terribly hungry, and he was not being modest. The man with a beard looked at him silently. Looking at Aang's back as he left, he thought that he was determined, strong, knew exactly what he was capable of, and even held his own against Tang, but even his sense of combat was nothing compared to his potential. Turning around, he called out to Lu. Towering over his daughter, he said that this guy was not bad. Did she like him? The girl looked at him shyly, making a puzzled sound. A crescent moon was shining in the sky outside the window. The heroes were sitting at a set table. The man raised his glass and addressed the audience. Everyone looked at Gong, who said that on behalf of all the people of the city, he wanted to thank them for their service, and of course, they also expressed gratitude to those who fought on the front lines. Aang paid attention when he heard that he was an incredible young man. The guy bowed when he heard thanks for saving his daughter, and replied that he could not do otherwise. It was not worth thanking. Tang hit him on the head, asking who allowed him to drink. The boy flexed his fingers in displeasure, and exclaimed that he was an adult. He was already 18, must be. Wasn't the warrior's test only from 18? Jiao closed her eyes and said that he had not missed the opportunity to take revenge. Gong smiled and told them to drink. Looking at his daughter, he noted that he was already old enough. Lu pouted in displeasure. Her hair hid her eyes. She remembered standing in front of her father, who said that after seeing the fight, he was convinced that this guy was not bad, and his level of talent and potential was not inferior to hers. Looking forward, the man said that he would definitely find a way to conquer her cold heart. The girl asked again with her hands behind her back. Blushing, she embarrassedly thought, what kind of talk is this? No need to conquer her heart. Recalling the awkward moment, she asked her father to stop and thought that Aang was a real fool. The girl held the camera, saying what kind of feast is this? They wouldn't refuse to eat too. Lan turned to the hero and asked how he could defeat a rank 1 demon by himself. It was so cool. Without giving him a chance to answer, Tang crossed his arms and said that this guy can absorb a large amount of core energy, and for a time, his explosive power becomes super powerful. Sitting on an undrawn chair, Jiao said that it was similar to how captains use their core energy. At that critical moment, he risked his life to use this explosive power. Looking ahead, the girl said that it was very dangerous, because without proper training, it puts a lot of strain on the body, and if you abuse this skill, it can eventually lead to serious complications. The guy sitting next to him said that there was a small battle between Tang and An. Holding a shot glass, Joel said that in order to prove that An can really use the explosive energy of the core like this, but he still needs to train a lot, otherwise, his body will not be able to withstand it. Imagining the colored crystals, An thought about what if he told him that he absorbed 2 first-class demon cores and could regenerate using wooden vines. He imagined the silhouette of a person and the branches coming out of the heart, and thought that even if this frail body could not withstand the strain, he would be able to quickly heal. The boy smiled, thinking that he couldn't tell them such a thing. It would be fine if they thought that he could use the explosive energy of the core like the captains, and said out loud that it was as they said, so he also passed out then. It seems that he will need to work on his stamina. Looking at him with interest, Lan said that who knew that he could do this, it's cool, he should definitely continue to work on it. Suijio also exclaimed that he was cool. Lu turned her gaze to the hero and thought, he really has such a skill, no wonder he was able to save her at that moment. Sitting at the table, Tang said that they were originally going to punish them for their midnight raid. Looking forward seriously, the captain continued that considering that they had already killed a first-ranked demon during the exam, they would consider everything forgiven. The heroes breathed a sigh of relief. Taking a sip from his glass, Joel said that it was too early to rejoice. The competition between the junior squads was still ongoing. Jiao added that their squad was still among the laggards, they would have to work hard from tomorrow. Clenching his fingers into a fist, An confirmed, saying that their goal was first place. The green-haired girl snatched a piece of paper from the board. What happened with the demon wave was already a month ago, and the struggle between the squads for first place in the tournament table had reached its peak. In order to get more points, more and more squads were trying to take on Class A quests, and after a while, it became difficult to take on any quests. 4 silhouettes were standing on the court, so after consulting with them, Lu made a serious decision to find a victim. The red-haired guy turned around and asked, "A battle for points? A gambling game for points, we need to challenge other teams." The captain stood next to his sniper squad members and asked, "They remember what happened last time, right?" Lu crossed her arms and said, "Enough talking, 10 points, one-on-one fight." Putting on his mask, the captain asked, 10 points, they want the equivalent of a Class A quest reward, it's too arrogant to ask for that. Oh well, Captain Tang can't come and separate them this time, so they'll settle it among themselves. The sniper team came closer, saying they agreed. People crowded around the rectangular battlefield. Someone said that the newbies were challenging the point leaders, seriously, 10 points at once. Another person said that these newbies didn't understand how this all worked at all, it seemed like they hadn't killed a single demon. Another person said that their team was very arrogant, although it was almost the end of the month, they probably did this because they couldn't take the quest. Someone asked why the sniper squad was so easygoing, how did they persuade them? There were 2 participants on the court. The man said that more and more people were coming, they still had time to refuse so that they wouldn't whine because they had hazed them. The hero replied that it was too early to say who would be embarrassed here. Looking back, Ang asked why he hadn't volunteered first as the squad captain. The red-haired man standing next to him said that it was because they had a girl volunteering, but so that they wouldn't complain later when they lost. They were lucky that their deputy captain was also a girl. The brunette with the antennae on her headband, like an insect, was smiling. The guy said that that's why they wouldn't be too embarrassed. The hero smiled and said that if that was the case, he wouldn't advise underestimating their captain. His eyes lit up yellow slyly when he said that she was an unusual girl. Holding a camera to her face, Sujia said that Lu was starting. The white-haired girl's hand glowed green, she said that she would deal with it quickly, and mentally called 10 points to go to her. The brunette standing opposite recognized her as young Lu, who was called the princess who never laughed. The deputy captain held a thorn surrounded by a glow in her hand and asked her to show her a couple of her tricks today. The heroine quickly rushed forward, hearing that they were starting. The girl covered herself with her hands from a swift blow. Gritting her teeth, she thought, doesn't she have a green recovery core, she is so fast, as if she had a blue agility core. The girl saw a blow to her hand in fear. Standing with her knees bent, Lu ordered to surrender. The blonde looked ahead intently, thinking that it was not surprising that these so-called seniors, although they became fighters before them, still rely more on teamwork. They go out to fight one-on-one, and their attack and defense collapses. Teamwork is good, but she can't stand alone. The brunette's hands were shaking, she cursed, thinking that she was channeling energy into her muscles to cause cramps. Surrounded by green rays, the girl said that she had an open body. In martial arts this is not forgiven. From sharp blows, the opponent flew back. Watching this, the captain of snipers said that she delivered all blows precisely to joints and muscles. The brunette fell to the ground. Looking down at her, Lu said that in their clan, they specialize in martial arts. Heading away, she said that they will end here. Comrades ran to the deputy. While the spectators discussed that Lu was the most capable of the newcomers, perhaps her team relies on her to earn points, Someone said that this princess is unsmilingly good, so cool. The next person said that Lu had won. It was hard to say for sure now, but there were definitely few who could compete with her physically. An, who was standing by the platform, said 10 points, let them not forget to add them to the squad. The eyes of the sniper captain became angry. He cursed in his mind, saying that Lu was good. Pointing his finger, he said that he would go himself. Would she dare to fight again? The white-haired girl's eyes widened when she heard that he was betting 20 points. Touching the crystal on her chest, she said that they agreed, and mentally rejoiced. Waving his hand, the guy told the captain that she had just finished the fight. Let her rest. Pointing his finger at himself, An said that he would go. Pointing his finger, the rival captain exclaimed, where is he going? Let him go, he will only fight with their captain. However, the masked guy poked him in the chest, saying that when he was done with him, his own mother would not recognize him. The sniper team exclaimed in shock that the captain was so taken by this. Looking at the girl with the camera, Lan said that An would go now, and she took a photo. The silhouettes stood opposite each other on the platform. The sniper captain extended his hand forward. A weapon appeared in his hand. He said that he chose a training air rifle. It would not cause serious injuries, but it would hurt. Looking ahead with his yellow eye, the hero thought that now there are even special training ammunition. This is cool. In his time there was no such thing. If a warrior shooter wanted to improve his skill, he had to do it on a real battlefield. An walked forward, telling him to aim better then. The fat man from the enemy team smiled widely, saying that he would definitely hit him. Let him not belittle the accuracy of their captain's shots. And he is not ashamed to say such things? The guy in the mask held a gun, saying that self-confidence is good. He will let him use any weapon he chooses. Let him not complain later that they did not have equal chances. Aang touched his chin, imagining the weapon, and thought that now he only has an ordinary combat knife. Saying this, in his past life, his weapon was also him. He misses him. He was one of a kind, like a faithful companion. I wonder if he still has it somewhere? Clenching his fingers into a fist, the hero said it didn't matter. He was choosing to go hand to hand, and that would do. The red-haired man raised his eyebrows in confusion. His team members stared ahead, asking in surprise. The sniper captain arched his back and laughed, saying that he wanted to go hand to hand against him. Were newbies really that arrogant in their time? Aang scratched his ear, hearing the cry that he had given him a chance. If he wanted to go without a weapon, then he would obey. The hero thought that there was so much chatter, he should put a muzzle on him. He imagined a lion with its mouth open, hearing that they would clarify one thing. Even if the lion hunted a rabbit, it did it with all its might. It would not seem like a little. Now he would easily return their glasses. Bending his arm at the elbow, the hero agreed, offering him to show everything he could. Lan, who was standing next to the girls, said that he wondered how they would react if they knew that Aang single-handedly defeated a first-class demon and won a duel with Captain Tang without a weapon at all. Seijio added that that was why it was interesting to watch their fight. Lu crossed her arms, thinking that he won a fight with Captain Tang. Does that mean he is better than her? If she is the captain, she cannot be weaker than her squad mates. Blushing, she remembered the conversation with her father and thought that as soon as she looked at him, she immediately remembered her father's words. Where did such thoughts come from now? His hand rose up, telling him to get ready. The opponents looked at each other when the guy waved his hand, commanding the start. A trace remained from the rapid start. The fast opponent spread his arms, thinking that it was time to show what he was capable of. He would pierce him all over long before he got close to him. Lu looked ahead in surprise, thinking that instead of starting to shoot, he quickly took up a position. The guy thought that even a demon with a blue agility core would have a hard time dodging its rapid charge. Lightning spread between the heroes. He thought that he only needed to hit once. After that, all the other charges would be attracted to the target as if by a magnet. Looking carefully ahead, An thought that this was great. That's why he chose him as an opponent to test his capabilities. The guy surrounded by blue rays used water bonds. Blue rays flew forward. The fat man asked, did he manage to dodge the captain's bullets, moving so smoothly that it seems like he is made of water? How is that possible? Legs digging his heels into the floor. Flying away from the moving hero, the captain cursed, saying that he did not want to use his secret technique in this fight. The blonde looked ahead carefully, thinking that the most interesting thing about the captain's weapon is that it can accumulate energy in itself, and then this energy can be used together with the projectile for a more powerful shot. Keeping the hero in sight, the enemy captain said that he will see how he dodges his high-precision projectiles at zero range. Aang's fist glowed green. A root appeared under the enemy's leg. The vine wrapped around the leg of the frightened guy, who thought, what is this? Leaving a bright trail, the bullet flew past under the cry that he missed. One of the snipers just missed. The hero's eyes glowed red. He punched the enemy, leaving a mark. His foot moved across the floor. The hero powerfully hit the enemy in the chest. The sniper team members called out to the captain in alarm. He flew far back. The gun hit the floor. Putting his foot on the handle, An said, here they are, 20 points. The sniper captain was trembling, sitting on the ground and asked, how did he do it? Aang's comrades were happy, supporting him, Lu thought, I have never seen such a thing, where did he learn to do this? So Ang easily received 30 points from the sniper squad. Aang's challenge to fight, Lu attracted the attention of other junior squads, and more squads wanted to try themselves. The heroes smiled with horns like devils, even some of the seniors wanted to try and they participated in the fights. Lan swung his fist, feeling the taste of victory. All the members of Lu's squad fought for points one after another, as stipulated by the rules. Suijio raised her hand. Lu leaned forward, attacking, thanks to their good performance. Aang's eyes were glowing red, the squad was winning more than losing, and the points were piling up. The line on the list moved up, so they climbed the rankings at a rapid speed. The heroes stood confidently looking forward. Finally, at the end of the month, Lu's team rose to the top of the rankings among Captain Tang's squads at an incredible speed and earned the right to participate in the final stage. The finals between the remaining 3 teams began. Words were heard from the great building that it was a wonderful feeling to stand here at the end of each month and watch the squad grow and develop, although there were still the same faces. Looking forward, Joel said that Lu's squad only needed a few days to climb to the top of the rankings. It was not easy to stand out among the 9 other squads. Walking behind the man, Jiao said that she heard that they used the points as bets, then fought with other teams and mostly won. Touching his hair, she said, what kind of methods do they have? She didn't see him trying to put an end to this. Tang, who she was talking to, closed his eyes and said that they had earned points thanks to their own strength. There was no reason to stop them from doing so. Ang and Lu had always been strong, and after watching a few fights, their 2 remaining comrades. He imagined the image of a guy and a girl, and said that Lan and Seijio had also done well. The captains walked up to the rectangular entrance. Looking ahead, the blue-haired man said that for the first time in so many years, they had newcomers in the junior squad finals. Everything was buzzing there now. The man touched the door with his hand. It glowed, and he said that they were starting. The participants turned around, looking at the people who entered, and words were heard that they were all curious about who would win this time. The purple-haired girl said that a team that didn't even have a name managed to make it to the finals. What did Captain Tang and the others think? The brunette covered her mouth with her hand, telling her to be quiet, otherwise they would hear, this is Team Jiao Starflower. The guy put his legs on the railing, saying that Captain Tang really had the most points for the newcomers, and he thought it was a lie. They would see what they were like. This is Team Joel's area. Suijio raised her leg, stretching, and said that they were very warlike. Lan turned to her and said that the Zarya and Starflower squads were the strongest, under the command of Jiao and Joel. Everyone in their city knows about them. The guy presented figures on the diagram, saying that he heard that the next of the 3 captains, the successor of Captain Tang, would be chosen from among them. Warming his hands, Ang said that this was cool, then they would have to try hard. He closed one eye, thinking that although his stamina was still his weak point, with his new ability, he could at least fight on par with a rank 1 core warrior like Captain Tang. Winning wouldn't be difficult, the only question was what their reward would be. The woman in shorts walked forward. Jiao put her hand to her face and called for the guys to gather. Her squad members ran up to her. The purple-haired girl looked at the instructor and said that the squad was already prepared to take first place. If they won, they wanted a bonus to the reward, like taking them to a B-class city to go shopping. They turned to the man who repeated and asked, this is the great goal of their squad, they know how to impress. The blonde man put his hands in his pockets and said that their squad wanted to go to a B-class city to meet stronger warriors so that they could exchange experiences. The girl indignantly clenched her fist and shouted that he understood, shopping for girls is also like a kind of training. The comrade said that this is the annoying Zarya squad, everything is always wrong with them. The heroes turned their heads, hearing that the youth is very hot-tempered now. Tang and at the end, the winner is chosen based on the points received. Standing next to the gray box, he said that they would learn more about the rules as they went along. To motivate them to do better, they would tell them about the reward. Jiao winked, saying that she knew they were eager to hear about it. This time the reward would not disappoint them. Spreading his arms out to the sides, Joel announced that the winner would be able to go to a B-class city for a week to study and train. Aang turned around, looking at the jubilant participants, who were happy, saying that they were lucky, this time they would definitely be the first. Lan looked at Seijio and asked what she was planning to do in the city. She replied that she would buy herself a better camera lens. Looking ahead, Tang said that the squad leaders would draw lots. The squad captains came forward while the others were talking. Someone said that he heard that in B-class cities, everything was more expensive than theirs. The guy said that it was a worthy reward. Aang thoughtfully put his fingers to his chin, hearing people discussing, I wonder how far the city is. There must be warriors with a rank 2 core there. These warriors are probably even cooler than their captains. In theory, yes. I can't wait to meet such warriors. Putting his fingers to his face, Aang thought that after he was transported to this time, there was still a lot he couldn't understand. What kind of B-class city this was. In his time there was no such hierarchy between the cities. They all had their own warriors and were independent. Imagining the model of the city behind the wall, The guy thought that the man once said that this city belonged to Class C, the lowest, then there are cities of Class B and A. Imagining a triangular diagram, the hero thought that the class of a city depends on the strength and number of warriors it has. In Class C cities there are usually warriors with rank 1 and 2 cores. Warriors with rank 2 and 3 cores are classified as B-class cities. Imagining the top of the diagram, he thought that if a warrior had a rank 3, 4, or 5 core, he would be sent to an A-class city. Birds flew over the modern city, and words were heard that the only S-class city, Dawn, decided on the level. Imagining the map, he thought that he was in the heart of the land of hope. They said that Dawn's city was so big that it contained not only warriors with rank 6 cores. He imagined a man with a shining core and continued that several of the strongest warriors with rank 7 cores. That was where all the strongest warriors of humanity were now. Imagining the city of the water environment, the hero thought that the only S-class city was quite pretentious. I wonder how it differed from the cities that were in his time. He didn't even know if his city, which they defended in the battle 60 years ago, was still standing. I imagined the silhouettes, thinking that his faithful comrades had probably all died by now. The boy's eyes widened as he was called. Coming closer, Lan said that he liked to think. Seijo told him not to get distracted. Pointing her hand at the leader, she said that it was about to begin. Holding a piece of paper in her hand, Lu said that they were first. The squads stood opposite each other. A shout was heard that the weapons had been changed to training ones, Zarya squad against Lu squad. Lan smiled, saying that they were the only ones who didn't have a squad name yet. What would he say if they came up with something cool? The girl answered that she agreed. A good name was super important. It would speak for itself in their next battles. Standing behind, An said that it was a good idea. They would finish the battle and discuss it, while the leader angrily thought that it was enough to talk. The blonde with a bandage on his forehead mockingly asked how such a lazy team could hope to win first place. Standing in front of his team members, he said, "Listen carefully. Everyone chooses a target. He takes on the so-called captain." Standing on the balcony, Tang raised his hand. He waved his palm, shouting that the battle begins. The team members began to move, hearing the command to scatter. Lu frowned, imagining the layout of the participants, thinking that they chose the tactic of one-on-one combat. Such a tactic is effective when there is a large difference in strength. Her team quickly moved forward. She shouted that they will attack together. Looking with his yellow eye, An thought that it seemed that Lu also understood their tactics. It would be better for their squad to attack their captain right away. Looking at the girl running in front, he thought that the disadvantage of the split tactic is that everyone is for himself. If the captain loses, the rest will lose morale. This is a good idea. The girl with a bandage on her nose thought, are they going to attack the captain? The silhouettes approached the figure. A clip was heard that they were changing strategy. Now the target was Lu. Several silhouettes appeared above the girl. Opening her mouth, she calmly ordered the three of them to hold and cover. Her team members repelled the enemy's attack. The blonde frowned. He held a knife in his hand, asking if she wanted to fight him herself, not to be arrogant. He rested his foot on the ground, breaking it. And then he rushed to attack the girl. The girl jumped up, raising her hands up. Holding a shining ball in his palm, the blonde said so for her. A bright flash emanated from his palm. Frowning, Lu exclaimed, "Everyone close your eyes and take defensive positions." She thought he concentrated the energy in his hands to create a flash. The participants covered their eyes with their hands. She thought that he even hit his own. Covering his face with his hand, Tang asked, wasn't he warned that something like this wouldn't happen here? If they have a one-on-one battle, his flash is a valuable weapon, but in a group battle, the effect of it will be reflected on his comrades. When he managed to put on tactical water goggles. Looking at him, An replied that it was unwise to abandon his squad mates during a battle. He thought that those thick-rimmed glasses made of water reflected most of the rays from the flash. Thanks to the water elementals, they were able to weaken the effect of it more or less. Lu leaned over the platform, thinking that the flash from the light was no longer there. She approached her comrade from behind, thinking about him. Looking at the guy in surprise, the white-haired girl thought, when did he manage to do it? Smiling sideways at her, An said that he was leaving the rest to her. Let her finish him. Looking at the enemy holding onto his shoulder, Lu thought, An has already fought him. Did he manage to do it while everyone was closing their eyes? Her heels left the ground. She thought he was doing well. Lu quickly rushed forward. Holding a knife, the blonde thought she was going to attack from the front, then he would use the flash again. He froze, realizing that his hand was shaking, and thought that it was not moving. When did he manage to dislocate his shoulder? The girl's hand rushed into his torso. Looking forward, Lu said that he was right. It was fast and simple. Many green balls appeared around. An jumped up to his comrades who were fighting, then he almost did not interfere, but mainly helped the guys here and there. They were doing well on their own, and the longer the fight went on, the better they did. The heroes looked away. Standing over the prone enemy, Lu said that their captain was defeated. Were they giving up or what? The opposing team member spread his hands. Standing on the balcony, Tang said that the fight was over. His comrade added that this was to be expected. Looking down, Jiao noticed that Ang still did not use his ability. The man looked down carefully. The girl with pink hair made a surprised sound. Her eyes widened, she asked, did they lose? No way, is it because of Lu, is she that strong? Holding his shoulder, the blonde said that they also can't believe it. Frowning, he said that they are next, and as old rivals, here is one piece of advice. The heroes' team stood in a confident pose. The girl put her hand behind her back, thinking that the words of the captain of the Zarya squad made her heart heavy. She did not like it. Looking at the participants, Lu said that the Lu squad versus the Starflower squad, the weapons were changed to training ones. The battle began. The opponents looked at each other resolutely. Rushing forward, the girl exclaimed, do not let the Zarya squad intimidate them. They act according to the plan and do not give up the formation. Clenching his fist surrounded by radiance, Lan thought that he needed to concentrate all his strength in one blow. From his blow, the ground cracked. A yellow dome appeared on the cracked platform. The hero leaned down and thought that this was great. He could hide behind the smoke. The girl from the opposing team screamed as a vine wrapped around her legs, her comrades asking where these vines came from. An looked ahead contentedly, thinking that it worked. It seemed that the absorbed demon elements had more uses. He imagined the elements of the diagram and thought that the elementals of water and wood, I wonder how many there are in total. Standing next to him, Lu called out to her comrade, who replied that he understood. His foot left the ground. Lan rushed forward. Spreading his arms, Ang said that they could fight him together. The silhouette of the hero stood on the court, the place of the competition. Putting on the glove, Ang thought that this was the last fight. It was time for them to have fun. The blonde frowned, saying that it seemed like he didn't care about them. The girl added that she would make him regret his presumption. Pointing her finger, Jiao said that the rules were the same as a normal fight. If one of the parties surrendered or could no longer fight, the fight was over, and so, the fight began. The opponents immediately ran towards the guy. The guy with yellow eyes told the girl not to forget about their plan. Glancing sideways at him, she responded to him to leave. She would not forget. Red lightning appeared around the guy's leg. Taking off abruptly, he approached the opponents. Looking at this, the girl in glasses screamed, be careful. A shining spark appeared in the blonde's palm. He said that he thought he was the weak link. He would not let himself be humiliated by someone like him. The girl's eyes widened in surprise. She thought that he was using a flash, so quickly began to plan. She remembered how the guy stood by the stone wall and told her to listen carefully. This time she and they would unite. They cannot lose, since they would still have the opportunity to continue fighting and a chance to go to the B-class city. Standing in the arch next to the girl, he said that he had a plan for them to win. Let her take these glasses. He handed the girl a pair of golden glasses, saying that they would block the light from his flash technique a little, so when he blinded him. Standing in front of him, the boy said that she would deliver the finishing blow. Taking the glasses in her hand, the girl asked, is he giving her such a valuable thing? Can't even believe it? Clenching his fist decisively, the blonde said that this Ang is not that simple. To go to a B-class city, they will have to work together, and let him remember, his flash is a distraction. When he sees it, let him act. Stretching out his hand, the boy blinded the hero, shouting not to dodge even if it is 5 times more powerful. The captains covered their eyes from the light. She said that she concentrated so much energy into such a powerful flash, it is even stronger than the last one. Joel said that from the beginning, he only used the energy of his core. It cannot last long. It looks like he is going to finish everything with one blow. Suejio covered her eyes with her hand, saying that she can't even take a photo of anything. Her glasses had fallen off and she couldn't see anything. An jumped up and said that he was sorry, but their plan had failed. He threw a powerful punch and made the blonde man fall back. An used water and vines, attacking simultaneously. The opponents fell to the ground. Tang looked at the smoky space, thinking that there was another flash, followed by smoke. It was impossible to tell if they had killed each other there. The man jumped down and landed in the center of the area. He raised his. The guy with the bandage said, "Who is that standing in front of Captain Tang? Is that their captain? Did he win?" He turned to the man who said, "No." Lu stood with her arms crossed and said that she thought it was Ang. He held the glasses in his hand with a sweet smile. The team members ran up to the hero. Lan clenched his fists, exclaiming happily, and asked him how it felt to fight in that flash, and all this against 2 opponents at the same time. By the time the effect of the flash wore off and they could at least see something, they were already finished. An winked, saying that he took their glasses, and thought that he decided to play with them himself. His teammate began to ruffle his hair. Lu looked at them carefully, wondering why she always got the feeling that An was hiding something. She turned around when someone called out to her team. Captain Tang was approaching the guys, ordering them to stand peacefully. Standing in front of the lined-up participants, he said that their team won the competition. First place is theirs, he congratulates. Looking ahead, he praised Ang, saying that it was well done. With each new battle he pleasantly surprised him, especially when he was unexpectedly able to withstand the attacks of both opponents at once. Closing his eyes, he smiled and said that they were overpraising him, and thought to himself that he was the strongest warrior in the world. Even in such a body, he would not lose to some children. He could only win thanks to his combat experience, but for a quick fight he cheated a little and used his new abilities. Introducing the silhouette of the city, the man said that in any case, this time they won, so they received a well-deserved reward. Tomorrow morning they will go to the nearest B-rank city through the underground tunnels. There their week of training will begin. Suejo happily raised her hands and exclaimed. The heroes stood by the building. Words were heard that today was all. They should go get ready. Tomorrow morning they will meet here. The team members walked away. Lan said that there were warriors with rank 3 cores there. He couldn't wait to meet them. Seijio said that they would take a photo. Lu asked what An was going to do when they arrived in the city. He said that he was still thinking about it. Joel smiled, saying that An was a scary guy. Maybe even if they tried their best, they still wouldn't be able to defeat him. Looking ahead, Tang said that he didn't belong here. Looking at the guy leaving, he continued that he should move on. Standing next to his comrade, Joel asked if he would accompany them through the underground tunnels as well. That would be great. It was safer than the overground path. She crossed her arms and said that they still had to be on guard, and sometimes low-ranking demons would accidentally enter there. Tang reassured her, saying that they could handle any low-ranking demon. The 4 of them were strong even without his help. The passage in the Great Tunnel was dark. The underground tunnels were once a thriving underground transportation system, which is a complex, intricate structure of paths, currently abandoned and used only for his victims. 21 cadet warriors, 9 warriors with a first-rank core, 2 warriors with a second-rank core. Small lamps were burning in the tunnel. Suejo, delighted, said that they were in an underground tunnel. This was her first time traveling underground like this. The girl ran among her comrades with a camera, saying that everything here is so old. When was it built? Tang closed his eyes and said that this underground tunnel was older than him. Holding the camera, the girl said that it looked very abandoned. Did people actually use it once? Imagining the battlefield, the man said that after the Battle of Dawn, many strong warriors died. The loss of so many brilliant warriors made it impossible to expand the territory and carry out new missions, and the number of power crystals began to decrease rapidly. Without the support that the power crystals provided, the huge network of underground tunnels slowly but surely fell into disrepair, because it was built during the time of the great warrior An. Turning to the hero, the girl said that everything here was built during the time of his namesake. An walked with his hands behind his head and said that, of course. Tang was angry at his shining appearance. He angrily approached, shouting that these were just the same names, and not his achievements, and that he should stop making fun of the memory of the greatest warrior. Scratching the back of his head, the guy asked the captain not to swear, and Seijio said that the captain was boiling with anger. Covering her eyes, Lu snorted with laughter. Tang coughed into his fist in embarrassment, thinking that he had relaxed too much with them. He needed to control himself. Continuing to walk, he told everyone to keep in line and continue walking straight. Looking ahead, An thought about this once Grand Plan asked the energy crystals he just mentioned, were they like their demon cores? The captain replied that yes. Could they think of it as a collection of demon cores? He imagined a man with shining veins, saying that a single demon core could provide energy for all of their warriors. Then what would happen if they combined the cores in an attempt to find out after many failed tests? The scientists stood around the huge crystal. He continued that the large demon cores that were successfully synthesized were able to identify power crystals. He imagined the crystal as a heart that powered the city, and said that a power crystal could provide a modern city with the energy to operate. They were now used in place of electricity. Imagining the warriors who fought the huge demon, he said that the A and S rank cities would make large raids to collect demon cores and synthesize them into a power crystal. He imagined the distribution chart between the cities, and said that they would then distribute them further down the hierarchy. Tang said that he was accompanying them to Grand Haven City not only to gawk at it, but also to pick up a batch of power crystals that had been allocated to their city. Looking ahead, Seijio said that if the city's power crystal was discharged and there was no replacement, what would happen then? The man turned around and replied that the city would then be completely immobilized. The heroes froze in alarm. Imagining a dark city, he said that without power, it would not be able to function normally. The most important structures in the city walls and defensive weapons would become useless. He imagined people looking around and said that a situation would come where the city would be left without protection, and the devices would also stop working. The people would only have to leave their homes and wander. It would be a real disaster. The heroes looked ahead carefully. Holding the backpack, Tang laughed, saying that they don't need to worry. Their city isn't that big. They only need one power crystal to last them 3 months now, and they go on an expedition every month, so they can rest assured. They will also take crystals in reserve this time. Showing the captain a grimace, Seijio thought that he could intimidate anyone. Without turning around, the man said that he hoped they were well prepared. The city is AB rank, but that means that there are not only a few warriors with second-rank demon cores, but also 2 warriors with third-rank demon cores. He introduced himself, yes, saying that she heard that the synchronization rate of one of them reached an unprecedented 69%. Lan's eyes sparkled with delight. He said that the warrior with a third-rank demon core who has a synchronization rate of 69%. His friend exclaimed that he was very strong. An put his hand on his hip in displeasure, thinking that they had the strongest one here, his 7th-rank demon syndrome, which at one time had a synchronization rate of 96%. Suijio noticed a transparent box with a button and asked what it was. She almost touched it with her finger when An shouted, stopping her. The girl had a bump on her head. Tang angrily told her not to press anything here. She needed to be careful. She said that this button was very tempting. She couldn't resist. Closing the lid, the captain said that this was an emergency passage closing button, used only in emergency situations to close off a section of the tunnel. There was a sign next to the red button. Raising his head up, the man asked if they could see these shutters. After pressing the top and bottom, large metal shutters would slide out, instantly blocking the tunnel. He imagined a part of the blocked tunnel, saying that this was an emergency response plan to secure other tunnels in the city, meaning in case of an emergency. Putting his hands in his pocket, An thought that it seemed like the most important function was still working. He froze as if in the negative, feeling something. The guy frowned, thinking about how strong the aura was. He looked into the darkness of the tunnel, thinking that it was moving from the front, and something else was approaching. Tang watched as he touched the core. His eyes widened, and he realized that he was smelling blood. Tang looked at the guy and thought that unnoticed before everyone else, his sense of smell couldn't be better than his. Could he really, personally, instincts can't be distracted now. Looking ahead carefully, the captain exclaimed that everyone should prepare for battle, drop their backpacks, hold the line. Blood poured out of the tunnel. The man froze as it approached his leg, and thought that it was from the direction of City B. What happened there? A red light appeared in the darkness. He thought, is that a demon? A man appeared from the darkness. The hero asked if he was a warrior from the city of Pether. Holding his chest, the guy said that they were from Helios. His eyes rolled back. The heroes saw the warrior fall to the floor. Running up to him, the guy asked what was wrong with him. The captain asked if he was injured, what happened in Pether. Lying on the ground, the bloody guy said about a wave of demons on the city. A wave of demons rushed towards them. Tang opened his mouth in surprise and heard that Pether had already given the signal to retreat from the city. An frowned, thinking that the entire city was destroyed. Who knows how many people were injured there? He looked at the spark in the depths of the tunnel. A bright beam flew into the warrior. Closing his eyes, the guy thought that he was distracted. I did not have time to react. A bright beam lifted the body into the air. Demonic fingers grabbed the head, saying that he found it. A demon appeared from the tunnel, saying that there are others here. He opened his fanged mouth, saying how come he has not killed them all yet. The guy said he ran away faster. The heroes froze and heard that the dead do not speak. A fanged paw hit the wall. Holding the warrior's body, the demon said that they continue the massacre. This is a second-rank demon. His core is red, features fire. The list of victims includes 21 cadet warriors, 9 warriors with a first-rank core and 2 warriors with a second-rank core. Standing in front of the warriors, the demon said how many people. He spun the weapon, asking who to start killing? The mouth stretched into a smile. He said that he decided. The weapon flew forward. He said that from him. The boy's eyes widened in shock. A bright light of movement. Tang protected the student, grabbing the weapon with his hand. His fingers closed on the glowing blade. Gritting his teeth, the man held back the attack. A bright spark crashed into the ceiling. The demon scratched his muzzle in bewilderment, and said that he was a capable guy, much better than those others. Standing in the smoke, Tang thought that a second-rank demon with fire abilities, he was stronger than he thought. He would not be able to reflect his blows anymore. The man clenched his teeth hard, thinking that now was not the time to think about his strength. The main thing was to protect the guys. He could not afford to think about trifles. He grabbed the hero by the wrist. He pulled him back with force, running away from the flames. The demon rushed in pursuit, asking, do they want to escape? The clawed paw was burning. The red beam, wrapping around, jumped on the walls, moving after the heroes. Lon looked at the button to close the tunnel and shouted for them to run, and he would close the shutters behind them. Lu turned around at the demon who was catching up, that they were all dead. An waved his hand, urging his comrades on. A wave of force pushed them in the back, forcing them to fall. Tang turned around in surprise, wondering if it was really him. An thrust his blade into the floor, hearing the demon's words that he only delayed their death. He had already said so. Approaching, the fire demon finished that they would all die. The guy's hand reached for the button. He abruptly hit it, breaking the glass. The upper part of the fence began to go down. Lu ran forward with a scream. Turning around, he calmly wished them to take care of themselves. He carefully watched as the tunnel closed. The girls stretched their hands towards the shutters that had slammed shut. Lu slammed the barrier, asking if he was okay. Tang looked ahead, recalling the figure of the guy who told him to take care of them. He said that before he pushed them here. The heroes looked at the captain, who told them to calm down. They stood in the tunnel, listening to him give them a chance to survive. They can't let his kindness go to waste. It's not safe here, they need to leave quickly. Lan opened his mouth, exclaiming that it was a second-rank demon. Even if An fought, his opponent was too strong now. Suijio added that they couldn't leave him like that. Lu slammed her fist against the barrier, saying that they would break the shutters and save An. The metal doors had level 3 written on them, and they said that they were made of a special material, a strong alloy, and could at least withstand attacks from third-rank demons. Tang closed his eyes and said that they couldn't be broken that easily, and that they were completely sealed. They couldn't even hear the fighting behind them. Unfortunately, they couldn't help him in any way. Lan threw up his hand and shouted that they should still try. The girl added that they were really powerless. Or maybe they should go back and ask for help from Captains Joel and Zhao. Let Tang agree. Tang said no, even with their help there was no guarantee that they could do anything. His eyes opened, this realization. He said that there was another way. In the darkness of the tunnel, his words were heard to follow him. Tang walked ahead along the tunnel, saying that there were several forks. One of them led to a Class A city. Brian, they could go there and ask them for help. The man bent down, seeing one of the tunnels. The squad members quickly ran after him, hearing the command to go forward. The man frowned, thinking that if they went here, it meant that they could no longer contribute to the battle that was happening on the other side of the doors in the Class B city. Sparks flew behind the metal fence. The demon looked at the cornered boy in surprise. One of Aang's eyes was red. The man thought that they should believe that he would survive. With a powerful kick, the boy threw the demon back. He bent down, touching the floor with his palm. A red horn appeared on Aang's head. He said that he finally could stop pretending. The demon opened its fanged mouth, asking if he was a human or a demon? Spreading his arms, Aang calmly replied that he himself did not really understand, just a little more and he would be forced to transform in front of his comrades. His eyes lit up with greed. He said with vines. He raised his hands, summoning a large ball of fire. Curling his fingers, Aang looked at it silently. Fire burst out of the demon's mouth. He said that then he would absorb it. These powers would become his. A fireball appeared in the mouth. The demon threw a stream of fire at the hero. He turned, dodging. The hero dodged the flames that crashed into the fence. Spreading his arms, the demon exclaimed that he chose close combat. He could not even touch him. As soon as he got close, he would burn. Part of the flames approached Aang. He hit the demon, and he screamed. Clenching his fist in a warlike manner, the boy asked what made him think that he only had wood vines. He could easily subdue him now. His water-covered fingers were clutching the demon core. He asked in surprise. He had 2 abilities at once. How is that possible? Flames rose around. Bright sparks flew among the smoke. Aang held the core in his hand, and the demon's head in the other. A growl was heard among the clawed paws. Aang paid attention, looking in that direction. There were many demons in front of him. He thought that they were lower-ranked demons. It seemed that they had come to the sounds of battle. The boy held a red crystal in his hand, thinking that the cores of a second-ranked demon with fire abilities. What kind of power would they give him? He broke the stone in his fist. A bright glow through the demon's back. Raising his hand with the core, he said that the flames of the demon would now serve him. Rays emanated from the core on his chest. Aang spread his arms, surrounded by a bright glow. His eyes were closed. Then, a blinding light spread in all directions. On the head of the guy with demonic eyes were 2 horns. He said that this is great. He can feel the fire spreading throughout his body and overflowing. The evolution into a third-rank demon is complete. The demons roared with their mouths open. The guy thought that they were still going on and on. He forgot. He opened his mouth, emitting a fireball like a demon, continuing the thought that they were so weak against the flames. Powerful rays of fire flew along the tunnel. He rushed far ahead. Aang walked away, hearing the screams of demons in the flames. Looking ahead militantly, he said that let the screams of these monsters become a lullaby for all those who died in these tunnels. Surrounded by a red aura, he walked away from the flames. Part of the floor was fenced off. Suddenly, a column of smoke flew out from there. Aang walked up the stairs, saying that this must be the exit from here. Demons rushed into the tunnels. He raised his head, looking ahead questioningly. There were bodies everywhere. Instead of buildings, the city had rubble. Frowning, the boy thought that this city was completely destroyed. The boy walked past the bodies, thinking that a particularly strong wave of demons had fallen upon them. The man's body was pierced by branches. He thought they were tree vines. Imagining a picture of a battle, he thought that they always hit their target. Walking past a large dent, he thought that with such force and cruelty, an especially bloodthirsty third-rank demon had worked here. He imagined a demon engulfed in flames and cursed in his mind. Lowering his head, Aang thought that he remembered the captain saying that there were 2 more third-rank warriors here. A bird flew nearby. The hero raised his head, looking at it. Above him on the branches were the bodies of warriors. The vines pierced the men. All the third-rank warriors died. Aang looked at them silently. He extended his hand, directing his vines towards them. Removing the bodies, he said that they were valiant warriors. His fingers touched the man's head. And with a movement of his hand, he closed his eyes. With everyone nearby, the hero said that they should rest in peace. Now they can sleep peacefully. The hero imagined a fierce battle, thinking that this was part of any fight. Behind the frozen hero stood a boy, shouting at the demon not to touch them. With tears in his eyes, he clutched a knife, saying that he looked much stronger than the others, he could take on human form. Standing nearby, the boy said that they saved his life, he was not going to stand by while he mocked their deaths. An closed his eyes and cursed in his mind, thinking that because of his appearance, this child would never believe anything he said. Suddenly, many demons reached out to the boy. The hero's eyes widened in shock. He watched as the child began to fall backwards. The fiery beam pushed the demons back. The hero's red palm caught the boy, preventing him from hitting the ground. He thought that the city was still crawling with low-ranking demons. Holding the boy with his glowing palms, An exclaimed that no matter what he said, he could heal the wound, especially if he used the wood vines of recovery. Reaching out with a trembling hand, the child asked if he was a demon or a human, like them. Then his head fell back. Sitting next to his body, the boy thought, really, who is he now, a human or a demon? An sat next to the boy in the rubble, and then stood up, surrounded by a red aura, and thought that no matter who he was, his goal would never change. He turned around grimly, looking with yellow eyes. A crowd of demons gathered around, and he thought that he would destroy them all. Many demons rushed forward with a scream. Curved beams appeared from the hero's back. Embraced by flames, he rushed to attack. The demon looked at the bright ball. He saw how a glow appeared from it. Many bright fireballs appeared among the ruins of the city. An landed on the ground. Turning his head, he said that since the flames appear on the back, it gives speed, and can also explode like phosphorus. It is a pity that you cannot fly. A bright beam flew forward. The demon's body curved, surrounded by fireballs. A hand grabbed it. The hero thought that by pumping one demon with flames, An held the falling demon in the midst of the rest, shouting that he could get rid of them all. Smiling widely, the guy said that it was a surprise. A powerful explosion was heard in the city. Smiling, looking down, An said that by filling the demon's body with flames to the brim, a demon bomb was made from it. It seems that this elemental can be used many times, a reason to have a lot of fun. Raising their heads, the demons growled at him. The guy turned around, and they rushed to run away. Looking at them with a yellow eye, the guy asked, do they want to run? A bright beam flew at the demons. The hero landed, burning them. Standing in the middle of the flames, he said that it was too late. An stood on a pile of demonic bodies. He introduced his comrades and said that his squad was originally heading to the city of Pether. Captain Tang had to collect the necessary power crystals. I don't even know where they are now. He imagined a crystal heart and an hourglass, saying that the energy core of Helios City could last for another 3 months. The road to Pether City was cut off. If a power crystal was found and the city was in danger, he needed to find a crystal storage and return with at least one. Looking at the ruins of the city, the guy thought about where to start. He frowned, imagining the diagram, and thought that he couldn't act rashly. He needed to figure out what he could use. His eyes widened in realization. Branches appeared around the guy's leg. He thought he could use tree vines. The branches moved forward. An thought that the power crystals were many demon cores, which meant they could be found by radiation if he touched the ground. An stood at the tower surrounded by lightning, thinking that this Class B city power crystal transportation system looked impressive. But where were the crystals? The hero turned to the door, in which he heard words that the warriors should continue to guard the crystals, and thought that this was a broadcast. Approaching the entrance, the guy thought that this was the storage of power crystals. He hoped there were many of them. His eyes widened in shock. Among the huge colored crystals were the bodies of warriors. Gritting his teeth, the guy mentally cursed and thought that they had already destroyed everything here. Walking through the crystal room, An thought that all these warriors fought to the death to protect the power crystals. He touched the red stone, thinking that this was a targeted attack. The demon's goal was precisely to destroy the power crystals. They were definitely ordered to attack the storage. The demons had become smarter than they were before. Exhaling, An thought that it seemed that there were no damaged crystals. Naturally, all of them were gone. He would have to go upstairs to find the necessary equipment, and go searching again. He gritted his teeth and thought that he definitely had to find more power crystals. If something happened to Captain Tang and the guys, then the city of Helios would be on the verge of collapse. He frowned forward, thinking that he had to find another city within 3 months and return with the power crystals to Helios. The barrier in the tunnel was broken. Red lights appeared in the darkness of the tunnel. The leg ran forward. A red circle was burning inside the tunnel. An was driving a half-destroyed car. He drove quickly through the city, thinking that he was going forward. The guy had dark glasses on his eyes. He thought that he was heading in search of another city. The car was driving among the sand hills. Holding the steering wheel, An thought that there was nothing to see beyond the city walls, and the fog was thickening by evening. He drove among the sand and ruins, thinking that it was a desert, that there had once been a large city here. But everything was buried deep under the sand. These abandoned buildings used to be filled with people. Now demons could be hiding in them. Holding a map in his hand, the guy thought that a city was marked here. It must be in this direction. The man hid among the ruins, watching him. The knife touched the cable. Large logs began to fall in front of the car. The hero turned the steering wheel sharply. His car miraculously avoided a collision. It stopped next to the huge logs. His foot landed on the sand. Taking off his glasses, the hero thought about what it was. He looked at the obstacle, thinking that these were demons, but no, there was a rope. At the top was the man who told him not to move. Aiming at the key, he asked who he was and what team of hunters he was with. The man in the helmet and glasses demanded to identify himself. These are hunters, a part of humanity that lives outside the cities, usually consist of small detachments, have strict requirements for the personal abilities of their warriors. Looking at him, the guy thought that he was unlucky. He ran into real hunters. The girl standing on the logs once again asks him to identify himself, because she will not ask twice. An spreads his arms out to the sides and thinks how bad it is to run into a hunter here, answering that he is not one of them, but just an ordinary warrior and he needs to pass through here. The huntress clenches her teeth and says that he is lying to her, since no one ever comes to the city gates alone, and he is a scout for the Silver Wolf Hunter team. Her phrase puzzles the hero and he asks himself the name of this team, after which he denies that he is a hunter, asking for a couple of minutes to explain. The girl pulls the trigger. The shot flashes. The bullet falls next to the protagonist. She screams at An to shut up, because they are even worse than demons, and also asks if her comrades from the Mark squad are still alive. MC looks at her and thinks about what kind of squad this is and why she asked if her comrades are still alive, guessing why she was talking about the Silver Wolves. Standing in front of her, the character says that now there is no way to prove that he is an ordinary warrior or not one of the hunters, but she also cannot hold a conversation while pointing a gun at someone. The heroine lowered her machine gun and thought. Aang's gaze widened as he heard someone approaching. He and the hunters turn in fear when they are ordered not to move. Cry. She sits on the logs, realizing that these are silver wolves, but her hands do not rise. The warrior grabbed her head and is glad that they came across a girl. He holds her by the hair and tells her to show him her face. The heroine is writhing in pain. One soldier calls his friend MD and says that they can have some fun with the girl and then deliver her to the boss. Aang knocks down the warrior. The other man is scared by this. MC threw the warrior against the wall. The protagonist stands, leaning his hand on the logs and says that he did not want to get involved in the showdown between the hunters, but it seems they have lost their fear and besides, they have already managed to ruin his mood today. He angrily adds that while they can, they better get out of here. The warrior points a gun at him and shouts that Aang is a demon. MC grabbed the machine gun. Looking at the soldier, MC says that he has already been pointed a gun at twice today. The man is confused and cannot say what they will do to him if Aang does not get out. The hero threw him up with his fist from the log. The girl is very surprised seeing this. The warrior flew far back. He holds his heart and says that Aang has a demon core, not understanding whether he is a human or a demon. MC holds his weapon in his hands and repeats his question. The hero clenched the weapon in one fist. It shattered into small pieces and Aang says that it doesn't matter to them anymore. The soldier screams in fear for the whole area. The protagonist reaches out to the girl's core and tells her not to worry, as he wants to heal the wound. Pointing to her broken core, the hero says that the bullet hit the muscle in her arm and needs to heal it so that it is as good as new, for which the girl thanks him. She thoughtfully turns back. The warriors lie dead behind them. The huntress is surprised that her wound no longer hurts, saying how great he did it. Green smoke comes from the core and she adds that she heard how warriors with a rank 4 core have special skills and act in an unusual way, as if it were a miracle, calling on cool. The girl asks in amazement if he is really a warrior with a rank 5 core. The protagonist lowers his head and says that he feels the power of a rank 2 demon inside him, and although he is stronger than a normal warrior with a rank 2 core, he only has that core. MC smiles pleasantly and adds that it's just his good healing skills. The girl bows before him and says how cool it is, and also thanks him for saving her life and asks for forgiveness for keeping him at gunpoint, to which the hero replies that he understands her, because outside the city walls you always need to be on your guard. Aang turns his head to the side and says that he needs to get to the nearest city and asks if she knows how to get there. The girl lowers her gaze and says that she knows how to get there, but also asks to take her there with him. MC smiles and asks her again, saying that they just met and do not even know each other's names, and she already wants to go with him. The heroine bites her lower lip and asks why she wants to go there, Class C. The warrior holds out his hand and she says that this town is captured by the cursed silver wolves. The huntress remembers how a few days ago her failed, although at first they had a chance to win. The demon smiles widely and she adds that the leader of the Silver Wolves recently became the owner of a 3rd rank core and greatly increased his strength. The blue core is chipped and the heroine says that their captain was a 2nd rank warrior, but when faced with a warrior of a higher rank, he lost and only she was lucky enough to escape. Sitting on her knees, she asks MC that if it is not difficult for him to help this town, then let him help her too, since she will stop at nothing. Aang looks at her carefully and remembers that in his past life, Although hunter teams existed, they never came to this, because now they capture entire cities, and the commanders do not do this. A little worried, the girl says how she heard that the Silver Wolf team captured the city for the sake of the power crystal and does not know what their ultimate goal is. Opening his mouth, MC remembers the power crystal and in his thoughts thinks that they dare not deprive the city and its inhabitants of the only source of energy. He looks at the huntress and says that then they are leaving. Red smoke comes from Ong and with an angry face he adds that now, having learned this, he is very angry. There is fog over the city fortress. The heroes are driving in a car and the girl says that Sanwai is right ahead, to which MC understandingly replies that they need to hide the car before entering the city. Dust comes from under the wheels of the transport. An got out of the car and says that he never knew about this city in his past life and it is not even marked on the map. Looking at the city's fortress, the hero realizes that he now also knows the team of Silver Wolves. A monster's mouth opens behind the character, and he says that they need to find out what the situation is there, so looks out from the bushes and wonders if these people are trying to escape. A warrior's hand reaches out to the man with the child in his arms, and he lets out a cry for help. The soldier flies away from a strong push. Aiming at him, the hero looks at it tensely. The paw grabbed the man with the child. It pulled them back into the city. The girl and Ong are scared by this, and she says that there is a demon there. MC's gaze became stern and he decides that if there are demons there, then there is no point in developing a plan and preparing for an attack, but rather to act to save as many people as possible. The girl did not have time to notice how Ong ran ahead. She sees how he knocks out the guards and runs into the city. The huntress runs after him and asks him to wait, as she wanted to come here. Running past the Silver Wolf warriors, she wonders how he dealt with them so easily. A bullet watches where the blue thread goes and decides to find him, following the trail of the dead. The huntress runs up to MC when he tells her that he will go save that father and son, and she should search the city if there is still someone alive in it. He jumps far away, and the girl runs away. An jumps on the roofs of houses, leaving a red trail. He flies into the castle window. Seeing blue stripes from the door, the character says that this is it. MC kicks the door down. Panic appeared in his eyes. The father and son were tied to the pillars without consciousness. An looks at them with annoyance, and regrets that he was late. A demon appeared in front of An. The monster turned its back on him and said that everything in this city is subject to it, and his father played tag with his son, but in fact they wanted to escape from the city and cross the border. The protagonist stands in front of the monster, and it calls MC to itself. The third-rank demon turned towards him and said that he wants to see who came to him. The hero, the king of all demons, is happy to welcome them to his castle. An looks at them excitedly and understands that there are not only Silver Wolf warriors here, but also those who were originally in the city, which is why that was disrespectful of him. The alternative must remain from the man's hands and calls this father and son surprisingly useful. The antagonist puts the green flask in his mouth. An carefully looks at his enemy, because he did not know what it was, but his instincts were sounding the alarm. Not having time to fully heal his wound, An rushed forward to stop the demon. He swings at the demon king. Green liquid comes out of the enemy MC's mouth. The demon throws the hero back with a blow. An clung to the wall and sees purple radiation coming from the monster. He looks at it in confusion and does not understand whether the blow bounced off and where such a surge of energy came from. The antagonist is standing behind large stones, and the hero wonders if he is pumping energy from the power crystal. The demon raises his head contentedly and MC suggests that such an amount of energy in the power crystals is obtained due to the synthesis carried out by people, and if you absorb it in this way, the body will not withstand and he will die, because the hero understood this in his past life. The leader of the demons holds on to the multicolored stones. Aang's eyes widened and he was surprised that although and does not understand how it was possible to trust a person to such scum. The queen looks down at the protagonist. An looks in surprise and thinks that in front of him is an 8th-rank demon, and she is the same as his inner monster. He opens his eyes wide and looks in front of himself. The scene flashes back to past battles and the protagonist realizes that there was another demon of the same rank with a black core. Queen Hei stands over a frightened An and says that she does not know when Rimson will be able to awaken, adding that the hero will not be able to defeat even a 4th-rank demon. The guy is furious at the words about the useless human race, after which he demands to watch his language. Queen Hei points her hand at him and says that the hero was the strongest warrior of humanity, but even so, he has been evolving for too long. She raises her hands up and An flies off the ground. She raises her fist with a purple crystal and says that she will help him reach the 4th rank. Queen Hei forcefully thrusts it into his chest. He writhes in pain. An flies away from her several meters and screams. The protagonist falls to his knees. He looks at his chest, in which another core is inserted, and realizes that she just shoved it from another demon. The protagonist writhes in pain and screams that this way he will jump straight from the 2nd rank to the 4th. An lifts his head up and groans loudly in pain, exclaiming that his body will not withstand it, and it will simply tear him apart now, because there is too much energy. Queen Hei, holding his chin, watches what is happening and declares that he is weak, because he is not even able to absorb the energy of the fourth rank. Aang is pierced by yellow light and he screams that he will not withstand it, and his body is about to be torn apart, while begging her to do something. The queen uses the skill of the Field of 8 Shackles and builds a barrier around the protagonist. She screams in anger that now he will not escape and he will not seem enough. The barrier squeezes him, but he manages to insult Hei. In the frame, the demon opens his eyes and asks who disturbed his sleep. Surprised, Hei recognizes this voice with a smile, after which she suggests something. A stream of light comes from the protagonist. Aang angrily asks Hei about forgetting what she was told. The protagonist's hand easily breaks the barrier he built. The queen looks at what happened with a smile. The demon stands up to his full height, while the fragments of the barrier fly around. Rimson seriously says that she should not interfere with the process of human evolution. The queen's legs tremble, and she says his name. Hei throws herself into the demon's arms, happy that he is finally here. He smiles, hugs her and sighs. The demons stand in the broken church and hug, realizing that they have not seen each other for a long time. Hei looks at him worriedly and says that she was watching him and this is the first time he did not have enough strength to defeat a demon who had just evolved, and if the protagonist had died, Rimson would have died too. He strokes her face and says with a smile that this body must be constantly subjected to physical tests. Then he notes the differences in their bodies, as humans are fragile, but capable of much. The picture shows stones of different colors and Rimson explains that he went to the second stage of evolution, and then skipped the third, and having absorbed the energy of the fourth rank, his body could not withstand. The demon turns to his companion and says that when he was overflowing with energy, the monster was able to awaken. He moves away from Hei, forbidding her to interfere with the process of human evolution. In the frame, Aang's tired body, Rimson explains that he must develop gradually, and only then will he become the perfect tool for his plan. The demon asks Hei if she understood. She replies that she listens and obeys. The queen puts her finger to her lips and mentions that after Rimson pretended to be dead, there was a commotion among the remaining 4 Dukes of Hell, but no one decided to seize power and, on the contrary, an equal relationship was established between them. The picture shows 4 areas on the map. The girl notes that everything is as the demon predicted. He turns around with a smirk and says that they initially teamed up because they were afraid of him, and now, after Rimson was eliminated, she wants to congratulate the strongest demon on his return with a smile. Rimson says with a smirk that it was only a matter of time. He spreads his arms out to the sides and looks at the sky, saying that he has already helped this body evolve to the 4th stage, but he still has a long time to get used to the power inside him. The king tells his subordinate about the inadmissibility of contact with people and attracting unnecessary attention, because it can affect their plans. Hei notes with surprise that she just missed him and therefore wanted to visit, mentioning the vessel. The girl with the rifle runs to the villains. She looks at them in surprise and cannot believe that these are demons of the 8th rank, wondering where they came from. Hei is surprised. He looks at his new appearance, and the dialogue box says that the evolution into a 4th rank demon is complete. Memories of a smiling girl who wants to visit Aurora appear. She happily tells the protagonist that if she manages to get there, she will become a florist, because she loves flowers very much. The protagonist stands in front of a burning fire. The dead girl lies on burning boards, while a voice talks about the world that has become hardened after what happened and there is no room left for flowers. There are several such fires in the city, and the hero thinks that he cannot forgive himself for what he did. He leaves the city and is sure that his weakness and inability to suppress the demon inside is not an excuse, and let this flame save them from demonic filth and suffering. He remembers his new appearance and realizes the possession of the power of the 4-horned demon, but he has no desire to turn to these forces again, because he needs to think carefully and develop a step-by-step plan. Aang mentally sees Hei and understands that the 8-horned was terrifyingly strong, and the hero is burdened by not knowing her connection with Rimson. While she made his body break through a whole rank, and most likely she definitely has some hidden motives. There is a green substance in the capsule. The protagonist thinks that he must not forget about it, because with its help the monster was able to break through to the 4-horned stage, and it is unclear where it came from at all, because it is unlikely that this is something that the demons themselves could have invented and produced. Aang looks down sadly and reflects on the fact that such things can only be created in the most advanced and large cities. Then he wonders if the syringe with the substance was delivered here from Aurora. He approaches the car, and a plan has matured in his head to find a way to a large city as soon as possible, and it would be good to warn Joel about this, who remained the eldest. The faces of his friends appear in the frame. The protagonist does not know how they are doing now. Aang gets behind the wheel and puts on his glasses in the hope that they managed to escape from the tunnel, and were able to reach the city. He presses the gas pedal with confidence that in this direction on the map there is a Class A city, Pikia, and he needs to get there quickly and send a message to Helios. The car moves away from the scene. A clear blue sky, against the background of which the city is located. A voice says that Aang's friends in full force got out and came to the Class A city plane. The commander of Kurt City states that they have no way to send troops to clean up the situation, and they just recently received a report that B-class City Petal was under attack by high-level demons. The soldiers stand in front of him and hear that Satellite Ong is in a difficult situation and the commander cannot act irresponsibly by sending his soldiers to help in such a situation. Tang stands next to Suijio, Lu and Lan and shouts that this warrior has a unique talent. The girl adds that there is a high probability of surviving the danger. Kurt points his finger at the table and states that in this city, they have no shortage of outstanding young talents, but even the strongest fighters of the younger generation would not be able to survive the wave of high-level demons. Tang looks ahead silently. The commander leans back in his chair and says that in these difficult times, they should not pass up the chance to save a person's life, adding that he will send scouts to inspect and assess the situation. Tang widens his eyes and thanks him. Kurt stood up from his chair and said that he had business and asked them to make themselves at home. He headed for the exit and said that the events in Petala were unexpected and he did not undertake to predict how the leadership of Aurora City, where the demon hunting festival was to be held these days, would react to this. Tang said with a smile that he had also heard about it, but their city was classified as a C-class. The commander turned around and said with a smile that it did not matter and the heroes could stay for a few days. Tang stood in front of him with 3 fighters behind him and heard that Aurora was the only S-rank city and their city did not meet the requirements. But here, 3 young guys could count on a bright future. Kurt left the office and made it clear that they needed to rest and learn as much as possible about the city and about hunting. Tang and his fighters bowed to the commander and thanked him heartily on behalf of Helios City. Suijio turned to the captain. She looked up and asked what demon hunting was. The scene shows the city of Aurora, and he explains that this competition can only take place there. The picture shows fighters and demons, and it is said that the hunters are trying to destroy a demon of a certain rank. In the frame, there is a golden chest with a reward that will be received by the strongest fighters. Tang explains with interest that this is a regular event and all warriors want to get into it. He explains to the 3 fighters that participants from cities of at least rank B can take part in it, and he is sure that in the future they will definitely be able to participate in the festival. Lan shares that he is interested in how Ong is doing, noting that he would like to participate. He and Suijio lower their eyes and express hope that the protagonist managed to hide and survive the wave of demons, while the girl notes that she did not expect to find herself in such a situation after they got out of their hometown. Lu looks out the window and states that Ong did this in order to save them. She sadly watches the city. Tang sighs and remains silent. He spreads his arms out to the sides and says that now they can only wait for news from the scouts and the captain has already visited the local telecommunications tower and sent a message to Helios about the situation. And they will remain in Blaine for now, studying and observing other warriors. People are walking around the city and Tang makes it clear that there are many talented fighters here. The action takes place in the Class A city of Pikia. 2 people are talking in the reception area, one of whom tells the other that they checked the information they received and it turned out to be correct. As it turned out, the city of Petal was destroyed by a wave of demons. She shakes the ash from her cigar and says that they sent a message to Helios, explaining what happened to the squad and is sure that an answer will come soon, then begins a conversation to a new patron city. Aang sadly realizes that the crystal distribution system has such rules and would like to go to Aurora to find out something about the substance, but it is unlikely that with his status anyone will listen. Birds fly over the city. Aang sits across from her and thanks her for her clarification, then asks if he can go to that city on his behalf. Paris puts out his cigar on the ashtray and states that it is impossible. She seriously states that the protagonist must be a captain or have special permission from the city, otherwise he has no right to do so. As a regular warrior crosses his legs and states that another way to get to Aurora is if Helios has a higher class city that can vouch for him. Aang leans forward and specifies that in that case the commander can vouch for him. She agrees, but with one request. The protagonist smirks and says that he is willing to listen to her. Paris asks him with a smile if he has heard anything about demon hunting, and she wants Aang to join his team as an outside participant. In turn she will assign him as a scout, who gets information during the game. The protagonist sadly hears that in this case she will vouch for him, but there is one more thing. The commander with a serious look states that his survival is not guaranteed. In the frame, the scouts are watching the demon, while it is explained that they are the first to enter the territory of monsters and collect information for the rest of the team about the strength and quantity. Stay out of it. An with a smile declares that he likes it. The protagonist, sitting in a chair, says that he is in business, while thinking about the fact that he came up with the idea of demonic hunting during his past life. Taking place in a nano-equipment warehouse, the heroine says that looking for someone like Aang as a vanguard warrior is a hopeless move, adding that the current participating cities never choose someone important as a member, as over the past few years, members have either died or been seriously injured. Paris calmly states that she cannot guarantee his life and the only thing she can do is satisfy his equipment needs. They walk around the warehouse and she makes it clear that the hero can choose any nano-wing in the warehouse. Aang smiles and says that he understands and begins to look around. Paris looks at him with distrust and thinks that the mark on his core is very worn out, and at best his strength will not exceed that of a rank 2 warrior, but he is still very confident in himself. The protagonist examines the equipment, while the commander ponders whether the warrior from the rank C city has any trump cards. The girl is very surprised by Aang's choice. He looks at the sword and talks about the nano wings that turned into it. He confidently reflects on the fact that the previous combat knife was flexible, but its combat power was not enough. Paris watches his actions and shouts, warning that a warrior of at least the 3rd rank is needed to control it, because its power can become unstable. Aang changes the core in his chest, while the commander exclaims that he can easily hurt himself. She covers her hand from the emerging light. Paris squints, not believing what is happening. The protagonist began to twirl the combat sword with his fingers. Aang put it next to him and smilingly notes that it is comfortable, and judging by the weight, it is very strong. Paris opens his mouth in surprise and does not believe that everything went well, while believing that most likely the protagonist has a special understanding of nanowings. A silhouette of a warrior with multiple weapons appears in the frame, and the commander ponders the rumors about fighters who may have special high-ranking talents and have the ability to use high-quality nanowings without hindrance. She thinks with a serious face that it is not every day that one sees such talent. Aang looks at her with a smirk and asks if they have a real battlefield. They walk out of the city gate, and the protagonist states that he will try his best to satisfy their demands, wondering why not go to the battlefield. The protagonist confidently turns around and states that he wants to try out the new equipment on demons. Paris, with her arms crossed, asks incredulously if he really wants to go alone, since the field is planted, but first-rank demons may occasionally appear there, and if the protagonist wants, she will go with him. The dialogue box says that planting is the use of devices to disperse fog in order to then temporarily use the acquired territory for investigation, combat, or research. Aang turned to her and thanked her for her concern, making it clear that he could handle the first-rank demons. Paris called him an interesting guy with a smirk. She stands in front of him and tells him that confidence and courage are rare qualities for a warrior, asking him to be careful, because she still has several 4th-rank warriors waiting to be trained, and everything will be much easier if the hero can gain their trust. Aang and Paris turned in different directions and said goodbye to each other. The protagonist smirks. The commander leaves while he thinks about how he can't let her go with him. His core glows brightly and he realizes that he is not just going to test the weapon, but also do some very important work. Aang confidently walks down the path, thinking about the abilities in the form of a 4th-rank demon. The action takes place in the planting area. The protagonist walks among the ruins while someone watches him, while he unknowingly states that a device has already been installed in this area and all the fog has cleared. Aang feels that he has quickly become a target for demons. A red monster furiously jumps towards the protagonist. Aang deftly dodges it. A blue sword forms in his hand. He skillfully cuts his enemy. Blood flies to the sides and Aang confidently says that the big sword is still more convenient. With a sharp movement, the fighter shakes off the remaining blood of the demon from the blade. The protagonist turns around at the approaching sounds. Several red demons are heading towards him through the ruins, wanting to tear him apart. Aang thinks with a smile that this is great, because he thought that they would not come out during the day. He holds the big sword at the ready and looks at the horde of monsters, expressing a desire to get to know this weapon better, and at the same time have a little fun, since lately there are many things that upset him. The main character's powerful leg pushes off the ground. He jumps high above the demons, raising his sword above them. The main character confidently slashes at the enemies. The dialogue box says that Aang began to wield the sword, raising blood and body parts of the demons with each swing. He smirks. The dialogue box says that in this bloody dance, the hero danced gracefully and seemed to be born to kill them without using special abilities. It is stated that he swung the sword over and over, honing the muscle memory of the body. In the frame, shining beams of the sword on the battlefield, the dialogue box says about the ruins, where a battle is taking place between Aang and a group of low-ranking demons. In the frame, green blood is spilled and it is said that the word massacre is more appropriate here, and in the darkness only the painful roar of the demons echoes, and it is unknown how long the main character fought. Aang's large sword pierces the head of the monster. The protagonist pulls it out from above and states that it is the last of the wave. He wonders if his body is the result of the evolution of demonic power. Even though the protagonist has become much more powerful since he was reborn in this world, there are still some side effects, as he starts to get short of breath after a few moves. Bright brown tentacles fly towards Aang's back. The protagonist feels it and grabs his sword. He looks towards the enemy with a smirk. Aang turns around and sees demons, one of which states that something is wrong here. The first-rank tree demon states that people and warriors are coming, which means food is appearing. Aang looks at the enemy with a smirk, and says that he was expecting them. The two monsters are surprised that the protagonist is not afraid of them. Aang smiles sweetly, while they state that they were hoping to see a scared face. The tree demon asks the other if the fighter killed all the lower-ranked demons. The red demon quickly flies towards Aang, stating that he will check it out now. The monster raises its claws and screams for the enemy to burn. The other demon sees his partner flying past him, killed by the yellow beam. He looks at what is happening in surprise. Ang holds a large sword stabbed into the red demon. The protagonist seriously states that the gold type is great for fighting against fire. Ang, with crazy eyes, turned to the other monster and said that now it was his turn to try the power of the 4th rank demon. The brown-green enemy backs away in shock and realizes that the person in front of him is not human. Ang remembers the dead fighters who were raised by a rank 4 demon with a purple core, but the protagonist absorbed it. The fighter reaches out to the red monster and orders it to rise. The other monster in shock states that this is impossible. The red demon has risen from the dead and is behind the protagonist, burning with purple flames. The tree-type monster looks at them in shock and does not believe that it can control the corpses of demons. The action takes place in the city of Pikia. The commander of the city of Paris in shock asks about the fact that the young man she let out of the gate has not returned yet. The man stands in front of her and states that the sun is setting, which means that according to the rules of confronting the hordes, they are obliged to close all the gates. She enraged demands to report the latest data on the level of demonic presence. The man stands in front of various crystals and reports that over the past 24 hours they have recorded the presence of not only hornless demons, but also 2 and 3 horned ones, and there is even a mention of the presence of a 4-horned one. The commander bites his finger and regrets that the guy became prey to the demons, adding that she told him to come back quickly, because she had already submitted a list of participants, and he was setting her up badly. She went outside the city gates and said that she would look for him and return soon. Red beams cut along the path along the forest. The commander deftly jumps over a tree and thinks about how much she has relaxed lately. She jumped onto a branch, thinking about the main character, who is an ordinary C-class soldier of the city, and she should not have let him go alone. She looks ahead with regret. A red crystal is depicted next to her, while Paris thinks that she should have refused him and should have remembered that 5-horned ones appeared here too. The commander runs forward, confident that if she lets Ung die before the competition, it will be her personal shame, and she will also feel sorry for his city Helios, because it will be left without patronage and a crystal. The girl pushes off the ground hard. She flies up, confident that the protagonist must definitely survive. The commander opens his eyes wide and feels a demonic aura close her eyes and does not understand what is happening here, because such behavior is not typical for demons, and why even 2-horned and 3-horned ones gather together in such numbers. The commander flies above the trees and sees a monster below. He also notices her from above. A core shines on Paris's neck. The demon stops and realizes that her core is equal to 5 horns. Paris stands on a branch and sees a frightened demon, who screams, "Let's run from here." She deftly catches up with him and kicks him. A powerful explosion occurs in the forest. The heroine holds the head of the killed monster with her foot, which is pressed into the ground. She is surprised to notice their strange behavior, which is different from usual. Many other demons begin to surround the city commander. She turns around and asks since when they began to unite in groups. Paris confidently declares that she will finish them off before the gate closes. A red sword appears in her hand and she calmly says that the time has come. The girl moves her foot on the ground. Demons with open mouths stand in front of her, and she notices that they are like hypnotized zombies who are running forward. The commander smiles and says that she does not care, because the main thing is that they are demons. She raises her sword and shouts for them to return to their forefathers. She looks at them with a confident look. Her muscles are tense. She cuts them with a deft movement of the weapon. Red fog rushes towards her. The terrifying legs of the demons are visible. She holds the sword and looks at the approaching wave, noticing that there are a lot of them. The girl is surprised to hear a question about what she is doing here. Paris sharply raises her sword in front of the main character. Ang very quickly blocks the blow with his sword. He shouts loudly that it is him, and she needs to be more careful with such attacks. Paris, discouraged, does not believe her eyes and asks again if it is really him and if everything is okay with him. She opens her eyes wide and does not believe that he blocked the blow, because her attack was intuitive, performed at full speed and with the force put in. Ang looks at his core and states that it is shaking from the strain. The commander thinks that this guy is only from the C-class city Helios, and even a 4th-rank warrior would have to use all his strength to withstand the blow. The protagonist seriously notes this glorious blow for a 5th-rank core, as his hand is still shaking, explaining that he was experimenting with some moves and slightly lost track of time. The commander tells him to forget about it, and she is glad that Ang is okay. Hordes of demons approach them, and she adds that they now need to deal with these strange monsters. The protagonist stands in front of her and states that there are quite a few 3-horned ones among them and they can pose a serious threat, so she needs to stand behind him. He steps forward, saying that they are all dead. Ang snaps his fingers and all the demons burst into purple flames. Paris is shocked to see that all the monsters have instantly turned into mountains of flesh. Ang turns around with a grin and says that everything is ready and they need to return to the city. He is surprised to see the commander pushing him in the chest. She grabbed him by the collar and loudly asks how he controlled those demons, since he has a red core. An removes her hand and reminds that he is only cooperating with them for the good of his city and does not have to tell everything. Paris does not respond to these words. The protagonist enthusiastically tells that he can slightly control the bodies of dead demons, since it is not unusual for a warrior in a post-apocalyptic world to have hidden special abilities. Surprised, Paris looks at the bodies of monsters and thinks that 5th-rank warriors have never really heard of such a power of control. The girl stands in front of a joyful Ang and declares that in any case, they are going to Aurora. He in turn calls this great news, adding that the sooner the better, since he needs to deal with the problem of crystal supplies to his city. The protagonist raises his hand high and exclaims that they are heading to the city tomorrow. Paris walks behind him and understands that Ang will have a special performance to expect during the hunt. She walks through the forest. The dialogue box says that the commander, due to her desire to quickly return to the city, did not have time to carefully examine the area and find out what happened on the battlefield behind her. The frame rushes into the depths of the forest. Clouds of smoke and the bodies of demons are visible. Ashes smoke among the ruins, near which lie the corpses of monsters. The dialogue box says that based on the data of numerous reports, it was later concluded that the battlefield was completely destroyed by unknown forces, and this data was prohibited from being passed on to anyone without special permission. The equipment made a turn. Its infantry compartment opened. The people got out and the woman said that they were in place, and they had no right to disgrace the city. An looked ahead and admired the local landscape and could not believe his eyes. He stood in front of the passage and thought that he founded this city and helped to govern it. The stone shone in the sun, and he thought that apparently the name of the city became so after death, and assumed that the name of the city was chosen because of the battle at dawn. The hero looked ahead and did not think that he would be able to see this city in a new life so soon. His face changed, and he was glad that he could meet people. The warriors stood with their backs, and in the past, the protagonist gathered a team of 6 heroes, and these guys were his closest, and he did not know what happened to them after the battle. The girl put her hand on the guy's shoulder and said that it was too early for him to be surprised, because they had not even gone inside yet. He walked to the side and said that he was very lucky, because not every person manages to get into the dawn. An looked in her direction and asked if she knew what the 6 heroes were doing and thought that she should definitely know about it. The woman stopped and asked about what had happened after the battle at dawn and said that was a strange question. She turned and asked whether he wanted to know about the old or the new 6. The hero looked ahead and asked that there were more warriors in the 6 now. He tensed up after saying that it was different in his time and, deflecting suspicion from himself, said that at that time it was a group of the strongest warriors. A hand covered the narrator's mouth. The purple-haired girl stood in front of him and asked if he had gone crazy. He put his finger on his lips and asked him not to talk about it when they entered the city. The crown was surrounded by wreaths and the citizens had a completely different king, because the old one was gone. The man looked over his shoulder, and the new king was the strongest warrior of humanity, and therefore the former king was considered fallen. The guy stood in front of the interlocutor and repeated what was said, to which she warned him that he should not talk about it in the city. An looked down and asked what was wrong with the old 6. The purple-haired girl looked at him and aggressively asked if he understood her. People were watching the conflict. The guys looked ahead and addressed the commander, to which she remained silent. She let the guy go and said that she did not know if he took the name for himself because he idolized him so much, and she did not care. The woman pointed her finger at the guy and told him not to dare talk about him. She looked over her shoulder and said that here the former ruler is not considered a king. The protagonist was in a stupor. The captain stood at the entrance and offered to hurry, not forgetting what she warned about. The guys walked along the corridor. MC looked down and thought that they thought he was a bad ruler and did not understand what happened after death in that life. He remembered how he fought with monsters and remembered how he led the 6 and the rest of the warriors in their fight against demons. He walked to the object and alone dared to explore the obelisk to understand the secrets of the demons. There was a battle and 6 huge obelisks fell to the ground in 3069, and demons with 6 cores came out. An remembered a huge creature and it was the source of the demons, and no one knows what is inside the monuments themselves. And today only the hero knew that the ranks of demons are actually 8, not 7. The protagonist walked forward and thought that he had died in vain. He approached the entrance and was illuminated by a bright light. The guy entered the city and found himself in the middle of a crowd. The city was illuminated by the sun. The fighter covered his forehead with his hands and realized what the center of humanity looked like and was surprised at how everything had changed. High-rise buildings rose up and the city consisted of many independent districts and buildings. Natural landscapes could be found on its territory, and it was the most fenced-off world from everyone. The city stood next to others and was surrounded by long and high walls, which were guarded by the new 6. An closed his eyes and thought that it looked different now, but the design had not changed and even the smell was the same. He imagined himself standing in front of the statue and everyone praising him. The hero looked away and remembered the monument. The guys were walking past the statue. The head of the sculpture was wrapped. The commander-in-chief stood next to the protagonist and said that this statue was more than 10 years old and was erected when the king was still alive. She looked up and said that the people used to love him, but not now. They stood in front of the monument, and she said that they wanted to tear it down to put a new one in its place. The purple-haired girl put her hand on her face and did not know if this was good or bad. A man stood in front of the guys and the captain said that there was a man from the old six standing there. The man was holding a wreath. An was shaking and the captain said that this was Lena from how she dared to raise her hand against him. A sword appeared in front of the man's face. The man froze and An stood up for the girl. The guy bared his teeth and offered to try. The guard took out a gun and said that this was the city of Dawn and asked what he was doing. The man aimed at the guy and said that if he did not lower the sword, they would shoot. The hero looked away and asked how their behavior was different from the garbage collection teams outside the city and said that they needed to be taught a lesson. The hand grabbed the sword and the man said that that was enough for today. The purple-haired girl looked forward and said that this was a small misunderstanding and that they were warriors from the city of Pikia. There was surprise in the girl's eyes. The girl stood in front of him and asked again. The hero exhaled and closed his eyes. He put his hand behind his head and said that his name was also accidentally on. The healer looked at him and said nothing. She covered herself with her hood. The healer turned around and said that it was indeed a problematic name. The protagonist watched her go. The commander-in-chief looked away and shouted that she was the eldest and that he had helped her, but she hadn't even said thank you. MC stopped the purple-haired girl and asked her to forget about it, offering not to bother the girl. Lena didn't turn around. He looked in her direction and thought that another moment would come to explain everything more clearly. An stood next to the captain and thought that the healer also had something to tell him personally. The stone at the entrance to the city reflected the rays city, and it was made specifically for the hunting competition. The guys stopped at the entrance, and Paris said that those who do not participate in the competition can only go so far, and as soon as they go inside, everything will depend only on the abilities of the students. The door slammed shut. The leader put a flag and asked them to fight bravely for the glory of the city, and the guys shouted that they will fulfill the mission, said that their mission was deep in the competition area and asked them to collect as much evidence and information about the demons as possible for their teams. Creatures were hiding in the darkness, and the girl asked everyone to be careful because demons of unknown ranks were waiting for them. An looked down and thought that there were second-rank warriors here, and this competition had turned into a talent show to choose which city had the best generation of warriors, and naturally, warriors who were too advanced were not allowed to participate. He grinned and thought that Paris naturally knew that his strength was much higher than the second rank, and, fortunately, as long as he did not tell anyone, no one would doubt his strength. The blonde waved her hand and offered to greet their guests, because in this competition, one of the 6 warriors would act as a judge. The hero looked to the side and thought that it would be one of the 6 warriors. The figure was hiding in the darkness, and it was the strongest warrior of restoration. He took a step and the girl asked to greet him. The people rejoiced after they saw a man on the screen. He walked forward. Dylan looked down and smiled. There was an airship above the arena. The audience was delighted and admired the judge. He stood in the middle of the arena, and the audience shouted his name. An looked at him and thought about double cores. There were 2 stones on the man's clothes, and the hero thought about the fact that this was a technology that was only thought of in his time. 2 crystals came together, and they allowed the wearer's capabilities to be doubled, but if the synchronization level with the cores was very high, the effect could exceed all expectations. He was so disrespectful and asked him to bow. He smiled and said that his back was so sore. He stood in front of the warrior and said that he could not bend over. Dylan looked at him and kept silent. She brought the microphone to her mouth and said that he wanted to show the hunt for a 4-horned demon to make the show more memorable. The spectators looked at the arena and were happy about it. The girl stood in front of the man and asked the scouts to give way to the Lord. An looked back over his shoulder and thought that this was a way to demonstrate power, because catching and putting such a demon behind bars is not easy, and the current Aurora is much more powerful than the one he ruled. The green-haired man stood in front of her and asked about her being a new judge at the competition. The girl smiled and said that it was true and it was a great honor for her to meet him. He leaned towards the girl and she was embarrassed. The man stood in front of her and asked her to take care of her replacement. He looked at her and said that they were the only great 6, and she said no, and it was quite unpleasant. The girl was shaking and he said that if the girl was not an Aurora warrior, he would have long ago let her guts out for everyone to see. The spectators looked at them with delight and thought that something cute was happening there. He stood facing the forest and asked her to leave, and the girl ran. An looked back and was meaningfully silent. He pointed his hand at the guys and separately greeted the pioneers. The hero looked forward, and the cries that the students were not worthy of such attention were meaningfully silent. The green-haired man stood in the arena and asked to start the mechanism. The mechanism came out of the ground. The warrior smiled. The man stood in front of the container and asked to open it, and they returned to the demonstration. The monster appeared from the room, and to catch it, 3 warriors of the 4th rank are needed. That's how strong the demon is. The creature growled and broke out, and what the audience saw was an extremely cruel and ferocious individual. The monster appeared in the world with a rare combination of core and element for demons. The monster looked forward and said that releasing it in a crowd of people was a mistake. His legs began to burn and he said that it was stupid. He made a move. The body crashed into the barrier. People saw the monster nearby and were afraid. He looked forward and assumed that it was a protective barrier. The rope tied him. The man pulled the demon to himself. The green-haired one smiled and asked who was stupid here in the end. The forest was under a dome and Dylan asked how the force field was. The girl held a ball in her hands and she made a dome, and was the strongest master of barriers and illusions. The girl looked at her brother and said that there was an invisible barrier here, to which he said that it was indeed so. The healer stood in front of the creature and said that during the show he would not be able to escape. A magical skull formed behind the man, and it ordered the monster to go to hell. The four-horned one looked down and asked him not to do this. Aren swung his arm and asked him not to come near him. A powerful blow occurred. The creature rushed forward. Dylan stood at the crater with a protective barrier. He looked ahead and said that he was just a brainless monster and had no concept of politeness. The monster swung and asked if he was laughing at him and said that the guy was looking for death. The blow hit the protective sphere. He grabbed the ball with his hand. The limb began to gain mana. The green-haired one looked up and said that he had no chance to fight back. The monster held his hand and asked how the power of the green core could be so aggressive. Above the core was a doctor's headdress, and it embodied the power of regeneration and restoration, and was less designed for battle than others, and most of the support fighters owned such crystals. The creature swung and said that it was strong enough to crush him even with one hand. The ropes moved towards the demon. The man tied the monster's limbs. Dylan smiled and said that although he was a warrior with a green core, he was a member of the Great Six. In addition to everything, he owned 7th level cores. The demon looked away and asked if it affected his flesh. The green-haired man waved his hand. A magical beam burst out of his mouth and ropes surrounded him. The man looked away and said that they would start with his mouth, to which he replied that the guy was talking too much. The monster was tied up. He looked up. There was an explosion and the audience closed their eyes. The warrior stood in the arena and green liquid dripped next to him. The guy was in the sphere and said that let this blood spilled by the devil be a symbol of the beginning of a new hunt, and officially declared the demon hunt open. The man stood in front of the crater, and the crowd rejoiced. An looked at him and thought that he was monstrously strong, and judging by what he saw, 2 cores give out twice as much power in pure form at high synchronization. The hero looked down and thought about how the stones seemed to complement each other, creating even more energy in combination than they could give out separately. The protagonist looked forward and wondered what their new king was like, because the way they treated Lena was unforgivable. Dylan leaned over and announced that the man was leaving the field. The scouts gathered at the hills and they greeted the hero with bows. An passed by the green-haired man, saying that he looked like he had insulted him. The best route for their squad to complete the main objective of the mission. There were red lines among the trunks, and one of them was light. Monsters were in the trees and the students were allowed to hunt, earning points and clearing the way for the main team. There were different creatures in the forest from hornless to three-horned, and the man asked the youth to remember this. MC looked up. They were asked to search everything carefully choose a route, be extremely careful, and remember that the territory is huge. The teenagers stood in a crowd and talked about the dangers inside the forest. An looked back and thought that everything is not so clear with the use of 2 cores, and they do not necessarily have to be stronger than one. The students were talking and the guy thought that the aura and synchronization of the warrior also play a big role, and perhaps, because of his own youth and the lack of the burden of responsibility of the field commander on his shoulders, Dylan was so bold. The red stone was above the wall, and its owners looked forward, while the guy thought that the same first-rank guys have a much stronger and more seasoned character than that dressed-up child, and the skills with the experience of protecting a small year in conditions of extreme resource constraints made them like that, and he did not see the Aurora fighter as warriors. The girl looked down and trembled from the idea of 2-horned and 3-horned. The guys concentrated, and the host suggested to start, and said that this year, there would be a presence of a 4-horned demon in the forest, and if the team was strong enough, then she could try that it was convenient. He rushed forward and the 4-horned ones were exactly what he needed. MC stopped in the forest. He looked around and thought that, having separated for a short distance, they were still following in one group and, it seemed, no one wanted to look for the 4-horned one. The guy looked up and he thought that even knowing that defeating the demon would give a win, they were not eager to find it and kill it, fearing too great a threat to life. The woman watched on. Dylan looked ahead and, after a pause, asked to find the fighter's dossier. The dark-haired girl held a tablet in her hands and asked if she could clarify who exactly he wanted to know about. The green-haired man looked at the hero and said that he was talking about the one who walks through the forest, as if on a walk. The girl looked at the tablet and said that he was registered as a participant from the Pikia city team, and the questionnaire indicated that he was a 3rd-rank warrior. The healer narrowed his eyes and thought that the third rank, 3 cores, and it seemed to him that they had a vacant scout position. However, third rank fighters do not often express a desire to participate in the hunt for the scout position is too troublesome and risky, and it turns out that he is a level higher than the other participants. An looked to the side and the observer understood why he was so self-confident. The healer looked forward and asked for a name, to which she said An. The man broke the chair out of anger. He looked to the side and asked her to say that this is not so. The girl showed the tablet, and said that she was only telling what was in the personal file. Dylan looked ahead and was silent, thinking about the name. The green-haired man was unhappy and said that it was disgusting. People looked ahead and supported the teams. The students were sitting on a branch. They were preparing to attack the hornless rookery. The man rushed from the branch. People began to move, and the guy said that the role of a scout is to find the most advantageous route for his team and mark the rookery, develop a plan of movement. An smiled name. She stuck out her tongue and said that it was even more interesting this way. The scouts moved and the screen showed a guy who found a one-horned demon. The fighter held a dagger and monsters were running at him, and he shouted that there were one-horned ones here and they needed to stay away from this place. The girl was running away from a monster with 2 horns. The scouts ran away, seeing the 3-horned one, and wanted to break away from the and wanted the protagonist to leave. He rushed forward with hatred. The branches began to approach MC, and he thought that demons that are imprisoned for a long time are usually much more cruel and ferocious than their brothers. The protagonist dodged the blow. The demon's paw broke the ground and he asked not to try to escape. The 3-horned one rushed to attack. An rested on the tree and thought that it was very bad that he was being watched now. The guy, pushing off from the tree, rushed to attack and thought that he would have to end it as soon as possible. The paw was approaching his face. The hero dodged the blow and slipped below. He looked at the crystal and thought of the arrangement has not changed over the years. The guy looked at the stands. Important guests were watching from above, and the monster was placed in front of them so that they could see everything live. The box looked behind the tree. The healer watched the broadcast and said that he had reached the goal. The container rose from the ground. The 4-horned demon's container shook and something inside wanted to break out. The sun illuminated the treetops. A powerful explosion sounded. There were clouds of smoke everywhere. The hero undressed another demon, saying that this was the 5th. Looking into the hole in its chest, he also noted that the deeper into the forest, the more aggressive the demons were. Slightly squinting his eyes, he thought that he had only planned to explore the area. After a sigh, he reasoned that demons were constantly jumping into battle, and now it was clear why no one became a scout, because it was a direct path to the afterlife. He stood among the defeated enemies, reasoning that he had already killed 5 second-rank demons, and the team's points should have increased significantly. The rest of the waiting room opened their mouths, and he hoped that they would not be too shocked. An looked at the highest box, deciding that he needed a higher ground. Someone's silhouette was visible on this box. Dylan rested his head on his hand. There was a smile on the Lord's face when he said that the hero wanted to get a 4th-rank demon, wondering whose idea it was. In front of him, a view of the forest opened up. The hero was surrounded by a dark aura. Paris looked at the screen, listening to the scout heading for a 4th-rank demon, and wondered how he knew where to go. The other one was surprised that the hero was going to make a route through a rank 4, but given their strength, they couldn't do it. They then turned to the commander. Smoke was coming out of her cigar when the girl replied that she didn't know what An was thinking and hoped that he knew what he was doing, since their team couldn't kill a rank 4 demon. The hero stood in front of a fenced container, and the announcer said that there was a demon in it. The guy was looking around when it was noted that he was studying the area and thinking of an escape plan. There was a bright flash, and the announcer said that if he could return safely, their team would be the first to set out on the route. The barrier tape was torn. The man looked at the screen in shock. The audience also looked shocked. An pulled his sword behind his back. The restraining locks flew off with the container. A dark aura appeared around him and a message saying that the block was lifted. The hero frowned and told the demon to come out. Dylan was surrounded by a green aura as he said that this was very interesting and that the guy did not plan to plot a route, but wanted to fight alone from the very beginning and bring victory to the team during the reconnaissance stage. The announcer put his mouth to the microphone, saying that the scout opened the container, and this was the first time in the history of demon hunting that a warrior was going to fight a rank 4 demon alone. The spectators in the stands cheered. Paris's eyes widened in shock when she heard this. Behind her, her comrades were saying that the hero had gone crazy, and the announcer was shouting that the stands were delighted. Paris imagined the battlefield and realized that An was relying on his amazing ability to control demons. She broke the cigar in her hand, hoping that he was not so confident, because even she would need to use 100% of her strength to fight a rank 4, and wondered where he got such confidence from. Pieces of the container flew apart. A rank 4 demon with a blue core appeared from it. He exhaled, saying that he had been waiting for this for a long time. He saw a hero with a sword in front of him, surprised that there was only one. The demon rushed at him, saying that he would be the first. Thus, a whirlpool appeared in front of An. The hero created a barrier in front of himself. The commentator said that he raised a clay wall with his sword. The water pierced the ground like a thin sheet of paper. The water approached on, and words were heard that he could not cope with the demon alone. The enemy stretched out his seemingly clean hand towards him, saying that he would tear the guy apart like that wall. Another monster grabbed the hand of this demon. The hero controlled the subordinate demon's hand with his hand, asking who said he was alone. Dylan's eyes widened in surprise, seeing that these were the demons that Ang had killed a while ago, smelling the smell of death. There were other demons standing behind the hero. When he asked who said he wasn't controlling them. Smiling, the guy noted that it seemed like their special skill, but he was in no mood to explain anything. Paris folded her arms, noting that this was the ability to control dead demons. The audience watched the screens with interest, wondering how the scout did it, and now 3 demons were helping him in the fight. The subordinate demons rushed forward on command. Water spears appeared near their enemy. The projectile was surprised by the attack and offered to try out the high-speed water cannon. A guy appeared above his head. He pinned the demons to the ground. He covered his face with his hand, surprised that he was crushed in one blow. A green aura emanated from the guy. It was Dylan. Ominously, but with interest, he was surprised, saying that he was interested in the strength and skills of the hero, and offered a small sparring match. Then he raised an eyebrow, saying that it was the first time he heard of someone being able to control demons, and he was sure that he could easily deal with a 4th-rank demon. A silhouette of a skull appeared behind him and offered to try to deal with it. There were antennas on the towers, and a voice was heard saying that the great warrior Dylan wanted to personally test the guy. People raised their hands in delight. Paris put her hands on her head, while everyone around said that they did not understand what was happening. Ang covered his face with his hand, surprised by this, and also noting that such a gesture could fool the audience, but not him. Dylan looked at him with a smile, noticing that he was not surprised at all, and that he had the dexterity of an experienced fighter. The hero smiled back, saying that he had undergone a special training course, and because of eunuch, the captain demanded more from him than from the others. Spreading his arms out to the sides, he added that he was grateful to the captain, because it made him much stronger than his peers, thinking at the same time that even though it was a lie, the interlocutor would not check it. Both stood opposite each other, and Dylan said that An was an interesting guy, and the more he learned about him, the more interesting he became. Then he rushed to attack. A huge fist fell from the sky. The opponent demanded not to hold back. The hero brought the sword to his face, surprised by such speed and force of the blow. The feet and hand left a mark on the ground, and he thought that if it weren't for his reaction, it would have been hard. A cut appeared on his cheek, and An realized that Dylan was going to fight with all his might. The opponent stood in a cloud of dust, saying that it was a good defense, and the guy dodged a dangerous blow. His eyes shone brightly when he said that the hero awakened his appetite. Getting up from his knees, An replied that the opponent seemed to dislike him, and asked why. Dylan instantly began to move, saying that there were 3 reasons. He appeared behind the hero, going to tell him the first. A green hand slid along the ground, and Dylan added that he spoke without respect. To slow down the enemy, the hero plunged his sword into the ground, but the opponent appeared behind him again. A huge hand struck again, and he said that An smelled like a demon. The hero quickly moved through the forest, frowning. He was surprised that everything was so noticeable. Afterwards, An imagined himself in Dylan's hand, thinking that he could summon demonic power. Although his opponent only attacked half-heartedly, this terrifying power could crush anyone, something he had only felt from a rank 8 demon. The hero found himself among the stars, outraged that his opponent called it a game. His eyes began to glow brightly. Now he rushed with his sword at Dylan, ready to show how adults play. Both looked into each other's eyes. The shockwave destroyed everything around. The spectators covered their eyes from the bright flash. A green silhouette was visible among the dust. Dylan landed on his feet. There was a wound on his cheek. In front of him, there were only clouds of dust. The silhouette of a giant monster appeared behind An. The audience gaped in shock. The commentator said that the scout withstood Dylan's blow, and now a powerful threatening aura emanated from him. The wound on his face quickly healed when the green core was used. He silently watched the events unfold, and even if only for a moment, blood began to flow. His landing threw both of them back. The blow was so strong that it spread throughout the entire area. Dylan tried to stop, leaning on his hand. The commentator said that a protective barrier appeared, which held his blow. Gritting his teeth, he said that this was a stupid act. Among the clouds of dust, someone's silhouette was visible. Lena covered An with a barrier. They say that the guy did not like Dylan. She added that she liked him. The hero looked at her in amazement. Looking up at her, he thought about the fact that she used the core to return the body. It was her training. Staring at her with a satisfied face, Dylan said that she was forbidden to wear combat gear. Standing under the protective barrier, Lena heard the question of whether she was ready to violate the order of the kings. She folded her arms and replied that she had no memory, reminding him that she couldn't take part in any demon-slaying activities, so there was no need to talk about clothes, and she had nothing else besides that. The hero remembered how the girl had held out her hand in the past, thinking that she recognized her, and that she was the spark of the six. Still sitting on one knee, he thought about how he used to cover her, but now the day had come when they had switched places. The commentator asked what a member of the old six was doing here, noting that this year's demon hunt was becoming more and more surprising with each passing minute. Smiling a little frighteningly, Dylan told the girl not green arrows were sent from him, when he called them a flock of annoying sheep. A bright glow began to emanate from Lena's chest, and the announcer said that Dylan had activated the stern-eyed snake command skill, sending dense clots of energy to a certain area, within which no one would be able to dodge. Something flashed past her. Unblocked the attack with his sword. She opened her mouth in surprise. In it, she saw the silhouette of her comrade. He repelled these attacks, but more were coming, and it was said that it was useless, because the next wave was coming. Lena put her hand on his shoulder, telling him to give in to her. A magical barrier appeared in front of them. The hero gritted his teeth, thinking about how he decided to protect her back then. The girl landed, leaning on her hand. Raising his hands to the card, he exclaimed that he did not dare to hope for such a thing, and thanks to Dylan, he was able to gain combat experience. The audience watched as he shouted that he would remember his kindness for the rest of his days. Paris raised her head in confusion, and the commentator announced that the scout had expressed his sincere gratitude. Now there were loud applause and admiration for Dylan. Raising his head in confusion, he heard gratitude for caring for the younger generation. Closing his eyes, he said that it was clever. They were standing on the cracked ground. Dylan said that his hands were now tied, and the hero said that he was very grateful. Bowing his head, he added that he would not let them down and would become a worthy warrior, and would also work even harder, and was mentally glad that it worked, because he could not resort to deliberate violence in front of everyone. Turning around, Lena said that it was boring, and she was leaving. Gritting his teeth, Dylan said that in any case, he was surprised by this guy. And then he threw up his hands, telling everyone that this guy back to Dylan, hearing that this was the most incredible demon hunt in the history of the competition, and that it was a miracle created by the scout. She silently walked past on. Later, the host said that only one scout led the city to victory. The comrades tossed the hero in their hands. Next to them was a cup. Paris looked at the guy's face with a smile, saying that he had led the team to victory on his own, and whether he now understood what awaited him upon his return, while he thought that he did not know what to say, and that in fact he almost died. Then the girl pressed him to herself, saying that tonight he was allowed everything, and let him not deny himself anything. Words were heard near the gray walls about the commander letting him go, otherwise he would suffocate now. Then Paris looked away in confusion. Looking at her attentively, Ang asked if she had forgotten about her promise. Putting her hands on her belt, she answered that no, and that he should not worry, she would organize a meeting with the person responsible for the power crystals. The guy cleaned the dirt from his cloak, asking to bring him a coat, and also mentioning that he would not be able to come to the ceremony, because he had things to do. The dark-haired girl looked at him with delight, asking if he had a guy or a girl planned to meet. A slight smile appeared on Ang's face. Later, he stood on the mountain, thinking that it was more likely an old friend. The hero's cape fluttered in the wind. Against the backdrop of the sunset, he walked towards Lena and, after greeting her, asked why she made an appointment and what she wanted to talk about. The girl turned to him, glad that he still came. Then she remembered their previous meeting, saying that another woman called him on, and she said they met in a secret place. The guy looked at her silently when the girl noted that she did not mention where exactly she was. Lena began to walk towards him. Tears appeared in her eyes. A falcon with a motor, was he the same Om? In the past, they also stood at the cliff, and the girl said that the guy could correct her if she was wrong, that no one comes here, but the view of the city here is magnificent. Spreading her arms wide, she added that it was very nice here and wanted to say something about the two of them. But then she became embarrassed, noting that this was her secret place. An flicked her forehead. Holding his hand in front of him, laughing at it, and asking how old she was. The girl looked very angry, demanding that he stop flicking her and saying that everyone could only dream of such a secret place, and that An was great at killing demons, but otherwise did not understand at all. The hero covered his ears with his hands, agreeing with the interlocutor. They both looked at the sunset, and he said that this was a nice place. Lena stretched her hand to the side, offering to look at something. Green arrows hit the stone. She carved their names on it, saying that this place would be their secret, and let it remain only between them. Now the stone looked more overgrown. Lena looked at him with tears in her eyes, asking if he remembered their secret place. Leaves flew past Ang's face. She turned away. It is in the past, and it does not matter who was to blame for what. She remembered how she stood at his statue, saying that from time to time people come to her and, looking at her, remember the past. Lena turned to the guy, wondering how he managed to survive, and that it seemed like a miracle. But then he raised his hand in displeasure, asking what the point was, because back then he went to the obelisk to get rid of the demons and wanted the next generations to be able to live, but he heard the answer that it was because he was a real monster. Introducing the man in the crown, she said that he was the only one in the world who had 3 rank 7 cores. He was much stronger than the heroes of the past. Dylan clenched his fist, hearing that the new 6 had far surpassed them, and they each had 2 cores. The guy stretched out his hand and told her that they could not just abandon their comrade, and they needed to get him out of there. He lowered his head in despair, not understanding how it was possible to have 3 cores. Looking down, he heard that perhaps there was one way. Frowning, she remembered that the interlocutor did not know that demons now possessed the power of the elements. The silhouette of these elements appeared behind him. Looking questioningly at the girl, Dylan clarified what she was talking about. Then the interlocutor imagined the cores in front of her, saying that before, demons only had red, yellow, green, blue, purple and black, but they evolved and began to possess the powers of the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire and earth. Having imagined 5 different demons, she said that it had become more difficult for warriors to cope with them. He imagined his silhouette, arguing that in this case, he only lacked the element of earth. Of the elements was possible? Opening his mouth in surprise, Dylan was surprised that this was now available to warriors, thinking that it was something like controlling the elements. Then Lena imagined an iceberg, saying that the 4th and 5th rank warriors were not only separated by their strength level, and if a 5th rank warrior was strong enough, he could try to seize the fusion core. Then she imagined the walls of a high castle, saying that one day, the fortress of the fallen began to exhibit fusion abilities, and she was sure that the interlocutor remembered this strange place. Lowering his head, Dylan remembered the fortress of Duggar. He imagined a large-scale battle, reasoning that their army faced an army of demons, and this was one of the bloodiest battles, and now this place is called the Fortress of the Fallen. Many skulls lay at the foot of the fortress. He thought that this was because in that battle they lost the most people in the entire war. Looking down sadly, Lena said that there were countless dead, and they were buried under the fortress, and their remains were still there, but one day, unusual demons began to crawl out. Then, where he climbed out of a hole in the ground, and she said that all of them were not lower than the 5th rank. One of them had a bright light in his chest, and she said that they were distinguished by the presence of a cavity in the chest. Stretching her hand forward, she also said that with the help of the crystal, warriors can master the power of the elements, but it is also necessary to have a certain level of strength. Still looking down, she mentioned a rank lower than the 5th and sufficient physical resilience. Then arms, answering only about one element. Imagining these elements in the form of a circle, she noted that they generate and destroy each other. She imagined Dylan surrounded by the others, saying that no one had ever managed to do something like this, and even in theory it was impossible, because the new king and the 6 only had one. The guy opened his mouth wide, surprised that they had mastered the power of the elements. Remembering Dylan's green aura, saying that during the battle with him there was not even a hint. Standing in front of him, the girl replied that it was because the protective screen of the arena laptop could not withstand such power, which would put people in danger, and Dylan cares too much about his image, and if he fought at full strength, would die faster than anything. Adjusting her hair, although she admitted that the new king and the 6 are much stronger because they have 2 cores, and also the power of the elements. She again remembered her comrade in prison, saying that this is one of the reasons why she could not get him out. Dylan put his hands in his pocket, thinking about how to use the 4 elements himself, and about the demon inside himself. He recalled the aura that surrounded Dylan again, thinking that Lena was right, and compared to the new 6, he was like a helpless child. The hero frowned, thinking that he couldn't rely on that demon's strength forever, and if he wanted to save his comrade, he himself would need to be much stronger. Both of them were standing at the very edge, and he said that he also needed to visit the Fortress of the Fallen. The interlocutor looked in his direction, saying that he had not yet reached the 5th rank, and wanted to mention the 4th. Smiling, the guy replied that the 4th was like a threshold, and he knew it. A bird flew over them when he said that he himself came up with this expression once. And then he looked at his hand, saying that in his current life he was not going to follow it, and he was sure that he could overcome this limitation. Later Paris followed him, indignant that she was pulled out of the bar, although the guy could have rested for a few days and had fun in the city. But Dylan replied that plans had changed, and he would talk about the crystal of power, leave the city. The girl straightened up, stretched, noting that it was good to be young and energetic. He turned around, hearing that he should not worry, because she would go as his guarantor, as promised. Dylan opened his eyes in surprise, hearing that the matter of the power crystals for Helios was finally resolved. He saw people walking ahead and the words that they now need to request help in operational management. The hero looked ahead in fascination, wondering who it was. Paris looked at him, asking why he stopped. The girl with blonde hair turned around, wondering what she might have heard. Dylan was reflected in her eyes. The rest of the comrades also turned around. They looked at each other, not noticing the people passing by. In surprise, the comrades opened their mouths. He heard the sound of footsteps. Lan and Seijio joyfully pounced on him, asking where he came from. Tang squeezed his hand. The blonde looked at Dylan with delight, saying that he was alive and had also become noticeably stronger. The guy replied that it was all thanks to him. Lon looked closely at the hero, noticing that he had grown, and he replied that perhaps the core had worked that way. The comrade moved his hand to the side, saying that they had initially gone with the city commander to watch the competition, but on the way Lu had received news about him, and so they had left the delegation to find the hero. Smiling slightly and frowning, Tang heard his comrade say that in the end the information had turned out to be false, and that they had only recently arrived in Dawn, and the captain had talked about the distribution of power crystals, and added that they were going to look for him further. Sweet reunion. The girl waved her hand when Tang apologized for not greeting her and thanked her for taking care of the guy, saying that she would kill him. Tears appeared in Lu's eyes, saying that from now on she had done. The girl looked at her comrade, saying that he should not fall asleep. Her legs were shaking, but she continued to drag him, repeating Ove sat by the closed door. Later, the blonde left the hotel, and Ang asked if she was ready. Adjusting her coat, Lu demanded to be called captain. Smiling, the hero agreed and asked if she had slept well, because they had a long journey ahead. The interlocutor, without turning around, answered that she slept like a child, thinking that this was not a terrible nightmare, and also mentally outraged that the guy was pretending that nothing had happened. Looking at the map, Ang said that this city is on the way to the Fortress of the Fallen, and if everything goes according to plan, they will be there by evening, and he also heard that upon arrival at the fortress, the city guards will check their strength, but they will not be able to avoid it, otherwise they will be considered illegal entry. They walked along the street, and Lu said that everything is as Captain Tang said, because the Fortress of the Fallen is strategically important. Not every 5th rank warrior was ready to go there. Lowering her head, instructed her to increase her rank, because he hoped that this mission would help her grow to the 2nd. But mentally she was outraged at how the hero grew so quickly, reaching the 4th rank in a short time, outraged at such a frightening guy. Aang introduced the smiling Lan and Suijio, saying that they would also have difficult training, because then the comrade said that they would not lag behind, and the girl said that the captain had organized a special training course for them somewhere in the field. He looked at the girl, who once said that she still could not let him go alone, like last time. Aang remembered the tears of happiness on her face. Lu paid attention to him. Not understanding, she raised an eyebrow, asking about the strange smile, and clarifying that he was probably remembering the recent incident. She heard that this was not the case. The bright sun illuminated the walls of the houses. Many people were visible from above, and shouts were heard that someone needed a patriot of at least rank 5, someone with a blue core. Many people gathered at the entrance to the Fortress of the Fallen. Aang and Lu looked at them. The guy was talking about how they were finally there, and the crystals were not far away. The comrades walked past the crowd, hearing the indignation that their ranks were not high enough for this place, and that the food for the demons had just arrived. The two guys did not give a smile, saying that perhaps the lovers were lost. His comrade told him that they would not pass the test anyway. Then a smirk appeared on Aang's face. Bright auras surrounded him and her, and he said that they were not respected here. As they walked further, a group appeared behind them, and one of them offered to take a look at it. The heroes turned around, hearing the question, was suicide. Lu looked at them with displeasure and cursed, but her companion replied that it was fine and that it was just a stupid attempt to provoke him. The others looked at each other, recognizing the arrogant guy, and were surprised that he also came here in pursuit of the fusion core. Meanwhile, a warrior with an axe stood behind him. The people around noticed that he was a 6th rank, and that it seemed that he was one of their family's mercenaries, remembering that they saw his profile. The man in the red glow swirled. Someone said that he had already mastered the power of the element, and the one that suited his fighting style as much as possible. Another replied that with such an escort, it would not be difficult to take the fusion core, and it seemed that the guy would get what he came for this time. Utter spread his arms, saying that he was a young master from a famous family, and they represented the entire city, asking the hero if he had heard of him, and also added that their family had the most warriors in the city, turning to Lu. The girl, not understanding, raised an eyebrow, listening to him advise her not to go to the Bone Castle. One finger. Lu threw her bag to the ground, answering that she was not the strongest warrior. Clouds of dust developed around both of them. Looking at the hero with indignation, Utter warned him that if he did not get out of the way, because their main goal was to get into the Bone Castle, and anything could happen inside. The mercenary's face became more threatening when he asked if the guy understood him. A bright light appeared on his chest. Utter pulled his hand away, saying that he did not want to mess with them. Passing by our comrades, he told the others that they were leaving. The man looked at Dylan. Then he loudly stomped on the ground, using the power of the elements. The clods under his foot began to rise. And then they headed towards the hero. With a quick movement of his hand, he smashed them. Lu looked at him, asking what was going on, and then replied that they were just mosquitoes. Then he clenched his hand into a fist, saying that it was time for him to go, and he was sure that they would pass the guard's test. His palm turned gold when using the hardness of the skin. The mercenary looked at Aang again in shock, surprised that he had stopped his hidden earth element attack with his hand, because not only did it require strong reflexes and reaction speed, but his hands should have suffered greatly. Utter turned to him, hearing him address him. Lowering his head to the guy, the man said that their list of strong contenders for the fusion core needed to be edited, because he would like to evaluate the hero as the main competitor, noting that he was clearly not rank 4. Imagining red around on, he also said that he did not see his true strength. The interlocutor looked at him in confusion, hearing that he needed to choose the right moment and kill them first in order to avoid problems in the future. There were numbers on the screen. Someone said, synchronization at 54 and 42%. Ang and Lu silently looked at the girl in front of them. Standing among various equipment, she only noted that if there is no rank limitation here, then they passed the synchronization percentage test. The hero looked at his companion, thinking that before the percentage of her synchronization with the core was 39, and it turns out that she not only reached the first rank, but also raised it, which is quite fast. Looking at the screen, the girl noted that the guy is a 4th rank, Lu with the green core of the 1st, and that they want to get into the castle in order to get the fusion core. Having presented this core, she warned that there are at least 3 horned demons inside, and again asked if they want to enter? Then Dylan extended his hand towards Lu, saying that they will definitely be able to stand up for themselves, because she is a full-time medic of their group, and also a capable warrior, which means they are confident in their strength. Lu tried not to show her irritation, closing her eyes, but thinking that this made her very angry, because An said that she was some kind of staff medic and she would not forgive him for this. The girl with glasses presented a red core, saying that in the entire history of the castle, warriors below rank 5 have never entered inside, and although there are no restrictions on entry by rank, they are the weakest pair of warriors that have entered inside in history. The girl remembered the crystal in the demon's chest, saying that the cores they needed can only be obtained from a special type of demon, and there is only one such demon there, but after killing them, they only appear some time later. Standing at the entrance, the girl also said that they must understand that they will have to fight not only demons, but also other contenders for this prey, so even surviving will be difficult, asking again if they have changed their minds? Following him, she realized that she was filled with determination and the desire to fight to the end when he was nearby. From above, the destroyed square in front of the castle was visible. One of the demons was visible among the ruins. Lu and An hid around the corner. The girl said that there were a lot of monsters here. The hero looked out, saying that although it was called a fortress, it was actually a city, and that in terms of size and population, Duggar was no different from the current Dawn. He presented a map, saying that this city was located in the very center of the continent. Then he remembered the people on the streets and the subsequent destruction, saying that it was once inhabited, but after the invasion of demons, the city gradually became empty. He then imagined the battle with the demons, saying that the city had turned into a battlefield. Dark silhouettes were visible in the courtyard of the castle. The guy said that subsequently, vast territories around the city fortress were captured by these creatures, and people did not dare to return. An lowered his eyes not to remember the past prosperity. The girl looked at him, saying that he knew a lot, but he replied that he had simply heard many different stories since childhood. Leaning on the wall, the guy suggested moving on, because they needed to find demons with an elemental crystal and avoid unnecessary clashes in order to. Imagining many dark silhouettes, he said that the ones they met at the entrance were not isolated cases, and in a place like this, most were just selfish scoundrels. Ein turned to the girl with a smile, telling Lu in his arms looked shocked. The demon noticed them behind him. The monster gritted his teeth, saying that his attacks were completely silent, and the guy could not hear him in advance. The hero put the girl on the ground, surprised that the enemy of the 5th rank, and also managed to get here, which means he went into a liquid state, otherwise he would have been noticed. Lu looked ahead in confusion, thinking that if it weren't for the reaction of that calculation, everything could have been bad. Frowning, the guy told her that she needed to quickly finish off the enemy, otherwise there would soon be a crowd of demons here, and besides, it would attract the attention of other squads. In hand a sword, saying that she needed to act quickly, to which she agreed, thinking that she couldn't become a burden for An. The demon raised his hand, surprised with his agility. Opening his mouth wide, the hero said the name Lu. The girl struck the demon in the back. Her core glowed brightly. Then the guy put the blade in front of him. This way he was able to pierce the enemy. She was on the blade of the sword, and he said that Lu did well. Her foot stood on the back of the defeated demon. An raised his head as the girl thanked him. The core in his hands, she said that she hoped the demon was not upset that a first-rank warrior took his core. Holding his core in her hand, she said that she did not need it or him. The guy took out a sword from the corpse of the demon, saying that the girl moved quite quickly, to which she replied that she was from a clan known for their fighting prowess, and speed was the basis of technique. Placing the sword on his shoulder, An said that they should leave, since they probably attracted attention. Lu noticed the wound. Bringing her hand to his face, she said that it was just an ordinary scratch. But the girl frowned, reminding him of what she said before they set off, that no matter how serious the injury, it was her duty to heal him, and otherwise her presence here was meaningless. The hero, he just scratched his forehead, thinking that she was serious and determined, replied that she could treat him on the way. Someone's shadow flashed above them. The man with the axe pounced on them. The swing left a bright mark. The blows sounded throughout the area. Dylan blocked the attack with his sword. The man put his foot on the axe, saying that it was interesting. The hero held back the onslaught, hearing that he was an unusual warrior. The man looked ominous, saying that Aang's skills were far from the 4th rank. The movement of the weapon left sparks. The hero threw the axe away, telling the man to hide. He looked at him angrily. A green light appeared in Lu's hand when she spoke to the guy. But suddenly she opened her eyes wide. A nurse stood behind her, saying that the girl was not careful and now she was in her hands. Lu froze in place, thinking that this was a special paralysis technique, but the nurse said that as a healer, she should understand what was happening to her, and this technique was originally used to treat wounds. With its help you can completely immobilize a person. Lowering his sword, Aang turned to her, saying that now it was clear why they were discovered so quickly. He frowned, saying that they abandoned their master and ran here, wondering if this is possible since this is a godforsaken place. Not far from him, Utter was walking towards him, saying that Aang was being impudent even before his death. He smiled ominously, asking about the fact that perhaps the guy was afraid of falling in the eyes of his friend. Lu stood there, unable to move. She only gritted her teeth, indignant that she was called a friend, but still understood that now was not the best time for anger. Utter winked at his nurse, praising her for her good work and saying that he would reward her generously later. He then placed his hand on Lu's face, saying that she would first enjoy the death of her comrade. The guy then looked at Aang, saying that he would enjoy her later, since no one had ever dared to refuse him, so he was interested. Lu glared at him angrily. The man slightly opened his mouth, saying that he shouldn't have come out of hiding, and he would deal with the hero himself, and if he needed the girl, he would bring her later. Utter stood next to Lu, saying that no one would attack them, considering that he was in the squad, and he didn't like to sit quietly in hiding. He also smiled and noted that he was a rank 5, he had nothing to fear. Aang was surrounded by a red aura, saying that he thought that Utter was just a capricious boy, and therefore ignored him, but it turns out that he was even worse. His eyes began to glow brightly as he noted that quite a few girls had already suffered at his hands. The boy pointed at him, noting that Aang was acting tough, but he shouldn't worry, since his girlfriend would also be honored tonight. The man gritted his teeth, thinking that the young master was spoiled and nothing special, only repeating about being a rank 5, but in reality, he only got the position thanks to his father's many connections. A red core was visible on his chest, and he also thought about how the boy had never fought a demon one-on-one, but the clan paid him handsomely for his work, and that was the only thing stopping him. The mercenary sighed deeply, thinking that otherwise he would have killed him already, and told Utter that since he came out of hiding, he should follow his instructions. Frowning killers are those who are controlled by some underground organization, and it consists mainly of criminals, because such people are happy to kill for a decent reward. The villain stands against the background of the crystal and explains that there are rumors about warriors of the 7th rank, despite the fact that such powerful masters, as a rule, are not particularly interested in money and are usually offered some kind of service as payment. The old fighter asks to stop the fight, adding that they are an odd couple with weak cores, but a lot of strength. Aang calmly declares that there is no longer a reason to fight, thinking that the employer is dead and he simply no longer needs to waste his strength. The fighter with an eye patch says that if the main character fought him to the death, he would rather not escape from the clutches of the demon, because Aang is hiding a lot, judging by his ability to manipulate the corpses of demons, mastery of several elements. He asks with an evil look where he got this power from and how he got it. Aang answers with a smile that he is just a 4th rank warrior with several special abilities, and if they continued to fight, he would most likely lose due to the difference in strength. The big guy frowns and thinks that in front of him is probably a genius warrior, because there are rumors about such children that children are born with abilities that others do not have. He tells the protagonist standing opposite that he can control several elements anyway. Then why did he come to the Bone Castle? Because he does not need a fusion core. Aang makes it clear he allows a 5th rank master himself. A bloody man lies in the frame and the protagonist reflects on an old comrade in arms who would never allow himself to be imprisoned in a place from which he could not escape. While Aang is sure that he wants to get him out of prison, but they cannot rely only on the power of the demon inside. Villains appear in the frame and the guy realizes that he may have to face the new 6, or even their king. They reach the fighters sitting by the fire. Aang shakes someone's hand with a smile. Lu looks at him in surprise at this point. The castle at night, someone asks if he is going to sleep. Aang sits next to Lu lying in her sleeping bag and replies that he will take a nap later. The girl states that he is skilled in fighting and communicates easily with others, and also knows everything about demons and survival, but is the same age as her. Then the heroine asks where he got such experience. Aang prepares to say something. He puts his fist to his chisel. Lu jumps up and shouts that someone is fighting there. Aang looks at her with a smile and adds that it still smells like a demon. The girl asks if the hero slept. He replies that he took a short nap, while changing the conversation to strong energy fluctuations, which means there are many fighters here and some are fighting among themselves. The dialogue box says that they may have found a demon with the required core. An looks at the girl with a smile. A demon of a new kind, which he did not meet in his past life, and this elemental monster is new to him. The protagonist quickly runs forward, thinking about what he will find and finish off before the others find him. The partners head to the scene. An slides along the ground and exclaims that he has slowed down and most likely found a suitable place for a temporary shelter, and we need to use this pause to find it. The girl asks if the hero can find its exact location, because there are many buildings where they can hide. An reassures her and asks her not to worry, thinking that he has been feeling the presence of the elemental demon since he first caught its scent. The protagonist closes his eyes and sees a map of the city, realizing that he can sense the location of his own kind, adding that the demon is moving underground. Lu points his finger at the roof and asks him to look there. Several fighters rush in the same direction. An thinks with displeasure that this squad saw their fight and reacted quickly, but they will still need time to find the exact location of the demon. A dialogue box with the idea that they need to take a shortcut. The protagonist grabs the girl's hand. An holds her and they go down into a huge hole in the ground. The protagonist holds Lu tightly and they fall down. He thinks about the fact that the demon is hiding under the castle and this is the fastest way to find him. The protagonist understands with excitement that he has not used the power of the elements to the maximum for a long time, and does not know if he will be able to use it to the maximum. Lu screams loudly, clinging to An. Trees form in front of them, as he uses the skill of the catching net. They break on them, tearing branches. An laughs loudly, while Lu screams in fear. The girl sits on the rocks and calls the protagonist, not understanding where he disappeared to. An lies face down and tells her that she is on him. He smiles and apologizes for scaring her, at the same time asking her to get up. Lu hears this and blushes. There is a sound of impact. After some time, An with a bump on his head declares ignorance about the whole city underground. The girl at this time wonders how far the demon is. The heroes quietly walk on the floor. He answers that it is quite close. They approach the demon, which is glowing nearby. On the floor sits a 5-horned elemental demon and rests. An and Lu look out from behind the corner, and the guide points at the monster, to which she asks if its core really allows one to control one of the elements, noting that its aura is stronger than that of ordinary ones. They watch the monster and the main character states that as soon as they start fighting, they will immediately attract the attention of other teams, which means they need to take care of the demon as quickly and quietly as possible. That is, grab the core, quickly run away before they start looking for them. I'm serious of her. The main character begins to explain to her, smiling as that he is going. He quickly approaches the demon sitting nearby. The monster hisses and says the word warrior. An has half turned into a demon and reflects on the fact that almost all the squads had warriors with excellent search abilities, and if they do not get rid of him quickly, then very soon some strong squad will come for them, and in this situation, it will be almost impossible to get the core. 5-horn prepares to take the blow, while not believing that someone found his shelter so quickly. The protagonist pushes off the ground harshly. He flies up and declares that his guess was correct and the monster can also use several elements. The mutant at this time does not understand why he smells like a demon. The monster releases fire and water rings at An. He looks at it calmly and understands that it balances. Lu sits nearby, closed by a barrier. A flashback occurs where An tells her not to be surprised if she sees his special abilities or appearance, as it is part of his special skills and no matter what she sees, he is still himself. The protagonist frowns and indicates that it is time to end this. The 5-horned demon is surprised by his opponent's new move. He looks down and sees a vine grabbing him from the ground. The monster does not understand who his opponent is. An moves towards the monster with a weapon in his hands, stating that he saw something during the demon hunt. He hits the opponent in the face so hard that he flies away, while saying that the 4-horned demon used an interesting move, controlling the power of gold. A trunk appears from under the ground and the hero wants to find out whose element of wood is better. He attacks the defending demon and shouts that he is betting gold. An smirks and is happy that he finally made his opponent focus all his energy in one point. The protagonist loudly commands Lu to act, while the monster does not understand anything. The girl with the green spear heads towards the frozen demon. She confidently holds the spear and looks at the enemy. A memory appears in which An teaches Lu to collect all her energy in the core, and then it is necessary to give this flow of power a form. The picture shows a green energy spear and the protagonist explains that the process of embodiment must be used to materialize the weapon. The heroine raises the spear and rushes towards the demon, thinking that she will be able to attack him. In the memories, Lu asks the hero if he wants her to deal a fatal blow to the enemy. She sat next to him and stated that this is a 5-horned demon, and also an unusual one. Plus he clearly has a lot of spiritual energy, and if he focuses on defense, they will not be able to cope quickly. An answered that he will make him gather all the available energy and deliver one powerful blow to him, because if you gather a large amount in one point for an attack, then quickly switching to defense is extremely difficult, and at this moment everything must happen. Lu throws her spear, waiting for the perfect moment for his hidden attack. The demon understands that from the very beginning they plan to attack him from behind at an inconvenient moment. The green spear pierces the golden monster's heart, and it screams in pain. Lu watches the flight with impassive eyes. Her core is drawn in the frame, and she explains that the principle of energy collection that Ang taught her extracts a huge amount of spiritual energy from the core and causes great damage, adding that she did not expect the spear to pierce her, and it seems that he simply could not redirect a drop of energy to his defense. The demon looks in horror at the weapon that pierced him and realizes that he cannot heal. Ang rushes towards his enemy, and at the same time praises the girl for her excellent work. The protagonist grabs his crystal. He stands impassively while the stone shines in his palm. The defeated demon falls to his knees. The wounded monster does not understand why the regeneration did not work. Ang turns around and explains that Lu attacked him with pure healing energy, and the special property of the green core's spiritual energy is that when it is used in an attack and hits an opponent's body, it begins to repel all other healing powers. The demon, kneeling, adds that this is an exclusion of the effects of someone else's energy, not understanding how they figured this out. He falls unconscious, asking how they figured this out. Lu runs up to the protagonist and asks if he is okay. Ang smiles, twirling the crystal, and states that everything is fine, and thanks to her strike they now have a fusion core, adding that it was a great move and she deserves to be recognized as a genius among the girls of the city. Lu listens to the guy, embarrassed. She crosses her arms and states that he talks too much, while thinking that she should try her best not to be a burden. Ang stands in front of her and says that she mobilized all the energy of her core and managed to materialize the spear, and this is a magnificent achievement. Simultaneously asking how she feels after this, she answers that everything is more or less normal. Lu is surprised to hear the sound of people approaching. She turns around and shouts that they were found too quickly. Ang with a serious face says that some of the warriors who are especially sensitive to spiritual energy can quite accurately indicate the place where its fluctuations associated with the battle were noticed, and most likely, there is no shortage of such warriors in the search teams. He quickly heads for the exit, urging the girl to hurry. The protagonist plans to run to the right since footsteps are heard from the left side. Suddenly, Ang gets shot in the face. He falls, clutching his bloody head. Lu looks at this in surprise. She lifts him up, asking if he is okay. He understands that the demon did not touch him. The protagonist puts his hands on the ground. He scratches his fingers on it and states that it hurts a lot and that everything inside him is burning. Ang is shaking and glowing red. Lu asks where he is. One of them says that all those present are warriors of the 5th rank and each is strong in their own way. Lu realizes in horror that there are 6 fighters of the 5th rank against them. The blonde man asks with a grin if the girl is really a 1st rank warrior, and if there was anyone else in their squad, and if the second one was injured in the fight with the demon or not. He looks at them in surprise. He sees Ang clutching a crystal in his hand. The fighter points his finger at them and shouts loudly that they have a fusion core. The others watch what is happening in shock. The fighters are happy about this. One of them says that this is a jackpot, because now they will take the stone. Lu holds the protagonist in her arms and does not understand what to do, because the girl cannot cope with them and she will not be able to protect him. Ang begins to wake up. He gives her the crystal, asking her to hold it. The barely alive protagonist says that he is their main target and they will not let them leave alive in any case. Lu looks at him with regret and says that his body is damaged. He replies that he can fight. Ang drags the tip of the sword along the ground and says that a warrior must fight to the end. The opponents see him, noting that he has good fortitude, but if he has at least a drop of common sense, it is better to just give the crystal and they will kill them quickly and painlessly. Tired, Ang understands that it is almost impossible to awaken demonic energy, because his body cannot cope with it, realizing that the fight will be tough. The protagonist prepares to jump and declares that whoever took it, it belongs to him, and he wants to see who of them can take the core before all the kites fly there. Discouraged, Lu recalls scenes from her dream, not understanding why it came to mind again. 6 5th rank fighters fly with weapons towards the protagonist, while the girl thinks that she has a very bad feeling. The hero's feet walk on the ground and he explains that the rule is simple. Whoever took it, it belongs to him, and the others need to have time to take the core before all the kites arrive. Lu sees her dream and is scared that she remembered it. Fighters jump on Ang. The bald man grins and orders to kill MC and the girl to take the fusion core. The captain of the other team runs with a sword and laughs at them, because he wants to take the core for his team. He looks sternly at the opponents and says that they have already found a buyer, and even if they want to use the core to strengthen a team member, they can sell it profitably, and even by dividing the profit between 3, they can buy everyone better equipment. In the darkness, Ang said that there is a minute left. The protagonist trembles with fear, because if he activates the demon's power, he will only last a minute, so he finds his body weak. His gaze darkened and he believes that at least he should make sure that Lu can leave. The girl timidly holds her hands to her chest. When the warriors jump on Ang, he turns away. Turning his head to the side, MC thinks about a minute. The character closed his eyes and red stripes come out of them. Smoke comes from Ang, and pulling out his sword, he said that a minute would be enough to kill them all. The soldiers watch in fear as his breath and smell knock them down, assuming that he is a demon. Yellow stripes of fire come from the hero's back, and he says that this is appearing. Ang disappeared in front of the enemies, and they do not understand where he disappeared to. The warrior's eye glows white, as he turned on the skill of observation and enemy search. MC appears behind their backs and knocks them off their feet. The soldier fearfully turns his gaze to the protagonist when he has 57 seconds left. The man turns to his allies, but does not have time to finish saying that Ang is behind him. The hero knocks him down with a blow to the stomach. When MC has 55 seconds left, he gleefully suggests starting with one of them. Two soldiers retreat in fear. The warrior angrily calls out to the elder. The fighters run at the hero, ordering him to kill the demon and avenge the elder Liao. Ang turns around to face them. MC destroys the opponents with his wave. The warrior clenches his teeth in pain. The hero gets angry and calls his element of gold, a wave of spikes. Yellow spikes appear from under the ground. Stones break under the character. The warriors are knocked off their feet by the shock wave, and they are surprised by his speed, as well as the fact that MC killed 3 in one blow. Aang's enemies hang on the spikes and he leaves. The warrior chief frowns and does not understand why those 3 brothers, specializing in observation and search, were of the 5th rank, but the hero dealt with them easily. The soldiers see MC coming at them and want to join forces to prevent the demon from killing them all. Ang runs up. Lu sees the warriors attacking Ang and guesses that his body can't withstand the strain. One of the fighters smiles widely because the hero was wounded, and although it would be easier to take the core from the girl now, he will take advantage of the fact that Ang is not in control of himself now. The antagonist pounces on MC and shouts that he needs to be killed while there is a chance, to the moment that happened in it. Ang lies immobilized, and she calls him. The doors of the room open. The girl with the hero in her arms sees red cores in the distance. Quick swings fly by. Dead demons lie around the heroine, and she asks Ang to hold on. Lu is exhausted from pain, but assures him that a little more and they will cope. She looks at MC and asks him to wake up so that he does not pass out. The blonde drags him around the room and says that he needs to stay conscious, asking him to wake up. Ang holds a stone in his hand, and she adds that although it is difficult for him, it is also difficult for her, exactly how it all started. The black silhouette of the girl is in front of the puzzles from the memory. Sweat is pouring down her face, and she cannot remember where they were attacked from. 2 demons appeared above her, and she remembered the attack from above. Lu's legs quickly lift off the floor. She rushes forward and says that they need to run. The demon jumps after her. Grabbing the core behind her, he shouts that a weak warrior girl managed to get a fusion core. The monster pierces the girl with a spike and tells her to die. Lu and Ang fall to the floor. The enemies stand in front of them. One of them does not understand how they even got here and took the core, and the other replies that taking it from them was very easy. Lu lies with a hole in her chest and realizes that the demon hit her heart, and she cannot recover. Ang rests his hand on the floor. The demon steps on MC's stomach, since he was still breathing, which surprises his ally. Opening his eyes, Lu hears the demon say that he does not like Ang, and she asks not to touch him. Sitting in front of the hero, the monster adds that the protagonist has a strange smell and he was not imagining it, and his partner suggests cutting off MC's head. The blonde crawls towards them and screams for them to let him go. She looks at the monsters furiously. The demon approaches the heroine and says that he likes her character and will, but she will be a corpse. He kicks Lu with his foot. The girl flies away after his blow and he calls her weak. Flying back, the blonde realizes that the demon is right about her weakness. Looking at MC, she admits that she could not care about even one person from her team and save Aang's life. Dying, Lu with her last strength asks not to touch the hero. Her eye closes and she thinks that she must protect him, blaming herself for her weakness. In front of her is a dark sky with stars, and the girl thinks how good it would be if she were stronger. Stripes come from the darkness, and Lu says that it is difficult for her to hold on. A heel steps on the floor. A demon appears in the center of the room. The Black Queen looks down on Aang and says that the Crimson King forbade her to help the boy. She adds with a naive smile that she interferes in his life over and over again, and that makes things difficult for her. Seeing that the demon is sitting by MC's body, she says that she doesn't mind him eating him, but she is worried about the Crimson King trapped in his body. Bending over and holding her hips, the queen says that Aang has a weak human body and it can't withstand the power of her friend Crimson. Darkness sat down next to the hero, believing that he should have been dead a long time ago, and it's amazing that he lasted so long and is still alive. Seeing his emotionless face, she adds that he is the strongest fog coming from Lu. The girl walks under it, repeating that she already told them not to touch him. She became a demonic form, 4 horns, and has the ability to control time and space. Blue smoke comes out in front of the demon. Lu in the body of a demon came out of it and warns him not to touch MC. The girl throws his sword away with her hand. Flying back, the demon says that her smell is the same as theirs, so she She throws all the cubes at the demon, causing it to scream. A deep crater has formed beneath it. The girl approaches the second demon, who is dumbfounded by how deeply this attack has pierced his partner, since he can't even see a trace of her body. Lu frowns and announces that he is next. The monster's legs are shaking and he doesn't understand why she looks like a little girl, but the pressure emanating from her is simply overwhelming. Darkness's tall body appears behind the girl. The demon backs away and tries to understand in fear what is happening. He smiles maliciously and realizes that his enemies are the same as themselves. An lies unconscious on the floor and the monster adds that Lu has a rare ability dream. The girl remembers past fights and does not understand if she has recovered from all the injuries, adding that her head hurts a lot. She straight him in her arms and thanks the heroine. The girl remembers what happened to the protagonist. She leaned on the blanket and asked to the doctors. Leaving the office, Lu adds that after they complete all the procedures, they can leave. An calmly agrees with her. His gaze has become wary and he does not understand what happened to Lu in the castle. The heroine was emitting turquoise flames and he wondered why her body was emitting an aura similar to his. The heroes were driving a car. Looking at Mac, Lu asks if he needs a place where no one will disturb him. An is driving and replies that he needs to focus on studying the fusion core and ancients. Mocking the hero, he asks where he came from, if he does not even know what battle points are. The man seriously explains that this is a warrior's currency and a warrior in any city can spend battle points on buying services or equipment. Looking at the core in his chest, he does not understand why An, a rank 4 warrior, does not know such basics, thinking that he is a cosplayer. Lu points to the scanner, saying that battle points are linked to a personal card and they can easily find out their number, since you only need to put your finger to scan the fingerprint, which surprises the seller. The protagonist puts his finger on the scanner, wanting to try it out and remembers that there used to be no points, since everyone shared resources equally and everyone could ask for them from each other. He presses his finger on, but he could not even imagine how much, and she asks him to stop, since her father taught her not to waste money and stay in the shadows. The man points to a large iron door, saying that this is the largest training hall of 200 square meters. He tells them that everything here is made of the best materials, and at the end of that side there is a chic place to relax. With sparkling eyes, the man adds that if it gets in the way, it can be hidden underground, assuring them that such a training hall is simply impossible to damage. Going inside, An says that it is very good and the girl is glad that he likes it. She looks at the shopkeeper and says that this room suits them and she will pay the bill as soon as her friend finishes, to which the shopkeeper agrees with her. Standing behind MC, Lu says that she will not disturb him and let him use the room as he needs, and she will look around the city for now. Smirking, she added that when she returns, she will rent the next room, since she also has something to do. An from the building says that he will call her when he is finished and wants to give the girl his jacket, since it is getting cold, but she refuses. The hero kneels down with the core in his hands and thinks that he must become stronger to get Desha out of prison. Warrior Desha from the old 6 has a blue core and his legs and arms were broken for disobeying the king. Remembering the 6 and the king, MC swears that he will deal with all of them. The hero is very angry. An remembers how the rollback from using the power of the demon that caught up with him in the Bone Castle clearly showed that he cannot rely only on this part of his abilities. Opening the lid of the core, MC says to himself that he must become even stronger and extract the earth element from the fusion core and unite all the elements. Light comes out in front of the hero, and he asks the fusion core to respond. Lu walks down the street and on the way here she remembered part of the events from the Bone Castle. She looks with annoyance, because she feels something strange inside herself. The heroine wonders if it awakened at some point. The girl runs, remembering how she instantly equaled the strength of a 4th rank warrior, and it was an intoxicatingly powerful force. Darkness whispers to Lu to fight, so at that moment her desire to fight and become stronger completely absorbed the girl and it seemed to her as if someone was whispering it in her ear. The heroine holds her hand on the core in embarrassment, and it seems to her as if there is another her somewhere, assuming that all this happened because of the desire to become stronger and protect An. Holding her core, she does not understand where this strength that she cannot comprehend comes from. Lu sees a line forming and a cashier agitating people to buy tickets while there are still some left. A man accepts tickets for a tournament among warriors. The guys are chatting cheerfully and the blonde realizes that there are many soldiers from different cities here and they are fighting in the ring, which is the reason for this crowd. Putting her hands in her pockets, she thinks about fighting someone too, in order to understand her new strength. The girl's face has become half demonic and she understands that she only wants to fight and become stronger. Lu thinks that if she wants to fight in the ring, it would be better to hide her identity. Her gaze is attracted by a seller offering the best festival masks and costumes for fighters. The heroine looks at the shop with masks and costumes. Pulling on her mask, Lu decides that she definitely wants to become stronger, so she needs to be a burden. A turquoise light emanates from her, and she doesn't want anyone else to look down on her. The girl goes to the back door, thinking that if some mysterious power has awakened in her, then she should use it too. The cashier holds tickets in his hands, happy that today will be a big day. Approaching him, Lu says she wants to enter the ring and asks what she needs to do so. The man is happy to welcome her and asks what rank she is and how to address her, adding that a nickname can be given. Lu, wearing a mask, says that she is rank 4. Standing in front of him, she calls herself Roxisa. The man folded his arms and said that he was very happy to welcome the Salamanca to the arena fights and asked if she would participate today. Roxisa looked at him and was ready right then. He smiled and said that there had been no fresh blood in the arena for a long time and thought about the fact that the average level of strength is set for men, and women very rarely participate in fights. The figure walked towards them and the man asked him to come up and show the way to the participant. The guy was holding a tablet in his hands and said that he was already running. He pointed his hand at the gate, said hello and asked to come with me. The doors to the corridor were open and he said that he registered her and offered to read the rules. The girl looked at the wounded fighter and asked to do without unnecessary politeness. The escort smiled and agreed with the participant's wish. The girl in the mask walked behind and asked about the highest rank of the participants, to which the boy replied that at the moment the 5th rank is the highest. The man stood under the blue core and the woman above the red one, and he said that this is only among men, and for girls the highest rank was the 4th. Only one participant on the table, and the dark-haired one realized that there really was only one person here. She walked to the ring, calling everyone her favorite, and the host asked to meet the shimmering frost flower. The audience looked at her with admiration and wanted to see the fight again. Roxisa looked at her and was meaningfully silent. She closed her eyes and thought that now she understood why there were no other participants here, and this looked more like a show than a fight. Yellow-Eyed smiled and said that she was glad to meet him and introduced herself, mentioning that she had a blue core. Roxisa looked away and said that she was a 4th rank with a black core and thought that when she woke up in the fortress, she felt the presence of emptiness, but she needed to test her abilities in battle. The mask. A shimmering frost flower was depicted on the screen and said that this was the deal they would have, and the audience rejoiced, fanatical about her. The girl in the mask looked away and thought that she was also deliberately looking at the camera of adoration. The man walked into the ring and said that Roxisa won with one blow and asked to congratulate her on the 1st place in the ranking. She looked away, saying that this was not serious, and she was not interested in an arena where there was only one person, and expressed a desire to fight with men. The host looked at her and asked again. She exuded mana and said that she was going to the men's arena. The girl looked away and said that this was all just a cheap production and the rating here has no value. The man looked at her and asked if he heard. She walked away and was going to take 1st place in the men's arena. There were a lot of people in the market. The man was walking with a child on his shoulders and people were whispering disapprovingly. He put his hand in his robe and talked about successful penetration. The red-eyed girl looked away. She pointed at the food and said that she wanted to try it. The purple-haired man approached the seller and said that he knew that this thing was sweet and sour, and he asked if they wanted candied apples. The girl pointed to the display case and noted that her apples were the sweetest in the city. The dark-haired girl reached for the apples and wanted to eat. The guy took the display case in his hands. He picked up the stand and asked her to eat. The saleswoman was shocked and watched them, and the guy offered to look at what else they could do for fun and thought that this would be enough for the night. The girl looked away, not understanding how this happened, and asked the man to slow down. The purple-haired man stopped. The couple looked back and were silent. The saleswoman rolled up her sleeves and said that even if he was strong, she would beat him for stealing. The thief looked ahead and said that humans had problems. Purple Mana approached the girl. She opened her eyes wide. The dark-haired one was hypnotized and ordered to return. The girl ate sweets and said that most of the garrison's officers had left the city. The guy carried his partner on his shoulders and always forgot that people were not like them and that if they killed a couple of warriors, they would start to panic. He closed his eyes and said that they were fragile and timid, and when she finished the task, he offered to cut out the entire city. The red-eyed girl looked at her partner. She broke the stick and was happy with the offer. Clouds floated across the sky and the host talked about the incredible luck of the spectators. In the center stood a man who said that the girl decided to challenge the rating of the best fighters in the male arena, and the audience wanted to see it as soon as possible. The man pointed to the exit, asking to look at the gate, and invited the challenger to the arena. Roxisa came out of the gate and exuded mana. The spectators looked at her and admired her beauty. The host pointed to the gate on the left side and said that no one wanted to fight her, but after long discussions they decided on this issue. The man pointed to the guy and he was the first participant. The fighter looked ahead from under his brows and was a 4th rank fighter. He raised an eyebrow and thought about the fact that she was of the same rank, and also with the rarest black core. The guys were standing in front of each other, and the host said that he was leaving the arena and announced the rules: not to maim and not to kill, and then asked to shake hands. Steel Razor extended his hand, asking to enlighten him in the fight, and thought that if it were not for the extra money, he would have refused. They shook hands, and the warrior offered to talk. He looked at her from under his brows and said that he was polite and offering a draw, because he would avoid unnecessary attention to himself, and she would retain her dignity. Roxisa extended her hand and was silent. The gray-haired one grinned and asked what he had not said clearly. She turned away, saying that such a warrior was not worthy of her handshake. The fighter's leg shone blue and said that since she refused, then let her blame herself, and thought that it did not matter. The girl's gaze froze and the host said that she would not be able to dodge. There was a powerful blow, and the floor was covered with cracks. The spectators were scared and thought that he killed her. Razor grinned, and the host said that he struck with full force and, apparently, killed her. He stood over the girl's body. The girl's hand flew past his eyes. He jumped away from her and did not understand what happened and where another person came from in the arena. The fighter looked at her in surprise. Roxisa pulled the lower part of the body to itself, and he did not understand what she was. The girl regenerated and assumed that he was not going to hold back. She smiled and thought that the father was a couple, only on the verge of death. They revealed their full potential. The audience was glad that she was alive and rejoiced. The fighter grinned and wanted to get the black core with strange abilities. He rushed forward, wanting to kill her, and the girl was silent. She closed her eyes and knew that the guy wanted the fist was approaching to feint with the left and deliver a hook with the right. The fist was approaching her, and she wanted to avoid it. Her pupil turned black and said that the razor on her left hand was fully charged. He was surprised and did not understand how she knew what he was thinking. The girl's hand grabbed the warrior's fist, and she said that it was easy. Roxisa appeared behind the opponent. She hit him and he crashed into the ground. The girl in the mask looked down and said that she only needed to control his hands. His hand was held by his opponent, and he said that they were on the same level. The girl hit him with a jab in the chest. The woman was talking about him losing his tempo. He grinned and thought about how she had paralyzed his arm by hitting a painful point, and noticed that this was not a typical fighting style for someone like her. She reached her fingers towards the core while the offender was asking what she wanted to defeat him with her bare hands. The host held the microphone and said that the steel razor activated spare gloves and can use 2 sets of ammunition on his hands at once, which is not surprising with his level of synchronization. The guy's hand was approaching in a mask. The fist was at Roxisa's eyes and talked about the girl's increasing synchronization level. He looked through the monocular and said that she had a high result. The synchronization percentage was increasing, and he did not believe it. The puzzle of memories was coming together, and she remembered what happened in the castle and who gave her power. Roxisa looked ahead and understood that the demoness gave her power. The warrior looked to the side and asked why such a high percentage of synchronization, and whether she was really human. The girl used a spell and he looked up in surprise. A huge pillar drove the enemy's body into the ground. The audience was tense and did not understand where so much strength came from in the girl. Asked if she wanted to continue. Roxisa looked away, wanting to see the next participant. The people were delighted after she wanted to continue. Fireworks were called out above the arena and the evening was simply a holiday. Was in the training room. He looked down and thought that no breathing techniques helped him achieve greater synchronization with the core. The guy looked thoughtful and had no experience with this in his past life, because he encountered such cores for the first time. Inside his figure were all the stones except the black one, and he wanted to get and talked about the power of the earth. He smiled and felt the power. The man watched the explosion. The couple stood on a hill and the girl asked what it was. The purple-haired man looked away and was silent. He closed his eyes and said that everything was fine. They looked at the city and he asked if she was ready. The red-eyed girl looked down and the guy talked about how he raised her since she had 2 horns. He smiled and said that he believed in her. The girl closed her eyes and horns appeared on her head. She looked forward and was ready. The demon soared up and he offered her to start. Warm light was pouring from the windows. The guy looked away and talked about a new strong girl in the arena, to which he was told that this had not happened for a long time and people wanted to see it as soon as possible, because this could not be missed. Citizens ran to the arena, over which fireworks were exploding. The host looked forward and was told that people at the reception could not cope and the whole city had gathered here. He raised his hands up and was incredibly glad that everyone knew about their sold out. People were crowding and people were trying to get through. The dark-haired man was unhappy and thought about how he could not see his sister fighting because of them. The spectators raised signs and shouted her name. Roxisa stood in front of her opponent, and a performance appeared on the stands. The fighter looked away and thought about when the Salamanca girls started fighting so fiercely. The blue-haired man looked ahead and thought that all the participants in the male arena had already lost to her, and all of her attacks were based on space. He remembered how he fought with her and thought that it was strange, because his trump card was speed, but he still couldn't do anything to her. The participant was emitting mana and he thought that she only didn't have spatial abilities. He grinned and thought that he was fighting quite well, but in the end it turned out that everything was under her control. She looked down and, seeing the dagger, said that she used to like using them. Roxisa took out her weapon and offered to see who was more skilled. She squeezed the handle. Using her ability, she ended up very close to the guy and he froze. The fighter grinned and thought that she was underestimating him too much. He swung and offered to check. He struck multiple blows. The guy blocked the blow. The dagger was knocked out of the participant's hands. The warrior smiled and said that if you catch the moment, you can break the enemy's weapon, and asked if she could not defeat him with just a dagger. He hit the floor. The fighter rushed after the fleeing woman. His hand ended up in the portals and the girl looked forward. The girl's hands reached for the red-eyed man's head. She did a sweep. The opponent flew forward with his eyes closed. The man crashed into the wall. The gray-haired man stood among the debris and said that she blinded him. The host looked away and said that because the opponent was outside the ring, Roxisa wins again and the next participant will be the leader of the men's arena. The guy with the blue core looked at the judge and asked when such a rule appeared and said that he did not care and would continue the fight. The stick hit the ground. A figure appeared in the shadows and the guy froze. The leader passed by the conflicting. The gray-haired man looked away with excitement. The host held a microphone in his hands and introduced the strongest fighter. A red core burned in his chest and he was the strongest warrior of the 5th rank and was the vice-captain of the troops. The dancer walked to the arena. The spectators fell silent and admired his seriousness. The dark-haired man ran with a tablet in his hands and asked the leader to stop the fight. The host looked away and said that he did not understand anything and he only respected her wish. He smiled and thought that he had just posted an advertisement, and the response of those wishing was 10 times higher than the norm, and they would be able to make simply cosmic money. The opponents looked at each other, and he thought that one of the opponents would die. The dancer looked. She stood up and thought about the guy's increasing killing intent. The participant's eyes widened in surprise. She imagined him using area skills and thought that he wanted to suppress her with it, and wanted to use spatial abilities to appear behind him unexpectedly. The stick ended up in her face. The blow knocked Roxisa off her feet. The dancer smiled and asked what she was looking at and whether she wanted to anticipate the attacks. He held out the weapon and said that it wouldn't work on him. The girl was dampening her momentum, not understanding what was happening, because she saw the area attack. She looked ahead through the broken mask, thinking about what went wrong. The participant looked ahead, scrolling the moments in her head and thinking about how the attacks were different from the predicted ones, and even if the skill was wrong, how could this be possible? The fighter looked at her and asked her to show how good she was. He began to spin the weapon and walk towards her, saying that the audience would say that he was beating a girl who didn't know how to beat anyway, since stood in a stance and saw this. He ended up on the side of the frightened girl. The weapon collided with the fighter and blood appeared. The girl flew to the side with great force and the leader said that he would break the entire mask, and with it the skull. The spectators closed their eyes and were very worried about their beloved. The bandaged man looked ahead, remembering the blow and thought that she blocked the attack. The girl slowed down on the ground. The host held the microphone, shouting that she only managed to block the attack with a dagger at the last moment, and it was a lightning-fast movement. The girl in the mask held a dagger in her hands and thought about its speed and that if it weren't for the blow, she would have forgotten that the guy had a red core. The man walked around the arena and bypassed Roxisa in everything, even in rank. She looked ahead and thought that now she understood why the prophecy didn't work. He made several feints, deceiving and confusing the work of skills, and all she could predict were fake feints. She stood in the arena and understood that she needed to use the abilities of the Black Core, and it was time to take the initiative. The girl used portals and the dancer became wary. The leader looked ahead, asking about the fact that she would jump between portals again to seize the initiative. He swung and expressed his displeasure about this. He began to show illusions using shadow dance. The fighter looked back and said that it did not matter from which side he tried to attack, because she would definitely get hit by one of his blows. A tornado appeared in the arena and he thought that spatial abilities were very nasty and the best defense for him was attacks, while the host said that if it were not for the protection of the ring, the neighboring houses would have already been destroyed. Inside the whirlwind there was a dancer who said that the tendons on his leg were cut and he did not understand how she was able to escape from his attacks, and it turned out that she could not only control space and move inside a dense environment. She looked away and said that the speed was a threat and she decided to limit it, but if Taya was worried, she could use the green core to patch him up. The dancer was tense, thinking that he had greatly underestimated the power of the Black Core and did not believe that she was of the 4th rank, because her aura was too strong. Portals appeared around her, and she offered him to be a target. The spectators watched what was happening and admired the girl's abilities. The guy ran to the arena and thought about what kind of screams, because the match was not over yet, and hoped that Roxisa was not humiliated in front of everyone. He grinned and thought that the leader was the real king of the ring, and he was always famous for his cruelty, and he felt sorry for her climbing on such a strong opponent, and he wanted to do everything to stop the fight. He took a step. Entering the arena, the dark-haired man heard about the overwhelming advantage of his beloved, and the host said that they were witnessing the fact that the champion title would go to a woman. The guy was in shock and thought that she was just something, while the judge said that this event should be immortalized. The man noticed the assistant, and asked what he was doing there, and called him over. The man looked away and said that they needed to bring another batch of things for sale and every second of delay would cost a lot of money. He held the microphone to the young man, wanting him to replace him, and asked him to comment on everything. The guy reached for the microphone and thought about how he wanted to see how she became the champion of the arena. The guy held the microphone in his hands and smiled, getting ready to take care of the support. He brought the microphone to his mouth and shouted that Roxisa was going to take the champion title, and soon they would know the result of this confrontation. The spectators were at the limit and rejoiced. The host ran down the hallway, counting how much money he would earn, figuring that it would be 3 months' earnings, and thought that this girl was a jackpot. He ran past the girl and suddenly became wary. The man stopped. He looked at the figure and asked if it was a child. The host looked at her and said that she shouldn't be there and asked if she was lost. She looked down and asked again. She looked at him with red eyes and said that she had no parents. The man stretched out his hand and started shouting that she was being treated like a demon. The girl struck and the victim began to fall. She looked ahead and said that it was a lot of fun. She was walking away from a brutally murdered body and wanted to see. Smoke was visible in the arena, and the guy was talking about how only today a female warrior was taking first place in the men's arena. The guy looked ahead and said that she had proven that warriors are not distinguished by gender, but only by strength. Roxisa stretched her hand forward and wanted to end it. A square of the matrix appeared behind him, and the dancer looked back in surprise. The cube knocked him down and carried him forward. The girl jumped to the side, creating 2 portals. A red stone was shining in the leader's chest, and he thought about her pushing him like a toy and asked himself if she wanted to finish everything with this blow. The participant approached the opponent, who grabbed the edge of the object, preparing to strike, and asked to attack. Something strange happened. A demon stood in front of the mortal body. The girl stopped, burying her foot in the ground. She looked down and did not understand the feeling of anxiety, and thought that this fleeting vision was not without reason. The dancer hit the opponent with a cry that she was caught. From the blow, Roxisa flew up, spinning around its axis. Her foot touched the head of the wary opponent. She did a somersault, pushing off from the opponent. The girl landed and looked away. She was focused and thinking about how she felt a powerful demonic aura for a moment, appearing out of nowhere. The participant looked down, thinking that they were in the city and that couldn't be happening, and then thought about where something like that could come from. But the feeling she felt was not a mistake, and this aura was familiar to her. The black core in her chest was shining, and she thought about how the demonic power in her felt a familiar energy. Amidst the smoke, a fighter stood looking over his shoulder at her and upset that she had humiliated him so uncompromisingly, promised to kill her today. The spectators laughed and emphasized how the leader allowed herself to be humiliated in public. The girl looked away. The guy looked at the battlefield and did not understand what she was trying to find and why she was looking around the arena. The spectators noticed the strange behavior of their beloved and asked her to continue fighting. The dancer leaned his hands on the pole, saying that she was looking down on him, and asked him not to get distracted, thinking that he was in pain, and if it weren't for that, he would have rushed towards her and knocked her down with a staff. Rox's body was shattered into pieces right in front of Roxisa. She opened her eyes wide and was scared. In front of the remains of the warrior stood a girl who said that it turned out to be a 5th-rank fighter. The demon smiled and, looking forward, said that he was very weak. The girl looked at the child, not believing, lying on the floor, and was very scared. The girl stood up and said that it was a demon and ordered everyone to leave here. The spectators looked at the arena and did not understand what was happening there, having heard the word demon. The monster looked back. The spectators froze in horror. They realized what had happened and, having raised a panic, began to run away in horror. The creature looked away and, smiling, said that the unexpected fright led to complete chaos and that humans were so pathetic. Roxisa looked at the enemy of the people and thought about how the demon turned into a little girl and noticed strange behavior. She stood in front of the mortal body and, smiling, said that killing 6 5th-ranked fighters would be too easy. She bared her teeth and said that later they needed to complete the rest of the tasks, and in the end, the master said that when she finished everything, they could slaughter the entire city. The girl in the mask stood up and assumed that there was a 4-horned demon in front of her and asked how she got into the city. The girl with horns looked towards the girl. The participant looked forward and she said that seeing a female warrior was very rare. She turned into an ordinary girl and said that her mentor said that in 1 minute the warriors would arrive at the scene of the incident in the B-class city. Roxisa frowned and thought that the ability to freely change appearance could not be possessed by an ordinary demon. In front of her stood a creature that was transforming. The monster's red eyes looked at the survivor, and he asked about this arena. Her daggers began to move, and she said that she wanted to fight with her. The entrance to the building was empty, and the sign was burning. An in the form of a demon looked ahead and became wary. He looked out the window where the explosion was visible and thought that something strange had been happening in the city since yesterday. His hands were burning and he, looking to the side, thought about where 2 unusual and so powerful auras could come from. The hero looked down and assumed that he had simply become too sensitive. He was enveloped in fire and thought that nothing should distract him now. The stone in his chest exuded fire, and the reason why this core can give a warrior the power of the elements is that it contains pure energy of the 5 elements, and initially it is uncontrollable. But if you concentrate, you can find the desired element of earth. He sat on the stone throne, thinking that if he could fully feel and extract it, then all 5 elements would be in his body, and the next step would be to combine them together. The protagonist frowned and wanted to see what would come of it. A crowd of confused spectators was moving towards the arena's emergency exit. Everyone was very scared and did not understand why they could not get out. The demon closed his eyes and put his hand to his ear, enjoying the panic screams of people and talking about it. The girl, stretching her hand to the side, looked up and she experienced wonderful feelings. The red-eyed girl looked forward and said that the master says that a person is a base creature, prone to fear, and fear is a useless feeling. She put her hand on her chest, saying that they, demons, on the contrary, do not succumb to such things so easily, because they are higher beings. Roxisa looked ahead, stupefied, and thought that she should not let this childish appearance deceive her. The girl stood in a stance, experiencing the energy of both, and thought that there was a very strong demon in front of her, because the way TV spoke and thought was completely different from the previous monsters. The woman looked away with aggression and asked about the master and the number of those who had penetrated the city. The demon appeared behind the warrior and, smiling, told her not to forget that they only had a minute. She struck the floor with her daggers and a portal appeared in the air. The red-eyed woman looked away in surprise and thought about spatial abilities. Another portal appeared nearby and the enemy looked away while the daggers were in the ground. The girl looked away and said that she had very strong energy, and asked who gave her such abilities. The black stone glowed and the creature said that it could be a core that was tied to space manipulation. There was a shadow monster behind the rising man, and the demon asked about the creature. Roxisa kept her hand on her mask, thinking that it was incredible speed, and she realized that it was a high-level monster. But she did not understand how she immediately guessed that these abilities were granted and what kind of creature she mentioned. The participant looked at the girl with horns and, wanting to extract information, asked the reason for entering the city and said that the mentioned creature was on her side. The killer looked ahead from under her brows and said that this was an evolutionary quest. The girl became wary and asked about whether a demon evolves by devouring a relative of the same level or higher, and did not understand what she was talking about. The monster looked ahead expressing surprise. The girl smiled, showing her teeth. She stood confidently in front of the man and, asking again, said that this is how low-level demons act. The demon's legs were next to the girl. Her daggers were ready and she, without taking her eyes off the interlocutor, said that they have more than one way of evolution. Roxisa looked down and, laughing, confirmed, thinking that this could not be, and did the other fighters really know about this, and wanted to get more information to find out what kind of creature it was. The demon took the girl by the hand and said this, to which the girl looked down tensely. The girl looked at her, showing her fangs, and asked how she could not know if she was on their side. The blades approached the woman's head and the angry monster said that she lied to him. The girl looked at the dagger near her head and understood that she had relaxed, and now there would be no time to move. The demon began to strike and the girl dodged one of them. The beams formed craters and plowed the soil. The girl leaned back and breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at the aftermath of the blows and the stands catching fire. The demon grabbed the man by the hand and prepared her tentacles for battle. She smiled sarcastically and talked about the burning beams. In a second, Roxisa was behind her opponent. The girl in the mask looked away, imagining the monsters and thinking that it was good that she was familiar with some of the abilities thanks to the tournament, and she just needed to understand the pattern. She swung and was going to hit the enemy on the back of the head. The blade approached the open area on the neck and she noticed the energy there, assuming that it was self-destruction. A portal appeared behind the killer, who was gaining energy and began to glow. The man's foot slowed down on the ground. There was a powerful explosion and the beam rushed upward and the girl covered herself with her hands from the blow. Roxisa knelt down in front of the smoke, in which a blue glow was visible, which said that he even had to use it, and the girl thought that if the monster was alive, then what had just happened? Through the column of smoke, the demon's head appeared. The monster took his true form and said that he planned to use only the original appearance for the mission. The girl looked away in surprise and thought about what was said and did not understand how many more secrets high-ranking demons have. The paw of the fiery monster was on the ground, and it said that patience was running out, and the task must be completed. She moved towards the person and was going to tear her apart. There was a massacre in the arena and the warriors were moving towards the source of the incident. The defenders accelerated and the chief said that, as luck would have it, something like this happened in the absence of the captains and their deputies, and said that this was definitely not a coincidence. The fair-haired man looked ahead and said that it seemed strange, and their squads methodically and regularly combed the surrounding area, cutting out demons, and there were no problems with this. And by the way, in the last few days outside the city there were several murders, and it seemed to him that this was done with some purpose. There were parts of a dead man's body on the arena, and the guard of the defense confirmed that the squad guarding the food cargo was completely cut out, and the worst thing was that among the escorts there was a senior officer. The fighters approached the arena and the white-haired man turned around and said that safety still comes first, and now, when they went to clean up, they receive a notification from the defense system that a demon has entered the city. An explosion occurred from above the roof and the guards said that they should check it out and find out all the details, and 3 of them are 4th-rank warriors and they should be enough to deal with them, to which the other replied that they are especially candidates for deputy captains. The demon teacher sat on the roof and kept a meaningful silence. He closed his eyes and asked about what was strange and said that all the murders that had happened had alerted them, which meant that in the future it was worth changing tactics to a more careful one. The monster opened his eye and said that people really were strange creatures, and every time it somehow happened that he paid attention to things that were not worth paying attention to. The purple-haired man sat on the roof and looked at the fire, saying the beam was incredibly hot. The demon stood in the arena and sent beams. The red-eyed one looked ahead and ordered her to hide. The girl braked with her foot on the ground. The warrior rushed to attack, saying that she was not her sister. She swung and said that she was already sick of it. The fighter dragged her into the portal. The monster looked up and asked about what she was pushing her into space and said that it was useless, because human abilities do not work on demons. The girl let go of the monster, which moved on. The demon of blue flame looked away in surprise. She looked down and thought about how she pushed her into the sky, and she did not understand how she was able to touch her like that, and what kind of skills these were. She gritted her teeth, thinking that she had seen something like this only in a few demons, and it turns out that people were able to study and learn to use it. Roxisa looked ahead and thought about how she had barely touched him and gotten burned, but now she had managed to endure direct contact and assumed that it was because of the demonic gifts. The black morning was in her chest, and she assumed that she needed to squeeze out the maximum, while the blue core was vulnerable in the air. The girl found herself behind the demon and, sitting on his shoulders, grabbed her hands. The masked girl looked away and thought about how this move was originally a wrestling hold used to transfer the fight to the ground, but now she could use it with maximum efficiency. She began to do a somersault, holding her opponent with her legs. With great speed, she rushed to the ground. The object was approaching the surface, spinning around its axis. Roxisa landed on the body, burying it in the ground. The girl looked away and asked how many more demons had entered the city with her. The demon bared her teeth and thought how a human could do this to her. She was furious and asked who gave her this ability, and assumed that the Black Queen, because there was no other explanation for her powers. The girl remembered the woman and thought that the person she remembered was the queen, and this meant that the demons also had their own rulers. The white stone emitted light, and she thought that wasn't the highest level of demons, the 7th, and tried to imagine how many horns and kings there were. The monster turned and in a rage said that the man was pathetic and asked how dare she use the power of demons, while acting so arrogantly, and said that the teacher was right, that people are just a bunch of cowardly and disgusting creatures. Roxisa grabbed the offender by the hand from which purple flames were coming out. There was an explosion, and she was thrown back. She writhed and thought about how she could not move her body, assuming that this was a spiritual attack. She looked ahead in surprise. The monster rose in its transformed form, and the warrior thought about how it happened that the enemy had a 5th horn, and she said that the mentor would be pleased if he saw her in such a form. She closed the helmet on her head. Her flames transformed into purple, and she bared her teeth. The demon looked forward and said that she made him use all the power available. She stood up to her full height and put her hand behind her head. Figures appeared behind the combatants. The fighters looked forward and said that it was a 5-horned demon. The mustachioed one looked to the side and said that there were many more of them and that he was not their enemy. The team ran at the intruder. The girls shed tears and asked them to stop and not do this. The trio was approaching the target. The monster looked up and said that those arrogant bastards, and they were so weak that she could not even recognize them as a worthy target of the mission. The guards fell into a stupor after seeing the double core. She pointed her finger at the man and a shock wave passed from her and said that the sound of pleasure, and, of course, they will not resist. The minds of the warriors were captured. The demon looked forward and cast a spell. They landed on the ground and she ordered to kill each other. Roxisa looked forward, in shock. The demon caught the severed head of the dead man and said that it was different. The monster crushed the skull and, turning around, said that you are worthy of becoming my target. She walked towards the opponent and said that they are arrogant demons and can carry out a special assignment of the Ascension mission, and this will be enough for evolution, and said that her mission is to kill 6 5th-rank warriors and slaughter the city. The teacher held out his hand and she said that in order for everything to go smoothly, the teacher lured all the captains and their deputies out of the city, because if they were in the city, they would have a hard time, but there were enough 5th-rank warriors left here, so she would have enough. The black core was in her chest, and even though she was a 4th-rank warrior, Roxisa covered herself with her hand while the enemy said that she was enough for her to consider her the goal of the mission. The girl looked ahead and did not understand what to do with a 5-horned creature with a rare stone and powerful abilities that nothing could counter. She put her hand on her head and imagined Ang, thinking about why she remembers him, began to use acceleration. With great speed, she rushed towards the enemy, wanting to go to hell. The projectile was approaching her face. Her gaze froze. The face looked down and said that it could not allow much interference. The Demon King looked down, as did the hero, and they needed to protect their own lives. The girl fell into the water and the voice said that she had already shared her power with her. Roxisa looked down while she was told that she had gradually mastered the skills of space, and how far she could go depended only on her. The queen looked at the body that was drowning in the water. The girl smiled and thought that she was just a demon. The monster looked forward and thought that she was talking about enlightenment. The enemy looked forward. There was a collision and shock waves ran through space. The creature was thrown back and began to slow down. She bared her teeth and said that she had an overwhelming aura and that the Black Queen gave her strength and suggested that this was not a human warrior. The girl stood in front of her opponent and said that she did not care. Roxisa began to levitate and said that she would accept the silk without a drop of doubt. In order to protect him, she must become stronger. She rose up and spoke about evolution. The blue flame demon looked up and asked not to even dare to think that she could compare with them and that they would have to find an answer that would concern the Black Ruler. The magical monster rushed forward and she wanted to take the man's head with her. The girl looked away and offered to try. She swung towards the monster. There was a powerful explosion and fire appeared within the arena. The teacher covered his eyes with his hand and said that he hated bad weather. Clouds were gathering in the sky and he did not understand why it was so noisy here. He closed his eyes and was called out. He looked at them from under his brows and asked what was more accurate, that they were going there to deal with him. The guy looked to the side and asked if he was a resident of the city or not, and in what house he lived. The man raised his hands and said that he was just a passerby and there was no need to rush. He reached under his clothes and said that he had documents, and now they needed to look for them. The guards looked at him and were meaningfully silent. The demon was looking for something under his clothes. The guys looked to the side. He showed a heart with his fingers and asked to hold it. The guard was displeased. His face was distorted with anger, and he asked if he was making fun of him and said that he would finish him off. The demon showed his fangs and said no. The monster began to emit energy and said that these were his documents. He snapped his finger. A piercing fear rushed towards the fighters. Energy enveloped the people. A drop of blood dripped onto the killer's face. He wiped the drop with his finger and said that he could not stand it and asked if it was difficult to just not touch him. He walked back and said that they were rude. He stopped. He stood in front of the building and asked about this practice hall and thought that it seemed that the feeling came from here. He looked to the side remembering the explosion. He began to go inside with a desire to see. An was sitting on the throne and meditating. The white stone combined all the elements, and he thought that the earth element could be extracted. The stone was attracted to it, and he thought that for now he would use it in his style, and thus all the elements would be collected together. He closed his eyes and was about to merge them, thinking that he didn't know he would spend so much time. Elements formed around him, and he understood that if he was distracted, all his efforts would go to waste. A man was sitting at the reception of the hall, and he was asked what he thought the guy was doing in such a big room alone. The boss held his head in his hand and he said that the employees were injured and he asked them to leave. He closed his eyes and thought that if this was a hall for warriors, then the energy came from the man. Energy was spreading along the corridor, and he did not know from which room exactly. Several cuts occurred and the mentor did not recognize the people they needed. He passed door after door and did not understand where that person was. On the stone throne was a demon. An looked down and thought about concentrating. The stone shone near his forehead and he understood that he was almost done. The man walked forward. He approached the door and said that this was the last room and it was very luxurious. The teacher smiled, gathering energy into his hand and said that this was a human warrior. He directed the energy forward and thought about greeting him first. The red hand reached out to meet him. There was an explosion and a crack appeared on the walls. He looked at the door and did not understand why the door was in place and what he touched. The magic hand appeared through and the master became wary. The demon's hand grabbed him. The hero appeared from the door. The purple-haired man looked at the guy and said that he remembered this high-ranking one. The protagonist broke his hand and asked him to be quieter. The Demon King looked down and said that the guy was now at his climax, and even he was looking forward to it. They were in the red sphere and the white-haired man said that they would have to be quieter. The teacher looked at him and said that the interlocutor was a legendary king. The red-bodied man looked down and asked again, saying that he had already become a legend and that they were living too comfortably. The demon looked ahead and a purple stone was shining above him while he asked about him serving the purple king, and how he thought they were living now. The man fell at his feet and confessed everything and said that he was fearsome and the strongest and of course that included him. The ruler spread his hands and asked again saying that he was not at that level now. He looked at the battle site and said that he was not bad. The protagonist sat and meditated, and the demon returned to him and noted his incredible growth, surprised that he could visualize the elements in his mind. An sweated and frowned, and the king noted that human warriors usually have one element, and the guy wants all five. Crimson leaned on a stone and added that he liked this greed. The man smirked and noted that it was painful, but in the end, the hero couldn't even feel it. Ang gritted his teeth as the demon muttered that he was forcibly inserting 5 incompatible elements into his body. The Red King stood in a sphere amidst the destruction. The protagonist continued to hover above the floor, while the man wondered why lightning. The elements around the boy continued to sparkle. Crimson looked at him in surprise, not believing that the boy was actually trying to combine the 5 attributes into one. Different energies rushed towards the center. Ang gritted his teeth, and something began to grow on his shoulder, that the white lightning was inconvenient and disgusting. Crimson quickly dissipated. The girl looked at the bright beam, not understanding what kind of thunder and energy it was. A purple flash rushed towards her, noticing that she was distracted. The 2 energies clashed with each other. The devil chuckled and said that the opponent's 4-rank strength was amazing, so it was worthy of the Black Queen's strength. Lu frowned and thought that she would not be able to hold out for long even if she awakened all her power, because she was a dual-core 5th-rank demon. She narrowed her eyes and guessed that the captains in the city must have received word that it was time to return, and she should change tactics and use her powers to stall for as long as possible. The opponent clenched her fist and shouted that she knew what she was thinking. Lu's eyes widened at the attack. She barely managed to dodge, and the enemy only slightly touched her. The girl leaned forward. The warrior crossed her arms, throwing several cubes. The energy threw the demon back. At this time, the blonde took a step back. She kicked the ground with force. Lu remembered her childhood, when her mentor told her that when she was not sure of her victory, she needed to distance herself, watch her movements and find her opponent's weak points. The girl quickly hit several cubes. Her blows were transferred directly to the demon. The opponent bared her teeth and noted that she wielded the power of space. Suddenly, dark energy began to emanate from her. Lu froze and realized that this was a psychic attack. The enemy put out her hand to parry the blow and smirked. She sharply pierced the girl's leg with her claws. Blood dripped from her nails. The blonde jumped back, gritting her teeth. The girl frowned and thought that her shin was injured, but even people would not survive this night. The demon stretched out her hands and attacked her opponent with an energy ball, calling for surrender. Lu looked ahead in confusion, terrified that this was the end. Suddenly, a bright light appeared in front of her, blocking the attack. The villainess bared her teeth and exclaimed in surprise that this lightning blocked her skills. The protagonist stood in front of the blonde, who was shocked to think that she was saved by the demon. She remembered how the protagonist had also protected her before and was overjoyed. Aang's brows furrowed, sparkling with power, and the girl asked if it was really him. He noted that the blonde had also transformed into another form, which meant that she had also received powers from some demon. Lu looked at himself. He extended his hand and released lightning, cutting the magical discharge. The attack passed through the city, leaving cracks. The demoness looked at the trace on the ground, amazed that it cut the energy of her attack in 2, although her technique is concentrated pure energy that cannot be divided at all. Electric discharges came from the guy, and he said that he was right, deciding to combine all 5 attributes of the elements. The hero frowned and noted that the lightning he had received had a simply miraculous effect in countering demons. He recalled his cultivation and thought that when all the elements in his body were combined, he thought that he would simply turn to ashes, because it felt like he was pierced by thousands of needles, and then he definitely did not expect that the result would be the appearance of the mysterious thunder element. An looked at his hand and said that he would test the power of this power on the opponent to understand what effects this attribute had. The villainess bared her teeth and was indignant that he wanted to kill her, although he only blocked 1 blow. She crossed her arms and added that she would have to release the main potential of the core, for which the teacher could expel her. A terrifying skull appeared in the air in front of her, and the woman mentally apologized to the teacher for disobeying, but she wanted to blow these 2 into molecules. The protagonist frowned and thought that releasing the core's potential was similar to what warriors do, which allows one to briefly enhance the strength of the fighter, so hand to the sky. Powerful energy emanated from the monster, spreading in circles. She clenched her fists and shouted at the guy to get what he deserved for his impudence and desire to kill her. The young man put up a shield, blocking the attack. He frowned and realized that her attacks were coming in constant waves, forcing him to defend himself all the time, and Lu was not yet skilled enough, and the demoness had one of her cores for agility, so it was difficult to hit her, so continuing the battle in the air could be extremely disadvantageous. The hero remembered one of the battles and thought that, of course, he could also spread his wings, but only for a short period of time. Aang turned to his friend and asked what her abilities were. The opponent looked at the blocked attack and admitted that the demonic powers that the hero possessed made her admire his human adaptability. She smirked and added that humans were still inferior creatures, and even such incredible power of their race would not help him. A powerful ball of energy gathered above her head, and the woman exclaimed that this was the true demonic power. Whirlwinds swirled around her, and she added that she had prepared this move to destroy the city. A magical tornado approached the hero. It was the great whirlwind of the evil god. The protagonist turned to the blonde and shouted to her, "Now!" He picked up Lu and ran away. The demoness smiled and laughed at their attempt to escape, declaring that there was no escape from her whirlwind. The magic swept across the ground, consuming it. The attack demolished buildings beneath it. The villainess clenched her fists and shouted joyfully that it was all over now. A black hole appeared below, a portal in space. The woman shuddered, hearing a voice behind her. The protagonist, whom the blonde was holding on to, raised his hand with lightning and said that warriors never retreat. A white beam engulfed the demoness. Lightning struck the ground. Splintered stones sparkled, and the smoke gradually dissipated, while heavy breathing could be heard from there. The woman sprawled on the ground, not understanding why this guy was so strong. She gritted her teeth, realizing that her entire body was paralyzed. The heroes floated in the air, and Lu summoned 2 spatial cubes. The guy stepped on one of them. He looked down and said that his lightning was binding his body and slowing his movements, and at that time the blonde landed on the neighboring cube. Aang narrowed his eyes and added that today was the night of this demon's burial. The monster bared her teeth and was indignant. How dare he say such a thing? She lay on the ground, screaming that her incredibly powerful master would definitely take revenge. The interlocutor opened his mouth and replied that he did not know who he was. He looked at his rival with disdain and said that he would kill her teacher again and again if he came. The demoness clenched her fist and demanded not to look down on her master, having no idea how strong he was. The protagonist extended his hand, creating new lightning, and said that it did not matter, because it was enough to be stronger than yourself. The enemy tried to stand up on trembling hands. Lu turned to her comrade and offered to help, accelerating him. The girl waved her hand, using a spatial maneuver. The cube leaned against the hero's back, pushing him forward. Aang swung his arm, holding the lightning bolt in his hand. He frowned and growled with tension. 2 twin thunder dragons rushed towards the demoness. She only cowered in fear. A powerful blow fell on her, shaking everything around her. 2 stones flew out from the place of the attack. The woman was bleeding, muttering that it hurt, and turning to the master. The demoness remembered how, as a child, the man picked her up in his arms, calling her a little dual-core homunculus, and promised to teach her how to disguise herself and evolve. Then she grew up a little and killed people on his shoulders, realizing that she knew how to enjoy killing, knew the feeling of fear and anger, because these are instinctive emotions inherent in lower demons. Once they were lying on the grass with the teacher, and the girl asked what sadness was. The man looked at her in surprise and did not immediately answer. He smiled and said that it was good that she was not familiar with sadness, adding that he did not want her to know this feeling. The demoness' body became translucent, and tears flowed from her. Exhaled that the enemy was finally finished, and the blonde noted that this was a high-ranking demon, although still only developing. The young man smiled and noted that Lu was strong enough to fight him, even as a 4th-rank warrior. The interlocutor blushed, receiving such a compliment, and the hero thought that it was worth keeping an eye on her, since she also received the power of a demon. The girl's wound was still bleeding. Aang looked at her worriedly and asked how her leg was. The blonde looked down at the green energy coming out of the cut, and said that she had stabilized the wound using the power of the green core, but this time it was much more serious, so she would need a place to do it in order to fully recover. It was the aura of a very strong warrior, and added that she knew these smells, and that they were captains who had left the city on a mission. She imagined Little Bird and assumed that this demon and the disciple had planned everything, deceived everyone in order to bring dangerous opponents out of the city. Lu narrowed her eyes and said that it would be a good idea to tell the captains about the demon, and remind everyone that the enemy is not as simple as many people think. She frowned, remembering darkness, and said that there are powerful beings among them, and even above the 7 apostles, there's one who has yet to be discovered by humans. The protagonist looked at her and thought that the girl had already learned so much, although humanity's knowledge of demons was still limited to the 7 apostles, and it was not entirely clear what their hierarchy was. The boy remembered the battle with the last demoness and mentally noted that this high-level enemy was still growing, but an ordinary 5th or 6th rank warrior could no longer handle her. Aang turned to his surprised friend and asked if they should stay here with such an appearance. Besides, the girl had just received the power of the devil and would not be able to use it freely. Memories of the battle flashed through his mind, and he said that he was superior to an ordinary warrior because of this power. They stood opposite each other, and the young man added that she seemed to be the same, but would they be mistaken for humans when they saw them? He extended his hand to her and said that they needed to leave. The hero pushed off the ground and asked her to hold on tight. The boy flew into the sky and the girl wrapped her arms around his neck, and then Aang said that he would take her to the healer, and then they would hit the road. The sun's rays were breaking the body rose, growing back together. It leaned on the floor, breaking the tiles beneath it. The man sat up, breathing heavily, and thought with relief that he had the ability to resurrect. He remembered the meeting with Crimson and noted that his skills were too scary, and he needed to tell Purple this, and also quickly complete the evolution quest in order to return with Little Bean. He suddenly froze and realized that the student's aura had disappeared. The demon looked out the window, from where a soft light fell on him. from it. The blonde man slammed the suitcase shut and accepted the order. The senior captain frowned and thought that this strange attack seemed to have been planned, and many high-ranking fighters had been killed, not to mention that the battlefield was still emitting incredible demonic power. The crater was still smoking, and the man realized that this was no ordinary 5th-rank demon. He put his hand on his belt, trying to figure out who was fighting him, whether he had been killed, or had been some kind of mortal duel since there were several auras, and the man countered that it was stupid to think that the demons were holding back so as not to harm the city. Clouds were floating across the sky. A man in a gas mask was walking down the street. He held the briefcase, thinking that he always showed his best when an accident happened, and it seemed that the captain had a good opinion of him lately, so a promotion was not far off. Suddenly he froze, when a voice beckoned him from a dark alley. The man stopped, engulfed in purple energy. He quickly turned off the sidewalk. Little Bird was waiting for him in the gateway. The demon frowned and demanded to know what happened in the arena. The interlocutor stood in front of him and answered that the monster that attacked the city seemed to have been destroyed, but it was unknown who did it. The long-haired man pressed his lips tightly and realized that his student was dead. He remembered the meeting with Crimson and supposed that it could have been him, but then the city would have disappeared, and there was no point in revealing himself again. The man with the briefcase looked at the demon and answered the question about the luggage, that it contained fragments of the core of that demon. He obediently opened it at the request, showing the stones. Bird's eyes widened, deciding to use soul reading to see who killed Bean. Purple energy erupted from the stones, a skill that allowed the demon to manipulate the energy of consciousness to invade the core and see the last thing its owner saw, but the more complete the core, the more scenes and information could be seen. Magic floated in the air. A screen flashed in front of the man's face. It showed images of the protagonist and Lu, and the long-haired man was surprised that they were human warriors. His eyes widened when he heard the boy's voice. On the screen was Aang's face, telling him that if her master came, he would kill him over and over again until he died. Bird gritted his teeth when his apprentice muttered that she finally understood this feeling of sadness. The man swung his hand in anger, cutting the man who brought the information. The demon walked outside, holding 2 crystals in his hand, and thought that he would return later to report Crimson's return. He bared his teeth and his body was engulfed in magic as the monster decided it wanted to kill them now. The guy held his girlfriend's leg and directed energy into the wound. Lu sat and waited patiently for the protagonist to heal her. The young man closed his eyes and noted that this battle, and remembered that almost no one knew the secret of his reincarnation, and the blonde was no exception, and it was unlikely that anyone knew his motives. The young man imagined Dylan and thought that this kind of open clash with the new king and 6 new heroes was serious, and it was unknown whether Lu and the others would support him if they knew about it. The hero bowed his head and said that it did not matter, but after this, it would be easier to act alone, and her true strength was now higher than that of a 4th-rank warrior, and she was quite capable of handling the captain of the Supreme Hall of Fame. The girl looked at him, lagged behind. The main character was. The girl lowered her head and replied that An had gone to the captain of the Supreme Hall of Fame to ask for his status as a warrior of Helios City to be revoked. Lan and Seijio stared at her in shock and asked again. Conference room. Tang, the 3rd captain of Helios City, frowned and asked what he was talking about. The protagonist stood in front of several commanders, and the blonde exclaimed in confusion as to what was going on. Joel raised his eyebrows and asked if the boy had really been gone for so long and now he was claiming that he was not suitable for their city. An waved his hand and replied that that was not what he meant and said that it wasn't that he didn't trust them, but that he was just not sure. The man looked at the student and said that he would agree if the hero could defeat the 3 of them. An smiled awkwardly and agreed, noting that he was very strong now. The commanders looked at him, and Tang suggested calling it a test of his skills after a long absence, and then asked which of them he wanted to train with. The protagonist put his hands behind his back, calling out Crimson Energy, and suggested that they attack together. The 3 friends stood in the warrior gym, and Lan asked again if An was not only leaving Helios, but also giving up his status as a warrior of the city. The guy lowered his head and wondered what would happen to their. She looked resolutely at her comrades and agreed that the hero was naive to think that they would leave him alone. Lu turned around. The 3 of them headed for the exit when the captain suggested going and finding An. The main character and the commanders stood on the battlefield of the warriors, and Joel noted that he had really gotten cheeky. The man smirked and noted that the guy seemed to not care about them, the guardians of Helios, and it was not worth underestimating his elders. The captains warmed up, and Joel said that the charming trio would bring the guy down to earth. The woman frowned, asking what kind of nickname that was, and the blonde did not appreciate his friend's imagination. An smiled awkwardly and clarified how they would decide who won and who lost. The interlocutors frowned, and Tang replied that they needed to defeat the enemy team. The blonde released energy and advised the student to consider this a kind of test, since he insisted on giving up his warrior status. And although the young looked at the captains and asked them to calm down, and then added that he had already demonstrated his power, And now he wanted to clarify everything, because he did not wish them harm. The roots were still sticking out of the wall. The senior warriors stood in front of the protagonist, who recalled that during this journey he and Lu went to the Fortress of the Fallen, and the blonde added that he asked the girl to go with him so that's behind his back and said that in his human form he was a 5th-rank warrior. Sparks appeared from his eye, and the guy thought that using demonic power to control the thunder element was not very convenient. Joel smiled and exclaimed that he had heard of the elemental crystal. He was now also considered successful. Tang frowned when his colleague asked why he was silent. The protagonist looked at the captain and spoke to him. The man closed his eyes and said that he was proud of his students, but he suddenly remembered many years ago, when his younger brother was about his age. He imagined a huge red moon over the city and said that there was a small wave of demons in Helios. Tang remembered holding his brother's corpse, because these creatures kidnapped and killed him, and after that, the man made a decision to become a strong enough warrior to protect those around him. He looked at the hero and said that the stronger the fighter, the greater the responsibility. An looked up in surprise, thinking that Sin fixed her hair and sadly muttered that the boy really just left. She remembered how weak the boy had been during the test and said that it was a sad sight. The captains watched the hero leave, and the woman wondered how far An could go this time. Joel closed his eyes and replied that he didn't know, but that guy couldn't be kept here. He smirked and added that with a name like that, a hero reminded him of a great warrior. Tang smiled and agreed that maybe the boy's future achievements would even surpass him. An sped forward across the step, sitting behind the wheel. He frowned, thinking that he needed to at least reach rank 6, because that was the only way to achieve his goal, and there should be a demon cave nearby, and he could explore it and collect more cores to level up. An turned around when he heard a noise, and assumed that he hadn't secured the container well. Suddenly, the lid of the box flew off, and the boy asked what was going on. The three climbed out of the trunk, and Seijio muttered that it was very stuffy. Climb up there. The man stood opposite the other two and turned to the captain. Sitting on a rock, Lu said that as the captain, she should respect the decision of her team. Opening his mouth, An said, "Didn't they?" Leaning her hand on her hip, Seijio said that she was bored in the city, not him, and that he left with Lu and came back only to abandon them, but she did not agree. Spreading his arms, Lan confirmed, saying that since they were a team, his business was their business. The girl said that he also wanted to contribute, and the boy added that if it was dangerous, then he shouldn't take on everything himself. Scratching his head, An said that he couldn't stand them, and thought to himself that as a member of the team, he had to tell them about his situation. Telling them about his reincarnation would be problematic, and whether they could accept the rest or not was up to them. Resolutely looking at his comrades, the hero said that after they listened to him, they would have a choice. His goal was not an easy one, they themselves should understand that he was worried about their safety. White clouds floated in the sky, was his secret. Closing his eyes, An said that now they knew everything, there was no turning back, they had to. The boy was interrupted by an excited cry that this was too exciting. She was in the game, confronting the current order, saving the former heroes. The boy exclaimed that as expected of him, he couldn't believe that he was hiding something so amazing, although he didn't know anything else, but he could be trusted, and he was in. Coming closer, Lu said that she did too, and the brunette replied that their reaction was stupefying him. They were sure that they heard him. This was a rebellion against the new king. Introducing the fortress, Lan said that they, the people of Helios, had always been loyal followers of the previous king. One could even say that without him, there would be no city. The white-haired girl narrowed her eyes, saying that her grandfather was Jie. She imagined a man in a red cloak and said that he was one of the 6 heroes of that time. It was under the leadership of the previous king that he and his comrades built the city of Helios. Imagining cranes at a construction site, she said that she thought her father would agree with her. The hero's eyes widened in realization. He realized who Jie was, and he simply could not abandon them. Looking at the guy, she said that it seemed like he had succeeded in his plan. He had broken the thunder element. It seemed that his body was not as strong as before, but it did not disappoint. As if in a past life, An pointed at himself with his finger, and coquettishly said that it was him. The girl's eyes widened in surprise. A slight smile appeared on her soft pink lips, and she thought that yes, he was still the same. Imagining the hero from her past life, she thought that this was a guy who could do anything. Watching the characters standing opposite each other, the girl asked what they were talking about, and Lan replied that she could not hear. Shouldn't Lena be old? Why did she look the same age as them? Looking forward, Lu replied that it was because of the green core. Restoring her body and keeping it young was something only she could do. Walking towards his friends, An said that he wanted to reach the 6th rank, and their goal was for everyone to become at least a 5th rank warrior before they took action. He presented a core with 5 lines and said that otherwise they would simply die. The comrades froze in shock, thinking that the 5th rank in such a short time was unthinkable. Looking at Lena, the guy said that then according to the plan, she would take care of them first, and he would take care of himself. Moreover, they should find a way to raise their strength even higher. The girl smirked and thought, raise them to the 5th rank. She waved her hand and threw off her green cloak, thinking that this was really a challenge. The silhouettes of people were visible against the setting sun. Lena said that if they wanted to develop them in a short time, they would probably have to train just like in the good old days. It was hard and tiring. They could endure it, they confirmed. The golden element of Dawn's city glittered. An left the city in a car. While imagining the crystals, he thought that if they could find more dual-core elemental crystals, they could get amazing results. A demon began to materialize on the seat next to him, saying that thanks to him using that white stone, he had regained some of his strength. Crimson sat down in a relaxed pose, saying that he knew something about the crystal he had mentioned. Sitting next to the demon sprawled on the seat, An asked why he was there. He thought he was going to get some sleep. With his hands behind his head, the demon replied that thanks to him having so skillfully absorbed the elemental crystal, some of his spirit had been restored. Unfortunately, it was still not enough. He recalled the images of the events that had happened, saying that the little trouble he had helped him with last time had cost him some of his strength. The hero looked questioningly at Crimson, who said that it didn't matter, he didn't know what he was talking about anyway. The crystals he had just talked about, with his knowledge, probably wouldn't be found in a year. An stared ahead in surprise, hearing that he could make it so that he would find several with a similar effect and do it soon. The guy pressed the pedal to the floor. The car turned sharply. Frowning, he turned to the demon and exclaimed, why had he been silent before? Why was he helping him? What was he planning? From the sharp braking, the demon's forehead crashed between his knees. Glancing sideways at the guy, he said that next time he brakes, he should warn you. An answered, whose fault is it that he didn't buckle up? Crossing his arms, Crimson asked, what about their battle with that dual-core demon recently? The guy remembered the demon's silhouette in surprise. Turning to Crimson, he said that he was not completely shielded from the outside world when he was inside it. Crimson replied that his opponent was too low level, otherwise he would have already received the Union Crystal. Presenting a diagram of two demons, he said that enlightened ones, the so-called high-level demons, increased their power by fusing a rare compound core. Introducing the hero's comrades, he said that he was trying to help his three little friends raise their rank, but also for them, human warriors. Fusing such cores allows you to instantly gain additional power. The hero in dark glasses said that he said what he did, he is too low level, he needs a 6th rank, and how can he do everything else? The core just feel the energy of the core or sanitize with a new one. Raising his fingers, the demon replied that no, at least the 6th rank dual core, only those demons and those that are even stronger and have a unity crystal in their body. Turning to him, the hero asked what he was thinking, and what is he giving him this information with? Is he planning to appear and absorb the core, use the energy obtained to take control of it? With a gloomy look, the guy asked, aren't they the same blood? Is he ready to betray his demon race? Crimson imagined the silhouettes of demons, saying that except for a few kings, including him, the rest of the demons are chaotic products of ancient obelisks. Let him forget, he knows nothing about them, and he can't understand. Closing his eyes, the demon said that besides, he underestimates him. Holding him, Crimson said that he was inside him, and he was inside his heart, and this life, An was him, and Crimson was An. Holding the boy down on the seat, he said that if he wanted to improve, he would let him, because the stronger he was, it was a kind of symbiosis. With a serious look, the demon told him not to doubt his good intentions, just not to stop improving. Does he understand? An gritted his teeth, thinking that such was the power of a king, even if it was a small part of it, he could still hang on to him effortlessly with one hand. With a dissatisfied sigh, the boy demanded that he move away, too close, it was annoying. The fingers let go of his wrist. Moving away, the demon said that he was stubborn. Looking ahead, An asked where he could find a 6th-rank dual-core demon. He knew how secretive these high-ranking demons could be. Looking into his eyes, the demon said, why are they, humans, so impatient? Well, maybe I should help find them without attracting attention. Some of them were beyond his control, and they didn't need any trouble. The wind ruffled the demon's hair, who said that it was within his power to give a tip, let him decide for himself. Looking ahead, the hero thought that 6th-rank dual-core demons were high-ranking and had special powers. Touching his face, he agreed, saying that he didn't really like it now and that it was quite dangerous to go there. But if what he said was true, then the risk was worth it. The sun was shining in the sky, and words were heard that they were leaving. The car drove forward. The hero replied that they were going back to Dawn. Crimson asked what he said about seatbelts. In the evening twilight, the car approached the gate. The hero stopped, saying that they had arrived, but they would stop here for now, in the blind spot of the city. He got out of the car, and Crimson said that he would appear until he got the Unity Crystal. It was taking too much energy. Presenting a crossed-out stone, the demon said that he did not know what he was planning, but wanted to warn him that when he got it, he should not give in to the temptation to force his companions to receive its power. It would only lead to them being overwhelmed with energy and dying. Putting his hands in his pockets, An said that he knew. He suddenly stopped. Then he turned around and asked for a favor. The demon sitting in the car said that he could not believe that he was asking him for a favor. The boy touched his chin thoughtfully and asked if he could change his appearance this time. In Dawn he was trying to find a way to join high-level missions, so he didn't want to appear in the same appearance as last time, and if he could he would like to get a good weapon. The boy presented a sword with a black blade, saying that the one he had now was not bad, but he felt that it would not be enough. Red lightning surrounded the demon, and he said that since they were on the same wavelength it was of course a small favor. Red lines flew towards the boy, and a beam pierced his body. The boy stared forward. Black and red lightning covered his arm. As a result, Aang's hair became completely black and shorter. A sword with a black handle began to materialize in space, and words were heard saying that he would lend it to him. The boy looked at the red blade, hearing that its name was Red King Tide. Adjusting his hood, Aang smiled and thanked the demon. His fingers tightened on the handle. Walking away, the hero confidently said that now it was possible to go to the Battle of Dawn. Among the hills, there was a military training ground in the northwest corner of Dawn City. Words were heard that they were inviting outside warriors to sign up and join them to help in the cleansing operation. A level below rank 4 was required. If they succeeded, a huge reward awaited. People walked into the archway called registration. Words were heard asking them to enter the training ground one by one. A voice was heard saying that he heard that a powerful warrior from Dawn would lead the team. The warriors walked one after another, hearing the request to keep their distance. The hero with a changed appearance looked ahead, thinking that all sorts of people were signing up for the mission, but when it comes to fighting demons, the more the better. The man walked closer, addressing everyone who had come to participate in the cleansing operation. Captain Ranyan walked forward, thanking everyone for their help, and said that he was the one in charge of the cleansing operation. The hero standing nearby heard someone say that such a person was personally participating. It seemed like a difficult situation had arisen. He heard that Captain Ranyan had once single-handedly dealt with 5 and 4 rank demons. Another person said that he ended up cutting off all of their heads, an incredible person. A third said that Dawn warriors were usually stronger than those who lived outside, they were the best of the best. The man frowned and presented a map, saying that this week, their team in charge of reconnaissance had gone missing in the forest 3 kilometers north of here. None of the 6 team members had returned. He introduced a cloaked figure surrounded by core symbols, and said that the leader of the reconnaissance team was a rank 5 blue core warrior, a longtime comrade and a good fighter, and the rest of the team were outstanding rank 4 fighters, with no incidents in all these years. His hand was on the bloody rocks next to the device. The captain continued that based on the latest report from the reconnaissance team, they were most likely facing a powerful demon. He introduced the silhouettes of the monsters, saying that at least rank 5, a dual-core specimen could not be ruled out, or it could be a higher demon. In any case, there was a threat to the transport around Dawn. Standing in front of the fighters, Ranyan said that since they could not leave the city without their main forces, they would need the help of fighters from outside this time. Looking forward thoughtfully, An thought that it was possible that he was dual-core and at least rank 5, so there was a chance to meet a higher rank, he hoped. The Red King said that to obtain the Unity Crystal, a dual-core demon of rank 6 or higher was needed. There was a red haze next to Ranyan. He said that as warriors, they must always be prepared to sacrifice themselves. He was going to get rid of the demon, and would do it at any cost. Standing in front of the lined-up fighters, the man shouted that the situation was clear. If they wanted to stay and help, let them respond. They would gather a team and set off, return before sunset. White clouds floated in the clear sky. Dust appeared below the northwest gate. When it opened, a crowd of people could be seen. The people clenched their fists joyfully, shouting wishes for good luck. They would encounter many demons. All the warriors should stay close to the group and not make noise, otherwise if they fell behind they would be attacked as a separated link. Turning to the side, An thought that he was right. As soon as they stepped out of the city gates, their group was already attracting the attention of a bunch of demons. The man in the cloak waved his hand and told him not to treat them like newbies. There were many experienced warriors in their ranks. What kind of demons could kill them? The man's eye lives in the desert. They like to hide in the sand, ambush passing creatures. The man looked at the ripples in the sand. Frowning, the green-haired man shouted, "Sand demons," they were ambushed. Many monsters jumped out from the ground. A red line appeared next to the captain's hand. He thought that they were aiming at the rearguard, and their number was as usual in a targeted attack by small demons. Running forward, he shouted to the fighters not to fight alone, but to cooperate. The warriors fought with the demons. Ranyan held a glowing sword, thinking that it was just a bunch of 3-rank sandmen. The core on his body glowed brightly. From the swings of the sword, bright marks were left. He thought that they were nothing to him. There was a sly smile on the man's face. The demons were fighting with the warriors in the sand. Shouts were heard that they were separated. This is not good. The second said that they need to gather everyone together. The separated squads will not last long. To which the first objected that some fighters are already quite far away. To which he heard that if possible, they should be saved. But for now they will have to hold out. 2 demons were attacking a screaming man. Next to him, a hero appeared, throwing back the demons with red energy. The guy with green hair looked at him in surprise. An held a glowing red sword in his hand. The hand grabbed the body of a demon. Standing next to his comrade, The hero told this group not to relax. The boy stood up, asking what was wrong with him. He would not go. The squad was moving further and further. There were too many sand demons. The warriors ran away and called on to leave. There was no time for others. The hero's eyes glowed red. Vertical pupils appeared in the glow. Many demons appeared around the hero. He thought that it would be easier for him if he stayed alone. Drops of blood flew in the air. The demon reached for the man who tried to stop him. Suddenly, a red beam struck the monster's body. The boy looked at the figure in the cloak, who told him to stay close to the group and fight back together, not to lag behind. Captain Ranyang, a furious witcher, looked down. The guy with green hair leaned on his knees and told the captain that the team had regrouped. He noticed 2 fighters nearby, hearing that they had returned. Coming closer, Ranyang said that they were the furthest. Someone else remained. The green-haired guy closed one eye, saying that there was a weird warrior there. He was the one who saved them, but he stayed and continued to fight the remaining demons. The man gritted his teeth, asking discontentedly, he wanted to die. It was just ridiculous. Why didn't he retreat with them? The comrade said that he was an inexperienced stranger. This was a change, but completely meaningless. The guy looked down, saying that if he was still there, he had to face clouds of priceless demons. He tried to persuade him to go with them when they retreated, but he remembers that he did not look back, said something and left. He remembered on standing next to him. Ranyang was surprised, asking what he said. Remembering the image of the guy surrounded by flames, the warrior said that something like it would be even easier alone. The comrade standing behind laughed, saying what a chatterbox he was. He would be lucky if the corpse remained intact. Ranyang frowned, thinking that with such a number even he would not be able to escape from there, and said out loud that if he had not stayed to divert the attacks of the remaining demons, their team would not have dealt with it so quickly. The sun painted the sky gold. A cry was heard that alive or dead, it was still their comrade, so they would go and check. Probably there were still many demons, but they should be ready for battle. The guy with green hair pointed with his hand, saying that it was there. The captain walked in front of the group and said that there was no wind, their view was limited, everyone to be on guard. They were the closest to the sand demons due to the fact that they were confused, quickly abandoning their positions. A figure was visible in the rising dust. The guy exclaimed that it was a demon. The captain standing in front, pointing with his palm, the guy exclaimed that it was him, the remaining warrior. The brunette's gaze became surprised. Coming closer, he asked what the team was doing here. He thought they were leaving. He was just about to start catching up. Ranyang stood in front of the hero surrounded by a red haze, and thought that this guy felt something very dangerous. What's with his aura? Is it because he is covered in the blood of these creatures? The guy with green hair extended his hand and asked why he saw how he was left here completely alone. What about the other sand demons? Where did they all go? Opening his mouth, the guy asked, demons? There were many monster bodies lying around. The brunette said that they were all dead. Coming closer, the captain exclaimed, he dealt with so many sand demons alone. What level is he? The comrade exclaimed that it couldn't be. There was something wrong with this guy, unless he was higher in level than him. Otherwise he would have died long ago. There were 5 lines on the core located on the hero's chest. He replied that it was the 5th, and thought that with all his potential strength now, he was much stronger than an ordinary 5 or 6 rank warrior. He imagined the core, thinking that he could even fight a 7 rank warrior, but he did not lie. Ranyang shook his head, looking at the surprised guy, and said that he did not think that he was a 5 rank. Even with his 6th rank, it would be difficult for him to deal with a crowd of sand demons. So how did he do it? With a slight smile, Ang replied that he was just running well and trying not to get into a head-on fight. But he was killing them one by one. He thought to himself that it was only natural to gather in him. He just made this up. The captain standing opposite said that it was understandable, running and fighting back like that. He was only facing 1 or 2 of them, but letting them get close, no matter how talented he was. Ranyang smiled, saying that he was a young foreign warrior. Well done. Thanks to him the group had enough time to recover. The sun was shining brightly in the sky. Words were heard that they were returning to the original route, and in order not to stop. The group walked among the sand hills. Someone told the captain that they finally reached the place where the reconnaissance group disappeared. The captain's gaze was surprised. He asked, wasn't there only 2 entrances marked on the map? They were standing at the entrance to a cave in the forest of corruption. He asked why there were 3. The guy with green hair waved his hands, telling the captain that they did not have enough time to explore another entrance. The forest was not that small. They could not get confused either. The warriors stood around the captain, who said that the number of people in their team was originally calculated for 2 entrances. He suggests dividing into 2 teams, so that sufficient combat power will be preserved, but they will not be able to form a 3rd. Looking down sullenly, the man said that he understands that it is safest not to deviate from the original plan to the other entrance, even if the reconnaissance team ends up in that direction. The heroes were surprised to hear the words that it makes no difference, he will go there. Ang was surrounded by a red aura. The man asked, is he going to explore the entrance alone? The brunette looked at him resolutely. A loud sound was heard from the darkness of the cave. The guy closed one eye, exclaiming, What kind of sound is that? Time is running out. They need to immediately split into sub-teams. The captain said that in his experience, there may be more than one 5th ranked demon here. Ang, who was standing next to him, asked if he knew the size of this forest. The green-haired man opened his mouth, exclaiming, "Why is he asking?" Ranyang silenced him with a wave of his hand and said that the exact size was unknown to them. Obtaining this information was one of the tasks of the scouts. According to current estimates, usually a reconnaissance group of 10 people without stopping would take 3 to 4 hours. Lowering his head, the brunette said that if this was so, with the current number of people, there would not be enough for 3 entrances. Ang raised a finger, saying that if he searched one of them himself, he would have time to deal with it before sunset, and if he did not manage to do so, then this did not affect the progress of the rest. What would he say? The hero turned around, hearing someone say that he thought he was just pretending to be someone unknown. The man frowned, thinking that after all they were foreign fighters, and their temperament was still showing. No matter, they would find the group's expense, return as soon as possible. The longer they stood here, the more trouble they would have. He stood in front of the brunette, agreeing, and asked permission to remind him that if he went alone, no one would help him in case of danger. Passing by, Ang said that he knew he was just scouting. There were silhouettes of warriors nearby, one of whom said that he was too self-confident, still stood out, but still wanted to make a statement. The second added that there were a lot of demons, and the captain said that he would see who would be first. The wind brought in a few leaves. A cry was heard that due to the change in the potential level of demons, the mission had undergone tactical changes, and the primary task was to save the reconnaissance group. The rest were to split into 2 teams and prepare to enter. The hero headed towards the cave, spreading red rays. He walked between large trees. A demon was sitting on the branches. He took off, leaving a bright trail. Ang took out his sword, felt the demon approaching from behind. A bright trail was left from the movement. The dark figure of the hero struck the demon. The guy's eyes glowed yellow darkly. The monster's body was impaled on the blade. Then he threw it down. Turning to the demons sitting in the trees, the guy said that in a forest this size, they probably moved in packs and could not resist the charm of a loner. His lips stretched into a smile. Am continued that the reason why there was no one else here. He took the form of a demon, predatorily continuing that this way he could calmly use all his power. His foot left the ground, breaking it. Ang said that he would kill until the strongest of them appeared. Spreading red rays of aura, the guy rushed towards the demons. A group of warriors walked through the forest. During the day the forest covered the entire sky, dark as night. One of the people said that it was very quiet here. The guy with green hair held a lantern and told them to look around. They cannot afford to be careless. As long as their team sticks together, and the demons do not attack, everything will be fine. The comrade imagined the image of the brunette, and asked how they were, thinking that he was dead. The second one said that if he was still alive then there were still demons hunting him. The guy with the lamp illuminated a figure, and told them to be quiet, asking who it was. The man sitting on his knees had his cloak torn. The guy's eyes widened. He said that it was their reconnaissance team uniform. Just fine, their team found him as soon as they entered. And he ran closer to the figure. Words were heard that he did not think they would be the first. They did not even have to try. They were guaranteed a bonus reward. The guy asked, "Is he from the Dawn reconnaissance team? They are here to find and where the others are. Where is the captain?" Holding the lantern, he came closer and asked if he was okay and would he send these with them. The demon figure made strange sounds. Sharp teeth clenched. Looking over his shoulder, the guy asked, "Is he digging something?" Suddenly his eyes widened in shock. A toothy demon peeked out from behind the scout's body. The guy with the lantern jumped back, falling to the ground. Climbing up, the demon said that it was just in time. This one had already been eaten. There was one, shocked, exclaimed that it was a 6 rank with a double core. The demon crawled along the scout's cloak, saying that they were just in time. 2 cores glowed on his forehead, blue and purple. It was a dual core 6 rank demon. A cry was heard from among the trees that it was a high rank. The guy sitting on the ground looked at the demon, thinking that he was a 6 rank and dual core. They should notify Captain Ranyan. His fingers held a gray object. He thought of a signal fire. A bright beam shot up. The demon looked at the light in surprise. He closed his eyes, saying that it was blinding, unpleasant. With a sharp movement, the monster jumped up, leaving a trace. His paws touched a round ball, and grabbed the shining signal ball. The warrior gritted his teeth, thinking he was making fun of them. That speed. The guy standing next to him exclaimed that he couldn't believe it grabbed the projectile with its bare hands. At that time the guy shouted for them not to slow down and run. As he ran past, he shouted that they were not his rivals. They needed to join Captain Ranyan. They were retreating first. Suddenly, there was movement on the branch in front of him. Many eyes were shining among the branches. The demon's words were heard that they were lost. He licked his teeth, saying that they would play. A scream was heard. Ranyan raised his head up, saying that it was somehow quiet. This fog seemed too strange. The sword pierced the demon's body. The girl with the sword asked what was wrong. Did something happen to them? Turning to her, The captain replied that the forest of corruption was not huge, but they had not heard anything from the other teams since they entered, as if they had been cut off. The blonde girl waved her hand and said that she thought everything was fine. Turning her head, she said that under the leadership, the foreigners became very accommodating, they realized their shortcomings and coped, so everything was going well. I wonder what happened to that guy who insisted on going alone. A red flash rose up from the attack. The man's eyes were wide open in shock. Seeing Ang with a red sword, he recognized him. Gritting his teeth, the man asked why he was protecting the demon, and heard a request to calm down. The fog cleared from the shock wave. A blonde was standing behind him. The guy asked if he could see now. The man abruptly turned his gaze, thinking that was it. Behind him sat his comrades, clutching their heads. A scream was heard demanding to see who he was trying to kill. Ang touched his chin, hearing the question. Everyone was under the control of the demon, and said that this one was much stronger than a normal demon with a purple core. Standing next to the girl, who was holding her shoulder, he said that if he hadn't stopped, he would have cut up his own team. The blonde in dark glasses exclaimed that she had just seen everyone die. The demon attacked her using his weapon. Ang, standing next to her, said that it seemed like everyone had their own illusion. They were manipulating them so that they would kill each other or just get tired. The captain attracted the attention of the others and ordered to check the condition of their comrades. Then he turned to the brunette, asking in surprise where he was from. Were the entrances somehow connected? It's good that he appeared on time, otherwise he would have been in trouble. Aang's figure was surrounded by a red glow. He said that it so happened that he had some ability, and this illusion did not affect him. It was the energy of red and the element of thunder. These two powerful forces give Aang almost complete immunity to this kind of influence. Remembering the demon's attack, the guy said that he had just been attacked too. Remembering the many red eyes, the hero continued that he realized that he could not kill them all. Then all soldiers should run after him. With glowing eyes, he rushed forward first. The demon held the guy with green hair, saying that it was interesting. Someone is not affected by illusions and this surge of energy. The demon's eye was glowing. He said that he wanted to see who he was. Red lines appeared from the forest. Aang looked to the side, thinking that the 6th-ranked blue-violet demon was troublesome. He would definitely fall into his trap if he hurried. Then he turned around, deciding that it didn't matter and he couldn't just leave them behind. The guy followed the others, deciding that he would follow them and then decide. The squad moved along the forest, surprised at how many warriors had died here, and also noticing that it was getting darker. Their commander ordered them to stick together, because this was no ordinary demon. The man looked ahead in surprise. He stopped and ordered the others to do the same. His eyes had already become smaller. In front of him was a tree with people hanging from it. One of the guys covered his face with his hand in horror, saying that these were members of the 2nd sub-team. Then his commander turned around, telling them not to panic and to remember that this demon had a purple and blue core, so it must be an illusion to confuse them, because the enemy was waiting for them to finally despair. Walking forward, Aang said that this was impossible. Seeing the face of one of the dead, he added that it really was them. The hero grabbed the sword hilt, saying that the demon was somewhere nearby. The hanged man opened his mouth slightly, asking the captain to help him. The man looked at him again, hearing the request for help. One of the squad members moved forward, hearing the order to quickly take him down. Aang's swing stopped him abruptly. The man looked at him in confusion, asking what he was doing. He told him to look closely. The demon was on the guy's body. Gritting his teeth, he was surprised that he was noticed so quickly, and also that his illusions did not work on the hero, which meant these bodies were useless. Quick swings of his hand left bright marks. Gritting his teeth, the captain cursed. Then he moved towards the demon with lightning speed. Raising his sword above his head, he demanded that he die. The blow with the bright beam went forward. All that was visible around was smoke. The tree was split into 2 parts. The demon sat on another branch, saying that the man was very evil. The others turned around in surprise. The monster smiled, saying that it was not even close, and called the man weak. Lowering his head, the captain told him that he would attack him until he knew pain. Everyone at once headed towards the demon, when Aang tried to stop them. Shaking his head, he realized that there were too many of them, and they were blinded by rage and the desire for revenge. The squad members approached the monster. Smiling, he said that now they would play. The captain waved, demanding that he be quiet. His eyes turned red. He covered his face with his hand from the spreading smoke. Someone noticed that the smoke had cleared. The guys landed on the ground, hearing the order to find him. One of them saw the hero behind him. But looking closer, he noticed that he looked like a demon. The face was like the face of a demon. Then the warrior pointed at him with his hand, saying that he was here. Aang frowned, realizing that he was immune to demonic influence, and they were absorbed in the illusion from the very beginning, which meant that this creature did it to make them think that he was their enemy. But he was just watching from above and enjoying himself. The demon crossed his legs with a satisfied look. The squad members pounced on the hero. Ranyang pulled the sword aside, shouting for the demon to die. The guy thought that he could not imagine that he would have to fight him. Then Ong rushed into battle. The monster watched the spread of the red aura. Smiling ominously, he said that he had not watched the beautiful dance of death for a long time. The guy clenched his teeth, thinking that for him they were just monkeys in the circus, entertaining him in the ring. Throwing his opponents aside, he decided to try to use his thunder element power. The warrior noted that the demon blocked the captain's power attack. Lightning appeared around him. He thought that the thunder element is able to restrain the power of demons. The sword in his hand was also surrounded by lightning. Ong raised his weapon above the ground. His comrades who attacked him shouted that they would kill him in revenge for their guys. Directing the sword into the ground, the hero said that it was time for the captain to rest. Lightning threw the warrior's back. One of them did not understand where they came from, why thunder rumbled. The illusion began to disappear from sight. After Ranyang began to cover them. Seeing lightning, the demon was surprised by it and wondered what this element was capable of, but did not notice that it was not only filled with powerful demonic power, it also emitted something creepy that made his heart tremble. Seeing people unconscious, Ong thought that he guessed, and the effect was exactly as expected. Now, controlling the power of the applied element, he can carefully cleanse demonic magic, removing the charm effect from allies, and this demon's magic was no exception. Raising his head, he saw an eye above, realizing where the demon was sitting. He looked scared, not understanding how his illusion was dispelled, and what was the guy going to do next? Looking at him, Ong took a step forward. Lightning flew out of his mouth. He pointed them towards the demon, demanding that he come down. The monster covered himself with his hand, surprised that Ong had given his voice the power of lightning and thunder. Cracks appeared on the branch. So it was completely destroyed. As he fell, the demon thought that he should admit that he had some abilities. After all, he had dispelled his illusion. The monster narrowed his eyes. He pounced on the hero, saying that he would give him hell. He put his hand behind his back, answering that he should learn new phrases. A swing of the blade threw the demon away. The monster flew back, thinking that he had managed to block the attack at the last moment. But he opened his eyes in surprise, hearing about the twin cores and 6 horns. Putting his sword on his shoulder, Ong said that the demon had appeared just in time. Raising his head in confusion, the demon thought that there was some strange person in front of him, because not only did he have an unusual element, but after meeting him, most people panicked, while he, on the contrary, seemed to enjoy what was happening. Seeing the silhouette of a giant demon in front of him, he realized that this person was behaving like a real demon, and it turned out that he was his prey. The ground cracked under Aang's foot. He rushed at the enemy, who only had time to think that it was very fast. The blow to the ground destroyed it. Frowning, the hero realized that the demon had escaped. He was quickly moving above his head. Cannonballs rose from the demon's forehead. Aang managed to reflect the rays flying at him with his sword. Reflecting them, he realized that the enemy had split into several demons, and it seemed that these were not just illusions. Having made a swing, he decided to deal with one of them first. The hero quickly moved between the spears. He dropped to one knee and slid along the ground, thinking that it was a combination of both the core's abilities of fast movement and illusion, meaning that there was only one body. His pupil turned red when using the Eye of Thunder. He saw the world in black and white, deciding that he needed to carefully follow their movements. Approaching the demon's face, Aang said that he had found it. The swing of his blade left a wound on the monster's face. He jumped back, using his power. Seeing lightning around the hero, the demon thought that his element was the opposite, and techniques did not work against him. The monster saw the guy disappear. His eyes grew larger from fear. Aang raised his sword above his head, exclaiming that it was time to die. There was an evil smile on his face as he demanded the demon core. Crimson raised his blade above his head, aiming at his opponent. A smile appeared on his face and he demanded a unity crystal. Suddenly, lightning flashed in the night sky. The girl watched these peals from afar. I frowned slightly, not taking my eyes off the clouds. At the same second, Suijio received a strong blow. She flew back several meters to the feet of her ally. Turning to her, she was very surprised. The girl looked up at her ally and asked what happened. Lu turned to the girl and said that she felt Aang. A hopeful smile appeared on her face when her ally asked if she was telling the truth. Suddenly, Lan flew to them and the demon said heavily that it was all because of his strange lightning, because he could not use half the power of his cores, but the man would get nothing. Suddenly, 2 points on his forehead glowed brightly, and the demon himself grabbed the sword and said that the man would die with him. A moment later, he felt another blow on himself. The man turned around and threw him high into the air. The warrior frowned menacingly and asked if the demon wanted to blow himself up. While the enemy's body was hanging in the air, he said that he would help him with this. Crimson pointed his blade upward and used lightning control, striking his opponent. Lightning burned the demon's body alive while he screamed and asked if his opponent was a man or a demon, and that he personally cleared the area of /U200B/U200 balls, so the captain should not worry. The man came to his senses when the young man threw him a flask. Looking up, The hero asked the captain to drink some water. The man was still looking at him in shock, not believing his ears, and asked him if he had dealt with this demon alone. The hero lowered his head and said that this was not entirely true, because the rest of the team also tried to the best of their ability. The man asked how he managed to defeat it, because this was not some kind of joke, but a six-horn with twin cores, so he did not understand what kind of power allowed the guy to do this. The young man rose from the ground and said that his skills were enough to restrain and defeat it, and in the end, the most important thing is that they survived. He frowned slightly, waved his hand and said that in the meantime he would walk around the area, clean up the remaining small stuff, because the night was in full swing, so he thought the man should stay with the others and cover them. The captain immediately turned over his shoulder. He glanced at his squad and the guy immediately said that they would not wake up anytime soon. The man darkened and said that the illusions of this demon were impossible to resist, and even he did not have time to realize the moment when he lost the thread of reality and fell into the haze. Introducing two cores, the young man said that demons with paired cores are always stronger than others, because two different cores imply readings of different elements, techniques, and this has a greater impact on the fight than if he were simply physically twice as strong. The man shrugged and exhaled heavily when the guy noted that he was strong, and this is proven by the fact that he was the first to wake up from the haze. The captain replied that he is a warrior of the 6th rank, but in addition to this rank, he is also a representative of the elite forces of Aurora. But in this fight he underestimated the enemy, could not show everything he was capable of, and this is unpleasant. He frowned menacingly and added that he was the person in charge of the cleansing operation, and as the captain whose team the boy had saved, he promised that he would not try to find out his identity or understand his abilities. Lowering his blade, he added menacingly that he was also an ordinary warrior who could not leave this just like that. Standing in front of the boy, he said that he was consumed with curiosity, because he was only a 6th rank, and the boy was just an outsider warrior who had single-handedly killed a 6-horn demon with a double core, so he was interested in which of them was stronger. Coming a little closer, he added that he wanted to talk in a simple way, and asked if the boy wanted to see what he was capable of. The hero closed his eyes and replied that he was honest when he told him that he was the strongest in this place. But this time he was simply unlucky, let down by the lack of information about the demon. The man pointed his blade at him and asked him not to refuse, because he could simply consider this his personal desire to find out the boy's true strength. His eyes filled with rage as he spoke about wanting to talk. The hero stepped back a little and thought that the captain was quite aggressive and eager to understand the limits of his power, but perhaps without these qualities it was simply impossible to become a strong warrior. The huge moon illuminated the forest with a light glow. The young man agreed and said that he did not mind fighting him, after which he suggested going to a free clearing. After a short time, the men found themselves in a small vacant lot. The captain directed his energy into his legs. He stood in a stance and asked the hero not to hold back, because he wanted to see true power. Taking hold of the sword handle, the hero replied that he understood him perfectly, because he used to be exactly the same, so their conversation would be serious. The young man immediately pulled the sword out of its sheath. The captain pushed off the ground with explosive force, and said that he was glad to hear these words. Approaching the guy, he created several shock waves. His chopping blows spread throughout the forest, shaking the earth. When the dust cleared, he noticed something with horror. He found himself in the middle of a chopped-up field, unable to find his opponent. A moment later, he looked up as a shadow of a young man appeared above him. Ang raised his blade above his head, ready to attack. The captain immediately swung his weapon, cursing under his breath. Their blades met, creating a shower of sparks. The young man stepped on his hand, loosening his grip. A second later, an explosion of incredible force thundered in the middle of the forest. Dust and smoke scattered. Ang, with a terrifying look, immobilized his opponent and said that he was unarmed. Letting go of the hilt of his sword, the young man said that this is why he lost. The boy sat up slightly and said that no matter how many times they tried to repeat their conversation, the outcome would always be the same, because he would always find a gap in the captain's defense and be able to disarm him. Showing no emotion to me, the boy asked if the captain wanted to repeat it. The man, trembling from what had happened, thought that the boy was right, because no matter how many times they repeated this fight, he felt that the boy would find a way to bypass his defense every time, so this was a pure difference in skill. But he had only felt something like this once, from the members of the new Great Six. Suddenly, he came out of his thought. Getting up from the ground, the man stretched his shoulder and asked why the boy was wandering around such humble raids and small temporary teams. Because he would not believe that he was only a 5th rank, his abilities were on the level of the strongest warriors he had ever seen. The young man frowned angrily when he heard the question about whether he had heard of the Great Six. He turned to the captain and asked him what he could tell him about them, to which the man replied that they were rank 7, and that this was something incredible, the pinnacle of military strength, and that the difference between rank 6 and rank 7, in his opinion, was even greater than between rank 1 and rank 6. He darkened with horror, imagining their strength like this, and told him that their power was simply incomparable to the capabilities of such simple warriors as himself, and no one had seen them fight at full strength. He imagined a man in a cloak emerging from the king's tablet, and told him that he heard that one of them once entered the ancient tablet, and then after that, walked out on foot, and it is hard to even imagine. These words greatly shocked the hero. He remembered how he entered the tablet in the air. The blonde turned out to be the city's chief strategist, Wu Song-yao. He looked back at the captain and asked what this meant. Raising his hand, the strategist said that he thought this was a powerful foreign warrior, and if he was right, he needed to. If an ordinary warrior were to forcibly absorb this aura, the consequences would be unimaginable. The man looked into his eyes and noted that this was very good, since he had received his first unity crystal so quickly. The boy jerked in fear and asked why it appeared so suddenly. The man sat a little further away and said that the crystal was, of course, in his hands, but did he know what to do with it, since this stone was unusual, and no one except the boy would be able to use it. The hero raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked why he was saying that. The man lowered his gaze, thinking about the answer. Poking the boy in the forehead, he transformed his appearance, and said that the boy was special in himself. The hero, who had taken the form of a demon, asked what he was doing, to which he replied that he liked him even more like this. The boy's cry was heard throughout the room. He told the demon to pray a lot and not come near him. The man replied that people have a very harmful character, because he just reminds him that his form has a special effect. The demon imagined how the crystal drives a person crazy, and said that this stone is unique to high-level demons and contains energy that no ordinary human body can resist. It is so strong that an ordinary warrior will instantly go crazy, maybe even explode and die. Leaning his hand on the bed, he said that in the boy's body there are two things that can suppress this great energy. The man raised his hand when the boy asked what it meant and explained that the first thing was the demonic element, because thanks to its existence, the boy was completely immune to any demonic influence. He then presented a circle with lightning and explained that the second factor was the boy's improved lightning element. The hero raised his hand and created a small discharge of electricity, asking the demon if he was talking about this. Will, because the weak in spirit will quickly lose their minds during the merger. He turned to the youth when he took his normal form and told him that they would only learn the rest during practice, after which he asked if the youth wanted to know anything else. The hero inquired how they were supposed to merge, and how he would help this. The demon looked him sternly in the eyes and said that it would happen one-on-one, through a direct and naked energy connection. The hero immediately blushed embarrassedly and jerked, exclaiming loudly. The earth seemed to tremble when he asked with a cry if he should be naked, and what kind of connection this was. The demon turned away from him and asked why the young man was so excited. Because it is quite normal to feel each other as strongly as possible, and the connection is a combination of energy and feelings, and it is through it that the guy will be able to direct his energy into the body of another person. Frozen in place, the guy thought that this was very bad, because it would go well with the guy, but the other girls, and they might think that he was a pervert. Suddenly he realized something and frowned tensely. The hero imagined his naked comrade and immediately grabbed his head, thinking that he was an even bigger problem, after which he exclaimed that he would not undress with him. The demon asked what he meant at all, because he did not understand what human shame was. A little while later, the young man was sitting alone in the middle of the room. Suddenly Lena opened the door and happily exclaimed that the guy was back. The hero looked up at her and said that he had already finished with everything, after which he asked where the three were hanging out. Suddenly, surprised guys appeared in the doorway when she said that they were walking right behind her, and that she had taken good care of them. They immediately ran into the room, calling out to the young man and saying that he had changed. The boys gathered around him when he said that he had something to tell them about training. Indistinct voices could be heard chanting from his room outside. Lena suddenly interrupted his conversation by hitting the chair between his legs. She frowned angrily and asked if he was serious. The boys sat down in different places and wondered in surprise if they had heard correctly about establishing a connection naked. The woman clenched her teeth and hissed that she didn't care about all the hints and night raids, but in this life he had become completely insolent. Raising her leg again, she called him a pervert with an imperious look and said that she would kill him. The young man closed his eyes in embarrassment and asked her to calm down, explaining that he had no choice, because the unity crystal could not be used in any other way, and without its help, they would be absorbed by the demonic power. He looked down at the girl's leg and asked her to remove it, because he felt uncomfortable. The woman looked down and fell silent for a second. Waving her cloak, she irritably headed for the exit and said that they could do whatever they wanted, and for now she was going to sleep, and they could call her when they were done. When she left, she slammed the door with all her might. Immediately after that, silence fell in the room. Soichio quietly asked what happened to her. An frowned slightly and said that this was not only strange, but also risky. But if everything worked out, he would try to get 2 more crystals as soon as possible, and the one they had now could only strengthen one of them, so they could decide who would be first. Soichio fell silent and thought about the fact that even though they were comrades, she was embarrassed to expose herself in front of a guy. Suddenly, With an embarrassed look, she imagined the guys making love and thought that their comrade should have no problem with this. Lu broke the silence and timidly began to stutter, talking about herself. She blushed from embarrassment, hugged her knees and said that she already had a little demonic power in her, so everything should be easier, and as if she meant that the first time could be with her. Suddenly, her comrade interrupted her, loudly shouting that he would have no problem being the first, because he could always be trusted with something dangerous. His body was just made for this moment. The resentment. The guys started to undress and the hero said that thanks to the woman's training, the boy's body became much more reliable, and it's great that he feels stronger than ever. Snow exposed his muscular and toned body. The hero, or not that they were peeping. Suddenly Lena appeared behind them and said that everything was fine, because they were worried, because the guys might need their help, Soichio exclaimed in surprise. The woman hissed menacingly at her, blushing with embarrassment, and asked her to be quiet. She also ducked down, peeping along with the girls. The boy picked up the Unity Crystal and said that just like Ang said, the stone contained a terrifying demonic power. He could feel dark currents coming from it, and said that he was shaking just from holding it in his hand. Ang sent his energy into it, helping it circulate, and told the boy to put the stone in his palm and relax, close his eyes and use his energy to feel the power of the crystal and establish a connection, and although it would hurt a little, he should not worry, because he would be there to help. Snow pursed his lips and agreed with him. Diving into his consciousness, he found a small shining point. The light became slightly brighter while he thought that it was the yellow energy that was in his original core, coming from the crystal, which meant that it recognized the power that suited him. The boy was close to the source of the light, and thought that it was very warm, after which he wondered if he should approach. He took a decisive step forward. After a few steps, he stopped, noticing something. The giant creature hugged the source of energy as the boy approached it. Looking up, the boy thought he felt a terrifying energy. He stretched out a trembling hand, trying to resist this power. Suddenly, the surface of the sphere cracked. A moment later, the energy burst out, greatly frightening him. A thick substance engulfed his body, restricting his movements. The boy frowned tensely, closing his eyes as streams of energy began to penetrate his body. His eyelids opened spontaneously, but his pupils disappeared, and the boy screamed in pain, thinking that this was a terrifying power, and he did not understand how humanity could fight it. The monster opened its eyes slightly, looking at the boy. Snow continued to shake in pain, and horns began to grow from his head, when he thought that he was really tempted by the power of the demon, and that it was eating away at his spirit, which meant that he could become a monster who had lost his mind. Crimson was watching this from the side. He turned to Ang and said that he must listen and do what he was told, otherwise there was a chance that he would dissolve into nothingness. The man opened his palm, on which was the hero himself, and said that it was time to act. The young man raised his head, showing his eyes. The golden demon looked up at Crimson. Looking into the man's eyes, he said that he did not expect that he was almost visited by one of the higher lords. The man frowned tensely, hearing this. The hero raised his eyebrows in surprise, realizing that this thing had consciousness, and he thought that it was just an associative game of his imagination. The man, holding it in his hands, said that this thing is more correctly called the essence of demonic energy, and as one of the lords, he is quite close to the original pure force, and that is why the embodiment was able to sense it. He narrowed his eyes and noted that he cannot act against her, because it is tantamount to going against his own nature, which means that the young man will have to dirty his hands if he, of course, wants his comrades to gain strength, and he should also hurry, otherwise the future of Waring or the core may go crazy. Snow continued to be under the influence of demonic energy inside the sphere. The hero rested his foot on the demon's palm and thought that his comrade must not give up. The next second he tore himself from his place. The young man flew up to the sphere at incredible speed. The golden demon said that he felt a vile aura emanating from him. Gathering energy in front of him, he also added that such nastiness should be gotten rid of immediately. A moment later, the young man saw the approaching danger. The creature that appeared attacked him, throwing him back. The hero managed to block the attack with his blade, so he remained unharmed. Another, smaller demon appeared in front of the giant demon. The young man asked where it came from. The original six-horned demon looked up at his opponent. The man shrank and descended to Ang, telling him that everything was not so simple, because if the guy wanted everything to work out, he first needed to solve him. He took advantage of the moment and rushed to attack. The six-horned demon rose into the air, swinging his leg. The blow of incredible force created a bright flash. The man smiled contentedly, and thought that the boy should show him all his strength. Ang tried his best to hold the demon's leg with his blade. The man noticed that he saw that both cores changed color and turned yellow, which means that the incarnated demon is very strong. The boy's foot began to magical particles began to form near his body. The demon materialized two shields. Looking at the young man, the hero thought that the enemy created a shield that helps him defend himself, and when possible, also attacks, so he wonders if the demon has enough strength to resist in close combat. Lightning flashed in his eye when he said that he would find out right now. The main essence of demonic energy trembled, wondering what kind of strange power it was. The young man made several slashes after a moment, splitting the shields, and thought that the combination of demonic energy and lightning elements gave incredible power. Pushing the demon away, he swung the blade like a spear. The young man threw his sword, piercing the enemy's body. A satisfied smile appeared on his face, and magical snakes formed in the air when he thought that he took the best of both worlds. Remembering the battle with the elemental demon, he thought that he wanted to use its technique to create an improved version of the thunder and lightning attack. A moment later, the snakes twisted into a spiral and headed towards the energy sphere. Golden fragments and green liquid flew to the sides. The youth's blade pierced the sphere, and the snakes caught 2 crystals. The essence of demonic energy trembled, and the youth thought the role of the incarnation would be over here, because when he stabbed the sword into the core, he was able to directly affect it with his power. The man from the side watched his actions and thought that it was interesting, because he saw that the demonic essence that controlled the revival core was afraid. He did not understand what the youth was able to cultivate in himself, because 6-horned demon had just been completed. The demonic incarnation looked at him silently. His body began to disintegrate in the air. The man approached the guy and happily said that it was not bad, because the young man was able to absorb part of the released energy of the revival core, and this allowed him to evolve, receiving a 6th horn. Then they looked at the boy inside the sphere, and the man noticed that it also left enough energy for this boy to awaken the core inside him. The boy's eyelids slightly opened. The demon said that he would wake up very soon. A warm light spread throughout the room. The girls gathered around the meditating boys. Lena asked if they were finished yet. Suijo suddenly noticed something. Lu immediately woke up when she heard that their ally seemed to be awakening now. The streams of energy continued to swirl around the boys when the girls looked up at them. Snow looked back at them menacingly with his demonic eye. The woman stood up from her seat in surprise and thought that his eyes really were like a demon's. Suddenly, a powerful energy beam struck the sky. It pierced the roof of the hotel and knocked out the windows. The clouds began to swirl quickly above the hotel. The boy rose into the air under the influence of this beam. Some bumps began to grow from his back. The skin in these places stretched as much as possible and trembled. The next second, the guy acquired a second pair of arms. The girls raised their eyebrows in surprise, noticing that he had 4 arms. Gray smoke enveloped his body and spread throughout the room. When it developed, the semi-demonic body of the young man was exposed. The guy raised his tense gaze and released steam from his mouth. Lena watched him in shock, not understanding how this was possible, because the core was not capable of such a thing, and the demon's power really merged with the human. The hero waved his hand, drawing attention to himself, and said that now was not the time to be surprised, because the transformation was too noticeable, so the Warriors of Dawn would definitely find out about it, so it was time to leave. The girl immediately rushed towards the exit and asked the guy to do something, saying that she would guard the gate. Suddenly, Snow's hand jumped out in front of her face. The guy grabbed all the girls by the hands and apologized for being rude. The hero shook the remaining hand and said with a smile that he was counting on him. Magic wings grew out of Snow's back. The next moment, he flew away with explosive force, breaking the sound barrier. The guy flew over the city at incredible speed, holding his comrades in his arms. Suijo looked at him with admiration and thought that he was amazing. Like a shooting star, they rushed towards the horizon. After a while, a huge crowd of people gathered at this hotel. The police said that this was not just an accident, so they should stand behind the fence. One of the soldiers caught up with the captain and said that except for the hole in the roof and the fallen sign, they did not find any evidence. The captain of the Heyday Guard looked down and thought that everything looked like the devil's breath, and although they had only been in this place for a few minutes, it did not give him peace. Suddenly, the men noticed someone above their heads. A second later, the captain fell to his knee. They bowed their heads to the man hovering above them. It was Dylan, the strongest dual-core healing warrior. At the waterfall far outside the city, Snow's voice rang out, saying that they were there. The boy lowered the boys to the ground, but he himself had not yet sat down. The girl admired him with a smile and asked how he felt. The young man frowned tensely and said that he felt like he was filled with demonic power. Dispelling his newfound appearance, he sank to the ground. The girl was surprised that he could turn back into a human at will. Lena asked if this was possible thanks to Aang's help. Apparently she could not believe that they managed to reach the 4th rank in one fell swoop. The young man remembered what happened in that dimension and said that when he was unconscious, his brother helped him, and even used the power of the Unity Crystal. But unfortunately, the demonic influence was too strong, and he had to get used to it, so he would have to first tune into a 4 rank, and then, it seems, he will be able to try to become a 5 rank. The guys were in the middle of a small clearing. The girl asked what they would do now. The hero looked up at her and said that, apparently, they will not be able to return to the city for some time, because all this probably attracted attention, so he is very sorry. The woman raised her hand and waved it off, saying that he has nothing to change, because this place is no longer the city she would like to return to. Lu turned to the hero and said that since it comes to that, he should try, and they want to prove themselves and become stronger. Seiji already agreed with her. The woman crossed her arms over her chest and noted that they should act more cohesively from now on. So would lead them. The heroes turned to the young man and asked if he said that he wanted to get used to the power. The guy replied that he felt a power inside himself that he had never felt before. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. He agreed with this and said that he wanted to see what he was capable of now. The hero tensed his hand and called his ally his evolution into a demon. The man looked forward. He posed in front of the pink-haired girl who was taking pictures of him. Lena looked back over her shoulder and was meaningfully silent. The man approached her with a question about what she was looking at. The dark-haired man leaned over the water next to the healer and said that she was usually straightforward, but today she was silent all day, to which she was silent. Ang sat in front of his interlocutor and turning his head, asked what was because of that guy. The healer closed her eyes and said in fear that she felt very strange when she saw a human warrior with demonic abilities and said that if this had happened in their time, people would not have accepted it. The girl looked down and said that the interlocutor also had the power of a demon and asked what would happen to people and demons in the end, realizing that she was completely confused. The hero looked away and, after a pause, turned to the interlocutor, saying that he also did not accept the demonic power in himself. The protagonist recalled how he fought with the power and hated it. MC stretched out his hand in front of him and said that thanks to this, warriors appeared, uniting themselves with the cores of demons, and now, if they do not get closer to this power, then they will hardly be able to defeat more powerful demons. Dylan looked forward and behind him were people with the king, and demons were not the only opponents. An looked forward. Lena looked down, saying that in addition to monsters there is also a king with a new 6 and they are much stronger than them, not to mention the king, although this is only a moment, but this man scares with incredible power. The king sat on a hill and exuded strong energy. The girl lowered her feet into the water, saying that it was when she was tired of enduring and was ready to fight to the death, and said that it was funny that the Great Sixth was so scared. The hero hit the girl on the head, and she got scared. He stretched out his hand towards her and said that there was nothing to be afraid of, because he was here now. The healer looked at the reflection and stretched out the name of the interlocutor. The hero looked away and they told him that they had rested and it was time to go to sunset and hopes that there are dual core ones here. The demon looked ahead and asked not to let him down. The monsters looked at him and assumed that this was a man with demon breath. They looked ahead and hands appeared at their heads. The man pushed them with his temples. The monsters lay unconscious. The guy looked at them and said that it was ready. The pink-haired girl looked ahead and said that he did well. Ang looked ahead and said that with his current strength, he would not sense enemies below rank 4. Dark energy was coming from the depths of the cave, and the hero felt an aura emanating from the depths of the lair. Lu looked at the main one and stated her desire to fight too, to which the guy said that she had a demonic form, but asked not now. The white-haired one looked back and said that the girls would not fight until they merged with the Crystal of Unity. He remembered how the four-armed one turned into a demon, and said that it took a lot of strength, and they should be in the best shape for this process, so they should not take risks. The protagonist left and asked Lena to guard those, to which she agreed. Lights appeared from the darkness, and the guys became wary. The monsters ran forward, wanting the people to die. The dark-haired one raised his hand and said that he would try himself. The monsters were approaching and became interested in the explosion. The warrior was about to strike the monster. With one blow, it smashed the opponent's head into the ground and the shock wave spread across the territory. The remaining defenders were surprised and did not understand whether it was a demon or a human. The monster's foot dug up the ground and he wished for him to die. Several blows occurred and the enemy began to spin. The pink-haired girl looked away and asked if she would be the same when she received the demonic form. An looked forward, saying that he did not know and thought that the demonization of the brunette made him more aggressive and ruthless, and he was interested in what would happen to the girls. Hands grabbed the demons. The guy began to run forward with the monsters. He looked forward and said that he was weak before. He remembered how he simply watched the demons attack and how people suffered and understood that now everything was different. He ran and wanted the creatures to be afraid of him. A demon was approaching the guys. The hero looked ahead and his breath sank because he was in the lair of monsters. The protagonist looked at the monsters that were approaching and there were more and more of them. Lena looked at MC and offered to help, saying that she was afraid that if she did nothing, something would happen, to which the guy replied that it would be nice to get the demon cores quickly. The hand touched the ground. The healer stood in a stance and looked down. The pink-haired girl watched what was happening, admiringly spoke about the fact that she could see the former warrior of the old six, and asked how strong she was. The foot dug up the ground. The demon suffered blows and flew into pieces. Lu looked to the side and thought that such speed and strength could be achieved by a green core and did not even imagine it. Suegyo looked ahead in surprise, saying that everything was happening very quickly, and she could not take a photo. The dark-haired man looked back and told An about the skill, after which the demons were swept away in an instant. The hero grinned and said that she did not use any techniques. The girl tore the enemies to pieces and simply used a protective barrier. There was a substance on the walls of the cave, and the protagonist gathered the team so that they did not do anything and asked them to save energy. Lena moved forward and realized that there was something in the depths of the cave, because this was the space from which the demons probably came. She stopped in front of a blockage. The girl stood in a stance, removing the shield. A creature sat above, looking at her, and could not believe that someone had gotten so far, and her level of strength was not like any warrior he had seen. The six-legged demon looked down and had a double core. The girl soared up and, swinging, was going to hit him. There was an explosion and the monster jumped back. He grinned and looked towards her, saying that she had destroyed his beloved throne. The healer took a step. She held a huge magic axe in her hands and asked again. She narrowed her eyes and asked about the throne he had. The demon punched the ground and was furious. Stone tentacles rushed towards the man. The brunette flew over the healer and said that he would figure it out himself. The man hit the ground, creating a crater and breaking the stone tentacles. The monster was confused and a sword was visible behind him. He began to turn. Aang stood behind the enemy, preparing to strike. The hero rushed forward. Drops of green substance splashed. The protagonist stood near the mortal body and was glad that he finally got the crystal of unity, and there was one more left. The guy looked back and asked about Lena. She held his hand and said that she was exhausted and regretted that they could not fight together again. The green core was in the nest and it was exhausted, because the 7th rank cores are not so easy to find, especially with the new king, and the old 6 were strictly forbidden. Use his powers. An looked at his interlocutor and was silently meaningful. The dark-haired girl stood in front of him and said that she was getting old and her time as the Great Sixth was coming to an end. She looked at the guy, saying that he would have to work miracles again. The guy was squeezing a stone. He looked towards her in the image of a king and promised to return everything he had lost. The area was fenced. A sign for a hotel for soldiers was burning on the wall. The guy had flasks with stones in his hands and he was talking about how they had finally found the second one, and now all that was left was to help them take advantage of it. MC stood in front of the door with the guys, to whom he left everything under responsibility, to which they asked not to worry, believing that there should be no problems. Lena looked towards the guy and addressed him. She put her hand on her cheek and asked if he could handle 2 at a time. The girls looked ahead and, hearing disgruntled shouts, did not understand what the people were discussing there. Suejo looked down and asked if Lu was worried, to which she remained silent. Ang opened the door and took a step. He turned on the light and asked if they were ready and who was first. The hero looked to the side and they answered that they were ready. The white-haired girl looked to the side. They were standing in the room and the blue-eyed girl offered the pink-haired girl to go first. They were standing in the room and the protagonist clarified what they had decided. The girls were standing in front of him and he was embarrassed to think that he did not know where to look. The photographer approached her friend and said that in fact she wanted him to start with her and she was just modest, to which she asked to be silent. Lu looked to the she was creature's hand and sometimes it seemed to her that the giant was holding all the space around him in his hands, and she felt that it was both alien and close to her. An looked forward and understood her, saying that he was also curious to know the answers to these questions and maybe they could find them during the implementation. The girl turned around on the bed and he said that if she was ready, she should turn her back and hold the stone in her hands, concentrating the energy into it. The hero held Lu's shoulders. She closed her eyes and was going to direct the energy into the core. He touched her. The girl opened her eyes and began to fall. There was a creature near the core. The 6-legged demon guarded the healing energy stone. The girl took a step. She walked forward and thought that this is the original absolute energy that embodies the power of healing and felt anger with force. The monster opened its eyes. The monster held the power and the girl was scared. The white-haired girl was scared. She looked forward and understood that if she tamed the power, it would make her even stronger. Lu approached the stone and thought that with this power, she could save people's lives, and the guard asked her to become a servant of demons. Her hand trembled and he ordered her to accept the true power. The hand grabbed the girl. Darkness Finned King stood in front of her and said that not everything is so simple, in whom the white-haired girl recognized the demon from her dreams. The green-eyed girl looked at her. She hugged her around the waist and turned to the demon of the drop of power with the human girl, and she helps her gather information. An looked ahead in surprise, thinking that he was facing the strongest monster of time and didn't know what their plan was. The red-haired man stroked her head, saying that this was nonsense. He looked at her and said the demon pushed the guy away. Blue-eyed was scared and screamed the name of the protector. The protagonist landed on his knee. His form was gone and he sat on the floor exhausted. The girl ran up to the guy, asking if he was okay. MC looked down and trembled. Crimson Finned King stood next to Darkness Finned King and said that there was no need to hurt the guy, to which she said that she was just joking and did not expect that he would rush at her. The green-eyed one looked forward and cancelled the spell. The guy's hands rested on the floor. Lu sat in front of the guy groaning in pain and asked how he was feeling. He looked at the offender, realizing that he had no chance and was angry at the 8-horned kings, saying that the Black Queen was the strongest creature. The demon figures towered and he said that she was the most powerful of the monsters. The woman closed the girl's eyes and he said that if she wanted to kill him, he would simply stop breathing before he realized it, and his human friend was given a great honor, because the ruler never comes to anyone personally. An looked at the girls and his partner said that they needed to leave everything to the Black Queen and not bother them. The hero looked forward and asked the darkness-finned king to be more careful with her. The protagonist stood up and their figures dissolved into space. The queen looked to the side and said that they left, and everything was not so interesting anymore, saying that they were done. The core guard looked forward and said okay. The black ruler brought her finger to Lu's forehead. A wave spread from her limb. The white-haired girl looked down and felt the energy inside her mixing and awakening. Wings appeared on her back and she began to transform. The guys looked at the girl who did not move and asked him about the fact that the awakening of the core will be successful, and why she was in a trance. An looked at her, and she was shining. The girl appeared before him in the demonic form of a paired black and green core. Crimson-Finned King looked towards her and to the question of whether all the internal limitations of her personality, and the Scarlet was very surprised. The Red King closed one eye and said that she now had such extraordinary power, but at the same time, the first thing she asked was such and froze. In front of the guys was the white-haired girl, who was holding MC. The blue-eyed girl looked away in embarrassment, and was asked about what she was doing there. The team was in the room and the couple was embarrassed, so An suggested starting the procedure with the second one. The girl was holding a red stone in her hands and said that it was very light. It illuminated her, while she said that the core was warm. An looked to the side and thought about what was said. They were sitting on the bed and the guy was saying that if she didn't concentrate, the core's power would get out of control and attack her, reminding her that this wasn't a joke. The girl put her hand to her head and said that she would do it, and the guy thought that she couldn't be serious. The protagonist put his hands on her back, reminding her that she had to calm down and concentrate in order to feel the core, and when she dived into space, she would see the center of power. He remembered how Lan had suffered and said that this would require maximum effort from her, because the core's effect would occur on all levels at once, and asked her not to worry, because he would enter the space and help her cope with it. Energy appeared around the pink-haired girl, and he asked her to remember standing there and absorbing the energy. The monster looked ahead and was silently meaningful. Suegyo looked up and smiled. The monster narrowed his eyes. The girl began to absorb all the energy, along with the guardian. The protagonist was shocked and the interlocutor said that the guardian liked her, and he let her absorb all the power without hindrance. The girl stood near the energy. Her body began to glow. There was an explosion and a shock wave spread throughout the space. The pink-haired girl raised her head up and closed her eyes. Her body was transformed. Modifications were visible on her. The girl was emitting light and rejoiced at the power she had acquired. The white-haired man looked at her and said that everything was right, thinking that she was a hidden genius. The city was surrounded by a fence, and they needed to hurry. Multicolored sparks appeared on the roof. Beams rushed upward. Nero was scared and asked what kind of lights were these and who was flying. The team rushed to the side and the citizens watched it. An held Lena in his hands and said that they need to find a suitable place to get used to the skills and come up with new tactics. The healer looked to the side, saying that to the east of the Aurora there is a large cave, everything is teeming with demons there, and the cleanup team bypasses this place, to which the hero said that there may well be a strong demon there. The brown-eyed girl looked ahead and said that they can check, thinking that after everyone gained demonic form, they are ready to meet the new 6. The guys rushed towards the moon. People were walking near the shore of the lake. Lena stood in front of the hero and he asked about her not going with them, and how he upset her with something. The girl was upset and said that her energy in the core is running out, and at this rate she will become a burden for those. An flicked her, and she screamed. He reached out to her and asked how she even had such thoughts, because she was a member of the Great 6 and besides, she told them about the cave and they would get her a new core. She held her head and smiled while he was talking about how she needed to update. The hero looked away and she was talking about what was not necessary. The healer looked forward and said that she could no longer cope. The protagonist was scared and asked again. The healer looked down and said that even if she got a new core, her strength had already weakened significantly, and since he died, she had hardly fought. The girl was watering flowers and the Great 6 was saying that when the new king came to power, she was asked not to show herself as a warrior anymore and all that was left was to do her usual routine. The dark-haired girl looked down and said that if he had not appeared now, she would never have put on a battle suit again. They were standing next to a river and the guy was asking how it was connected that she couldn't keep up with the times, because it was a matter of equipment. Lena looked at him and said that he was missing the point and that she was getting old, so she couldn't stay with him for long. An was upset and said that if she hadn't used the restorative powers of the green core to stay young, she would have looked like an old woman a long time ago. She hit the guy on the chest and said that now he had a young body and he forgot that she was no longer the same, After a little struggle, she would get tired and exhausted. The team was in demonic form, and the healer said that the four of them were young and energetic, and even more so now that they had mastered demonic power, which was beyond her understanding, and she could no longer stay with them because she would be pulled down. She took his hand. The healer looked at him and said that she wanted to leave and asked to let him do it, looking from afar, and suggested that if she stayed, it would only get worse. An looked at her and said that she really couldn't help and he didn't mind. She interrupted the guy and said that they needed to stop and asked him to find her when he was going to save Dexia, asking to take the gift. The hero had a device in his hands and he asked what it was, to which he received the answer that it was a locator, by which he would always know where she was. She pointed her finger at the point and the device told about the girl's condition, and she said that if he needed her help, he could always find her. She had a scroll in her hand and she said that all the locations with demons were collected here, which she had collected for them, and several locations that could be useful. The protagonist put the scroll away and asked where she would go and hoped that the girl was not going to return to the dawn. Lena smiled and asked not to worry, because the fighters would not do anything to her, because some of her treasures were left there, so she would pack her things when she returned and move to another city on retirement. MC looked back and asked again about the pension, offering to say goodbye to them. The healer looked forward and said that it would be better to leave quietly, because she had been living alone for many years and was not used to those, and paid attention to the girl. An turned back and asked about Lu. The white-haired girl looked at the guy. She was embarrassed. The blue-eyed girl smiled. She looked in his direction and was happy. The hero looked at her, and at the words that she valued him very much and the request not to ignore her feelings, he meaningfully remained silent. The warriors stood in front of each other, and the girl said that he had always been a fool and she liked. Leaves were falling from the tree and she thought that, especially since the guy had a better girlfriend. The protagonist turned to the team, who noticed the disappearance of the healer. He looked towards the woman and said that she needed to go back to do her business. The white-haired girl looked away and said that she had not had the opportunity to thank her, because during this time, she had helped them a lot. The team stood by the lake and they were going to go to the cave, considering this the best option. The boy took a step and said that there was something else. He acquired a demonic form and said that they needed to get a new green core to give it to Lena next time. The three of them turned into monsters and agreed with the boy. The city dawned into night. The guards saw the outline of a figure and assumed that there was someone here. The healer hid between the houses and thought that Snow's awakening had increased patrols while they were going to kill the person if he turned out to be a demon. The girl saw a window and thought that it was open. There was movement. She jumped into the house. The healer looked ahead and was only going to take her things and leave. She looked for items in the box and did not understand where the thing went. She froze after Dylan said that he did not think that she would return. The dark-haired girl turned back. The green-haired man folded his arms and asked if she thought that he would let her go. Lena looked at the man and asked what was going on, saying that she had gone out on business, not understanding since when he had the right to enter other people's houses at his own discretion. The man was holding a box, and he assumed that this was what the healer was looking for. The healer was scared and asked where he got it from. The monster was lying by the sea. The man was sitting by the surf and a figure was running towards him, which said that they should not sit around, because they had a lot to do. An looked back and, seeing a familiar woman, asked her to come over, because he wanted to show her something. A hand approached the brown-eyed woman's face. The hero was holding a necklace on his finger, which he had made from local shells and stones and wanted to give to her. The woman sat on the sand, embarrassed, and she really liked the jewelry. The violet-eyed man showed the jewelry, saying that everything in her apartment was very modest, and only this thing was kept in a separate box and was carefully packed, and the guy assumed that there would be something valuable here. But it was just some nonsense. Lena squeezed her hand and he said that it was old-fashioned, asking to tell her that this thing was given to her by some runt from the past. She rushed at Dylan asking to give the necklace. The green-haired man looked at the girl who grabbed the jewelry. He stood up and struck with his knee. The woman felt pain and drops of blood splashed to the side. She crashed into the ceiling and it cracked. The healer flew out into the street. The violet-eyed man was behind her. The girl looked back with anxiety. There was an impact and a green beam rushed to the side while the shock wave dissolved in space. The healer used a barrier for protection and flew over the roofs of houses. She began to slow down on the floor. The girl stood holding her injured limb. The brown-eyed girl bared her teeth and thought that she had no energy left and would not be able to heal even a broken arm. A member of the Great Six approached the girl, saying that he could hardly feel any energy in that energy. He smiled and said that in that case, she would die today. The woman held a necklace in her teeth. She frowned and said that one of the Great Six and the new king promised her that if she voluntarily gave up the title, he would never have a claim on her again, and suggested that he dared to disobey the order. Dylan looked in her direction and said that after the powerful bursts of demon attacks, he felt traces of her presence, and suggested that she had contacted some suspicious individuals. A spear appeared in his hand and he asked if she really thought that the ruler would care about some dead mongrel. Lena looked at the frightened cat while the man prepared to strike. He swung his arm, wishing her to go to hell. The projectile shot forward. The healer rushed toward the animal and the arrow was approaching the target. The animal was shocked and blood was pouring from parts of the girl's body. There was an explosion that destroyed the houses. Smoke enveloped the roof. The healer looked at the pet and asked not to rush into trouble. The cat began to run away in fear. The green-haired man grabbed his opponent. He smiled, saying that this was naivety and if she had fought, she would have dodged the attack. The man bared his teeth and swinging at the girl, said that the couple should end, because they were already making too much noise and suggested taking a walk outside the city. The green object rushed forward. The girl flew over the roofs. The body overcame the fence and rushed toward the forest. There was an impact and a wave spread throughout the area. Dust rose up. Lena bared her teeth and held a gift in her teeth. She was feeling unwell and was sitting by a tree. The green-haired man approached the girl, saying that he could not feel the energy in her core. The girl's arms were broken and Dylan said that he had heard a legend about her, that supposedly in one battle she had saved 600 people with her own hands. He swung his leg and said that she would never be able to do something like that again. An angry cry was heard from the city. The team was standing in a cave, killing monsters, and they were discussing the killing of the seven-horned demon. The white-haired man was holding the green core in his hands and saying that in the end everything worked out for the best, and they got what they were looking for. He looked tensely to the side. The protagonist was looking towards the exit. Snow looked at the hero and asked what happened, to which he replied that he felt a strange vibration from the city. Ang rummaged through his pockets and looked for a compass. He looked at the compass and the device said that his girlfriend was dying. The team froze in horror. Lu looked back and asked what they stood up, howling forward. Night enveloped the forest. Warriors flew over the treetops. The green-eyed one flew past the branch while the guy reported that Lena was somewhere nearby. There was a figure lying behind the tree and blood was visible on the roots. The protagonist looked forward and thought that he could barely feel her breathing, all to a stupor. The healer was sitting by the trunk with her arms torn off and her limbs broken. The torn part of the body was broken. She lay next to the body. The healer sat with her eyes closed and her head down. The pink-haired one closed her mouth and could not believe it. Suejo was trembling and did not know how this happened. The four-armed one was angry and looked at his hand. Lu Frown was not only in her hands, but also in the girl's head was bowing and she was growing old. The green-haired girl looked at her and thought that the youth that was maintained by the core was starting to leave her. Tears came to the girl's eyes and she realized that her breathing and pulse were weakening. The protagonist's friend was trembling and saying that she was dying. The guys were sitting in front of the victim. The core was green and could it save her? Ang was sitting next to her and asking his partner what could save her. She looked ahead and said that all she could do was barely keep her alive, but her strength was not enough. Even though she had a green core, her energy was not infinite and suggested that she could try to use the power of the Black Queen. Lena was sealed and she suggested freezing the degenerative processes to try to save her. Lu looked ahead and said that she would not be able to even move, because she needed to maintain the skill and all her strength would go to it. The sun was rising over the forest, and if the team did not decide by sunrise, the girl would not last long, and they decided to try to postpone death. Suichio looked to the side and asked how such a strong demon could be next to Aurora, because even the core was weakened and she could not lose to the demon. Ang sat in front of the victim and asked his friend to do what she suggested. The hero looked at the pink-haired girl and said to stay here, protecting everyone. The dark-haired guy stood in front of the guy and he walked with the protagonist. MC walked forward and when asked that he knew who did it, he meaningfully remained silent. Dylan looked forward and the guy said his name. The guys fell into a stupor and asked again. The demon looked at the girl, saying that he had a very powerful aura and he was very familiar with her, because he encountered him at the tournament. Lu looked away and did not understand how he wanted them to fight the Six and suggested that more Wyans could come, to which the guy said that Lena said that all the other members of the Six were currently on missions. The green-eyed girl looked at the guy and, noticing the expression on his face, understood that she could not stop him. Am walked forward and said that he used the girl as bait. Emanated from him, and he wanted to rip out his core. The partners were approaching the stone. The brunette looked ahead, saying that they were taking too many risks by simply breaking into the city and, besides, Dylan would be difficult to find and if they started a battle inside the walls, civilians would suffer and it would be difficult to get into the city. The hero looked forward and said that one of his abilities was a powerful energy shield, which was formed on the basis of the energy of demon cores and gave the city impressive protection. The guy moved forward, imagining a dome over the city and said that it was easy to get out of the protection, because going outside was safe by default. Snow was surprised and did not understand how he knew so much about the defense of the Aurora. There was a sword behind the guy and he said that they needed to force him to go outside. The stone towered in front of the entrance, and the guy said clearly. 2 guys fell and there was an explosion. The guards looked down and said that something fell from the sky. People were scared and tried to make out people. A humanoid monster was visible through the smoke. An and the brunette looked at each other while the guards announced that there were monsters nearby. The guard looked away, demanding to activate the cannon and thinking that it was better not to mess with humanoid demons, because the cannon cannot normally aim at them. A defensive structure appeared on the street. It moved out of the tower, next to the entrance. The hero looked ahead and thought that the cannons of the city he once built were aimed at him. He bared his teeth and realized that now, in the eyes of others, he was a demon. The protagonist stood in front of the city and shouted that they did not come here to capture the city and they were not going to kill people and asked to call Dylan to him. The man was shocked. The guy looked ahead and asked how they dared to pronounce the name of the master with dirty mouths and promised that he would not come a step closer to the city while he was in charge of the defense. MC was angry and, remembering what they did to Lena, thought that everyone who stood in his way would be killed. The cannon began to gain energy and the guard shouted fire. The beam rushed towards Ong. The hands of his partner appeared in front of the guy and he was surprised. The guards were stunned and did not believe that he had blocked the cannon attack. The four-armed man stood in a stance and people were going to raise the alarm and ask for backup. The brunette looked away and asked him to calm down, shouting that he felt that he was going to cut everyone here. The hero was silently holding a sword in his hands. He smiled, holding a naked figure of himself and asked why he did not get rid of those, because they were just a bunch of ants. His face changed and asked himself to shut up, because he did not want to kill innocent people. The guards ran to the entrance and shouted that everyone urgently needed to climb the walls and they were being attacked by demons. The figure rushed up and the guys did not understand what it was. A man hovered in the sky, emitting green energy. An arrow rushed towards his partners. The four-armed man covered himself with his hands and was going to use the protective dome with force to the limit. The warrior hit the barrier and the ground cracked. There was an explosion. The green-haired man was thrown aside and the brunette looked at him. An held the guy's back and asked him to hold on. He braked his sword on the ground. They looked ahead and understood that in front of them was the one they needed. The fighter raised his leg. The purple-haired man smiled and said that he blocked the attack and that it was not bad. The guards from the walls were glad that he appeared here and thought that the city was safe. The guns were gaining energy and the commander-in-chief ordered to activate all the cannons and be ready to support the master. The man levitated and realized that the old woman was really connected with the enemies of the human race and asked who they were to her and what they were up to. The man landed on the ground. Dylan smiled and said that she deliberately maintained youth in order to serve them and was glad that he got rid of her. An frowned and was dissatisfied. Energy burst out of him and Snow jumped away from the guy. The green-haired man looked ahead and thought that this was a powerful energy, and a familiar feeling came over him, but he did not understand what connected the demon and the girl. The doors opened. The hero looked down and asked his partner to do a favor. An army was running behind the purple-haired man, and the protagonist asked his comrade to hold back the people. The four-armed man stood next to him and asked what about it. MC held a sword in his hands and said that he would kill the enemy. His foot hit the ground. The demon rushed at the offender. He blocked the blow. The man's weapon cracked. A powerful cut destroyed the skill. The purple-haired man looked ahead and realized that his aura seemed familiar to him. Ang swung with a furious cry. Dylan formed a sphere. The hero began to strike and beat off the tentacles. The green-haired man smiled and swiped his finger to the side. The tentacle hit the body. The hero looked away. He grabbed the magic limb and smiled. The protagonist pulled the sphere with the enemy to himself. MC kicked the enemy. The man opened his mouth in pain. He bared his teeth. The purple-haired man took the magic hand. The opponent soared upward with the demon. The warrior looked forward and did not understand what kind of strange demon it was. He threw it into the ground and assumed that it had personal claims against him. The sword flew to the side. The weapon stuck in the ground. There was a massacre near the walls and the soldiers wanted to kill the four-armed one. There was a blow and a wave passed over the bodies of the attackers. The guy slid along the ground. People were lying on the ground and did not understand. He was brushing them off. Snow looked forward and thought that there were too many of them, and he could not kill them, and they asked why he did not kill them. The blow fell on the back of the four-armed one. He looked back and did not understand where he was hit from. The brunette looked to the side and assumed that it was from the wall. There were people in the city. The captains of the groups leaving the city looked ahead and assumed that the demon was at least five-horned. The warriors looked ahead and did not understand how the demons had the courage to get the city guards, that they called Dylan and noted that the monsters had not attacked the Aurora for a long time. The fighters rushed forward with the desire to attack. The commander looked to the side and shouted that they needed to prepare fire support. The dark-haired man covered himself with his hands and thought that these were two warriors of the 7th rank. He took the blow and understood that he needed to hold on. The dome withstood the blow. An was lying in a crater and was wounded. He looked ahead and thought that this warrior felt like two demons of the 7th rank. The green-haired man directed shells towards him. The hero looked to the side. Snow endured blows and fighters broke through his defense. The brunette was wounded and the guy thought about him. The stone in the city met the dawn. The protagonist remembered the victim and the rest of the team. He was silent and asked the Crimson King to lend him strength. There was an explosion and the man wished him dead. The violet-eyed man looked down and said that he was brave but stupid. He tensed and froze. He looked into the crater and, not finding a body, thought about using spears, and that should have been enough to kill him. The Crimson Fin King stood in the dust and said that he was wondering how long he would last, how to ask for help, and said that stupid pride cost them extra time. The warrior grinned and did not understand how he became several times stronger in a second. The demon extended his hand to the side. The sword began to twitch. The weapon rushed into the hands of the owner. He held the tool and looked forward. The monster smiled and greeted the sword. He looked at the object in his hands and offered to teach a few lessons in the art of handling a blade. The man looked away and did not understand how the demonic core in his chest had changed. The monster looked forward and the people were scared. The soldier ran to the side and told everyone to quickly return to the city. The red-haired woman looked back and asked about the fact that he dared to desert, and said that she would kill anyone who moved. Snow looked to the side and noticed the changes in his friend's aura. Scarlet looked forward and his aura was very strange. Dylan looked down and said that he hid his strength, and that was not bad. He folded his hands. A rope appeared in his hands. The man smiled and, holding the soul-devouring spikes in his hands, told him not to forget that he had a Duel 7 rank core. Red appeared next to him and swung. Green-haired was wary. The blow hit the spikes. The man hit the ground with all his might. People panicked and asked what the demon had knocked down their protector. The wound was on the king's hand. He looked at the wound and was silently meaningful. The ruler frowned and thought that even though he had taken control of this carcass, in the end, it was a human body. The man stood in a stance and the sphere was broken. Dylan looked forward and thought that the speed and strength of this demon did not match his rank at all. The warrior looked up and realized that he did not expect the monster to be stronger, and it would be bad to disgrace himself again. The demon was in front of the gate, and he understood that the monsters were too close to the city. He wrapped his hand in spikes and wanted to change the battlefield. The fighter rushed forward, making a jump. The killer swung and asked the guy to fall. The demon looked down and meaningfully remained silent. There was a blow and a wave passed around the circle. The blood of two creatures splashed to the sides. Crimson Fin King rushed forward with a man's arm torn off. Dylan was shaking and bleeding. The soldiers looked up and called for the Lord. He swung back and asked him to die. The blows were approaching the demon. Scarlet looked forward and held the sword. The shockwave passed around the circle. An explosion illuminated the battlefield, and the soldiers covered themselves with their hands. Smoke obscured their vision. It began to dissipate. The green-haired looked forward and did not understand what he had just done. The Red King approached him and said that he was using a powerful attack in that direction and asked if he had simply forgotten about the city. The red-bodied looked forward and said that he was the one protecting the city. The purple-haired looked at him and did not believe what was said. The monster looked down and asked for help in cutting off the other arm. Fabrics were attached to the guy's naked body and he asked to do the same as he did with Lena. An looked forward and asked to cut off. Crimson Fin King closed his eyes and said that he didn't care, but his body couldn't take it. He stood in front of the warrior and said that there was a very strong warrior in front of him and such an opportunity was rare. The demon formed an energy thread and asked to be allowed to teach him a few tricks. An explosion was heard over the plain. The blow cuts the demon in half. Sujio lies among the rubble. She hits the demon. The girl's face is very tired. The warriors from the darkness say that they continue. While in the green ball, a demon sat down next to Lena. Lu angrily says that time is running out and a new 7-horned demon core is needed as soon as possible. Aang chases Dylan and the girl believes in him. An explosion was heard from the hero's speed. The antagonist emits green light and wishes for MC to die. Aang walks backwards, despite the green flashes. He approaches his enemy. A green tentacle of his two cores. He throws his power at MC. Aang appears behind his opponent. He turns his gaze back. The protagonist knocks him down with his blow. Gritting his teeth in pain, Dylan says that what Aang did now exceeds the strength and capabilities of the 7-horned demon, and also how MC extended the blade of the blade to get it. The antagonist warriors see him fight and understand that their lord is in a losing position. Watching their fight, the warrior offers to help him and the second agrees. The fighter lies on the ground and says that he will not allow them to do this, since they are not allowed to interfere in the fight. The man hits the warrior in the back and asks him to let them go. The demon clenched his face and complains about how much pain it is. He added that they defeated him quickly and without straining, which means such a difference between his capabilities and the strength of the 7th-rank warriors, since this is his limit. A crack appeared on the warrior's back and he said that as Lena's mentor, he must give it his all and use the power that was left behind during his transformation. A shock wave emanates upward from him. The warriors are surprised that he has such willpower, realizing that he has evolved into a 5-horned one. The demon sits in a crater. He sullenly says that he must protect what he swore to protect. Dylan flies back from the blow. A green glow appeared around the character, and he calls for alignment. The demon stands inside a ball with spikes and many of the same around him. He sends a stunning explosion forward at MC. Green balls approach on. The hero throws his red power at the balls. A large explosion spread. Smoke comes out of the crater. Dylan lies motionless on the ground and realizes that he cut off both of his arms. He finds it interesting that MC seems to be mocking him for what he did to that old woman. Aang tells himself that there is no time left, so he must kill him and take the core. He frowns. Red flashes come from the protagonist. The demon raises his head and asks if Aang wants to kill him, then isn't he underestimating his abilities too much? Green flames come out of Dylan's body. The silhouette of a hand appears from his shoulders. He rests his hand on the ground. The demon looks at his new limb. Smiling widely, he says that they promised the king that they would not show this form to everyone. Rising, he adds that there is no way around it and must kill him. Aang becomes half demon and half normal person, frightened by his demonization. His opponent looks up at him. Dylan has become a demonic form with 7 horns. Aang looks at him with disdain. With a smirk, he says that his opponent is not a fool. Being in the air above the antagonist, the hero says that during the fight they slowly moved away from the city, because that way no one would notice that Dylan turned into a demon. He closes his eyes and mocks MC. He spreads his arms out to the sides and admits that he can't remember the last time he used this form, but Aang forced him to use it. Standing in front of the hero, the antagonist states that he hates the way he looks now. The character disappears from the crater. Appearing in front of MC, he says that he is invulnerable in it. Dylan throws a pillar of the abyss, devouring Aang's soul into the ground. Swinging for another blow, he says that he is not finished yet. His blow flies across the entire ground around. Aang's opponent is in the air above the smoke. Something puzzled him. MC stands in the crater and says that he is appearing. The hero holds a sword in his hands. Looking at his enemy, he adds that the power of Dylan's demonization surprised him. Smirking at the protagonist, he replies that humanoid demons are generally stronger than their other relatives. With even more mockery, he assures Aang that even so, he will not defeat him. Looking at Dylan, MC is surprised by his words, because he has never heard anyone dare to say such a thing to him. Aang tightly gripped his sword. A red flash comes from it. It demolishes the stones around. Boulders and trees shake. Seeing what a pillar rises from MC, Dylan does not understand where so much strength comes from. The hero darkened and offers to find out what his opponent's words are worth. Aang was confused from surprise. He closed his eyes. Dropping his hands, the hero complains about his body, since the antagonist spent too much time conducting his energy through MC. Green liquid drips from the character, and he wonders if this is Dylan's limit. Light comes from Aang's core, and he says that if he continues, his enemy may die from exhaustion. Looking at the antagonist, MC is interested in this character and thinks that the matter is that he stayed in the silence of the boy's mind for too long and got bored. Frowning, the hero says that's it. He opens his eyes wide. Dylan is surprised that MC's aura has returned to its previous level. A pillar of Aang energy suddenly comes out of the ground. He plunged his sword into the stones. MC's look is confused and he asks the Scarlet King why he did not kill him at such an important moment. Vermilion lets go of the hero and says that he should moderate his ardor and arrogance, because if he had not left MC's body, he would have died, and the king would have died with him. Dylan strikes, and the man says that he activated demonization and he will not be able to kill him with his current level. Lena lies wounded on the ground and he adds that she still needs the core. Aang leans towards the sword and realizes that the Crimson Tide blade contains his power, asking Vermilion to release it and try to infuse the sword with his energy. MC holds onto the hilt, and the king tells him to merge with the sword, as it will tell him what to do, but the hero does not understand how. The man says that the Crimson Tide blade itself was once his beloved servant, and it fought in great battles, so he asks the boy to awaken it. Aang at the Crimson Tide blade. The swing tears off the leaves. It flies everywhere. Tomo runs out from behind the trees. She angrily says that all these demons are weak, but there are too many of them. Monsters look out at her from behind the trees. The demons retreat back in front of their leader. A 6-horned demon with 2 5-horned ones came out, and says that he smells the fresh blood of people. Fear appeared on the girl's face. Lu asks her from behind the tree what's wrong. The demon in Tomo's body tells her to focus that she sees the initiative, trying to put them at a disadvantage and force them to retreat. The monster's hand lights up and he admits that although she used an interesting move, it is time to show what he is capable of. Tomo jumps at him with his sword. She hits the demon. The girl complains that her body is at its limit. The demon leader stands behind her. His wound is healing. He smiles widely, asking if she thought he was dead. The demon runs at Lu, saying that he will deal with the girl who is not moving for now. The girl gritted her teeth. Tomo jumps at him from behind and drops him. She angrily calls him a monster. Lu is glad that Tomo has come. The monster throws the girl away with a sharp movement, and she screams. Screams loudly for them to attack her, because she is waiting for them. The demons tremble with fear at the sight of her. They retreat. Tomo sees the monsters go deep into the forest. Lu is very happy with her friend's success and asks if she is okay. Tomo disappears when the girl calls out to her. Standing in a mysterious pose, she simply passed out, having killed a lot of demons that night and successfully protected Lu and Lena. The sword asks the hero if he is not the Scarlet King, then what right does MC have to wake him up? Holding it in his hands, the hero is surprised that the Crimson Tide blade talks, which means it is a living creature. Dylan narrowed his eyes and does not understand what this idiot is doing. He throws his vines at him and says that he cannot defeat him without that power. Bending over to the sword, Ang asks him to help kill his enemy. The blade thought about it, but refuses. Dylan's green tentacles cut the ground. There are a lot of them. The tentacles grabbed MC. The hero squeezes the sword in his hand. He is angry that this vine is sucking energy out of him. Turning towards the protagonist, Dylan says that if he gets into his poison ivy once, he will die quickly. Ang squeezes harder, and he understands that the ivy will really dry him out, since the core is losing its energy at a rapid pace. He looks at the crimson blade with displeasure, and asks why it refuses to fight with him. In the hero's hand, the blade explains that only the Scarlet King has the right to use it, and he is nobody. The core sparks on MC. The tentacles completely cover the hero. Ang breaks them with the power of his core. He comes out of the smoke with the blade. MC angrily says that if he loses, he should do it standing up. The antagonist is perplexed by the fact that Ang has lightning from the very beginning of the fight, not understanding where he got such a rare element. He narrowed his eyes and decided to finish him off quickly. The sword thought about it. Laughing, he tells the hero that now he is worthy of fighting side by side with him. Holding the blade in his hand, MC is happy about it. Ang raises the sword and shouts that now they will finish this idiot. The weapon glows and explodes. MC is confused. Shards gather around his hand. They attach to his wrist. The sword is installed on Ang's hand and says that he will show him his true power. The hero smiles. Looking at his new hand, MC thinks that the sword is really strong. Dylan irritatedly says that the more time passes, the less he likes it, because he cannot understand what this guy is. He grabs Ang in his tentacles, thinking that it is time to end this. Python heads come out of the sky and the antagonist uses his most powerful skills. He swings his hand. The heads of the poisonous python from the demonic stand how Ang managed to break through the formation, because it is impossible. The hero runs, putting his fist at his enemy. A flash appeared above the valley. It turned into a huge shock wave. The antagonist screams that Ang cannot defeat him. MC contemptuously replies that for him, he is just a pathetic parody of a member of the real Great Six. The guy furiously adds that he was the king of that six. The hero hits the enemy when he says that it is impossible for MC to be the king, because he was dead. The protagonist's fist passed through the enemy. Dylan did not have time to understand what happened. Ang flies away from the green explosion. Behind the demonic Ang, the normal hero admits that he is already dead. 2 green cores fly to the ground. MC appears between them. The hero grabbed them in his hands. He quickly flies away, as he urgently needs to return. There is a yellow core in the fortress. Smoke comes from the stone valley. Snow is in a yellow ball. The old man wonders what is wrong with the guy, because they attacked him with the strongest techniques, but he continues to fight. The girl warrior tensely answers that she is alarmed, a feeling as if his aura is getting stronger, as if he cannot give up. Looking at the guy in the crater, the man adds that his behavior resembles a containment tactic, as if he is defending himself. The hero raises his head, saying that he will not let them pass. The warriors shout whoever and whatever he is, they must kill him using a combination attack, because he has drawn them into a long battle. The ground cracks under the hero's feet, and they decide to make a final powerful blow to finish him off. Blue and red flashes rise in front of Snow. They rush at him, striking. The fighter is afraid that he may not have enough energy for this blow. Closing his eyes, he hopes that he has bought enough time for MC. Red lightning appears between them. Ang rushes, preparing to attack. He performs a double lightning strike on the warriors. They fly off unconscious. Snow is glad to see MC in front of him. The hero turns to his comrade and tells him not to worry, since he simply knocked them out and has the cores. Ang and Snow run through the forest. The protagonist frowned, since he smells blood and decides to quickly get to the girls. The demons lie dead on the ground. A blue beam rushes in front of the heroes. Tomo hits Ang's chest. The hero is shocked. He holds the girl's hand and she asks who they are and MC replies that they are hers. Tomo raises her head, but it seems to the protagonist that she is unconscious. Standing between the demons, Ang asks if she made this meat grinder here. MC's face trembles and he assures Tomo that everything is fine and they are back. By the ball with Lena, she is glad that she held out until they return. 2 7-horned cores are hovering above the girl's hand. Looking at them, Lu added that she did not expect the guys to be able to kill any of the Great Six. She shows no emotion. The girl is sitting on the ground. Ang is happy that Lu succeeded and her body is recovering. Lou falls to the ground and the boys call her. MC holds the girl with his hand, and Snow says that she simply pumped too much energy through herself and passed out. The warrior looks at them calmly, adding that they both used all their strength. Holding the girls next to him, An calls them real after them until they wake up, so that they come to their senses and thanks them all.